Chapter 31 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Evidence. In the meantime the two Richard Talbots, father and son, had safely arrived in London, and had been made welcome at the house of their noble kinsman. Now and Curll, they heard, were in Walsingham's house, subjected to close examination. Babington and all his comrades were in the Tower. The council was continually sitting to deliberate over the fate of the latter unhappy men, of whose guilt there was no doubt, and neither Lord Talbot nor Will Cavendish thought there was any possibility of Master Richard gaining permission to plead how the unfortunate Babington had been worked on and deceived. After the sentence should be pronounced, Cavendish thought that the request of the Earl of Shrewsbury might prevail to obtain permission for an interview between the prisoner and one commissioned by his former guardian. Will was daily attending Sir Francis Walsingham as his clerk, and was not by any means unwilling to relate anything he had been able to learn. Queen Elizabeth was, it seemed, greatly agitated and distressed. The shock to her nerves on the day when she had so bravely overawed Barnwell with the power of her eye had been such as not to be easily surmounted. She was restless and full of anxiety, continually starting at every sound, and beginning letters to the Queen of Scots, which were never finished. She had more than once inquired after the brave sailor youths who had come so opportunely to her rescue, and Lord Talbot thought it would be well to present Diccon and his father to her, and accordingly took them with him to Greenwich Palace, where they had the benefit of looking on as loyal subjects, while her Majesty, in royal fashion, dined in public to the sound of drums, trumpets, fifes, and stringed instruments. But though dressed with her usual elaborate care, she looked older, paler, thinner, and more haggard than when Diccon had seen her 3 weeks previously, and neither her eye nor mouth had the same steadiness. She did not eat with relish, but almost as if she were forcing herself, lest any lack of appetite might be observed and commented upon, and her looks continually wandered as though in search of some lurking enemy. For in truth no woman, nor man either, could easily forget the suggestion which had recently been brought to her knowledge, that an assassin might lurk in her gallery and stab her with his dagger, or if she should walk in her garden, he might shoot her with his dag, or if she should walk abroad to take the air, he might assault her with his arming sword and make sure work. Even though the enemies were safe in prison, she knew not but that dagger, dag, or arming sword might still be ready for her, and she believed that any fatal charge openly made against Mary at the trial might drive her friends to desperation, and lead to the use of dag or dagger. She was more unhinged than ever before, and commanded herself with difficulty when going through all the scenes of her public life as usual. The Talbots soon felt her keen eye on them, and a look of recognition passed over her face as she saw Diccon. As soon as the meal was over, the table of trestles removed, she sent a page to command Lord Talbot to present them to her. "So, sir," she said, as Richard the elder knelt before her, "you are the father of 2 brave sons, whom you have bred up to do good service, but I only see one of them here. Where is the elder?" "So please your Majesty, Sir Amias Paulett desired to retain him at Chartley, to assist in guarding the Queen of Scots." "It is well. Paulett knows a trusty lad when he sees him, and so do I. I would have had the youths both for my gentlemen pensioners, the elder when he can be spared from his charge, this stripling at once." "We are much beholden to your Majesty," said Richard, bending his head the lower as he knelt on one knee, for such an appointment gave both training and recommendation to young country gentlemen, and was much sought after. "Methinks," said Elizabeth, who had the royal faculty of remembering faces, "you have yourself so served us, Mr. Talbot." "I was for 3 years in the band of your Majesty's sister, Queen Mary," said Richard, "but I quitted it on her death to serve at sea, and I have since been in charge at Sheffield, under my Lord of Shrewsbury." "We have heard that he hath found you a faithful servant," said the Queen. "Yea, so well affected as to even have refused your daughter in marriage to this same Babington. Is this true?" "It is, so please your Majesty." "And it was because you already perceived his villainy?" "There were many causes, madam," said Richard, catching at the chance of saying a word for the unhappy lad, "but it was not so much villainy that I perceived in him as a nature that might easily be practised upon by worse men than himself."
"Not so much a villain ready-made as the stuff villains are made of," said the Queen, satisfied with her own repartee. "So please your Majesty, the metal that in good hands becomes a brave sword, an evil one becomes a treacherous dagger." "Well said, Master Captain, and therefore we must destroy alike the dagger and the hands that perverted it." "Yet," ventured Richard, "the dagger attempered by your Majesty's clemency might yet do noble service." Elizabeth, however, broke out fiercely with one of her wonted oaths. "How now! Thou wouldst not plead for the rascal! I would have you to know that to crave pardon for such a fellow was well nigh treason in itself. You have licence to leave us, sir." "I should scarce have brought you, Richard," said Lord Talbot, as soon as they had left the presence chamber, "had I known you would venture on such folly. Know you not how incensed she is? Naught but your proved loyalty and my father's could have borne you off this time, and it would be small marvel to me if the lad's appointment were forgotten." "I could not choose but run the risk," said Richard. "What else came I to London for?" "Well," said his cousin, "you are a brave man, Richard Talbot. I know those who had rather scale a Spanish fortress than face Queen Elizabeth in her wrath. Her tongue is sharper than even my stepdame's, though it doth not run on so long." Lord Talbot was not quite easy when that evening a gentleman, clad in rich scarlet and gold, and armed to the teeth, presented himself at Shrewsbury House and inquired for Mr. Talbot of Bridgefield. However, it proved to be the officer of the troop of gentlemen pensioners come down to enrol Diccon, tell him the requirements, and arrange when he should join in a capacity something like that of an esquire to one of the seniors of the troop. Humfrey was likewise inquired for, but it was thought better on all accounts that he should continue in his present situation, since it was especially needful to have trustworthy persons at Chartley in the existing crisis. Master Richard was well satisfied to find that his son's immediate superior would be a gentleman of a good Yorkshire family, whose father was known to him, and who promised to have a care of Master Richard the younger, and to preserve him, as far as possible, from the perils of dicing, drinking, and running into bad company. Launching a son in this manner, and equipping him for service, was an anxious task for a father, while day after day the trial was deferred, the examinations being secretly carried on before the Council till, as Cavendish explained, what was important should be disclosed. Of course this implied what should be fatal to Queen Mary. The priest Ballard was racked, but he was a man of great determination, and nothing was elicited from him. The other prisoners, Annow and Curll, were questioned again and again under threats and promises before the Council, and the letters that had been copied on their transit through the beer barrels were read and made the subject of cross-examination, still all in private, for, as Cavendish said, perilous stuff to the Queen's Majesty might come out. He allowed, however, day after day, that though there was quite enough to be fatal to Ballard, Babington, Savage, and Barnwell, whatever else was wanting was not forthcoming. At last, however, Cavendish returned full of a certain exultation. "We have it, lad," he said. "A most undoubted treasonable letter, which will catch her between the shoulders and the head." He spoke to Lord Talbot and Richard, who were standing together in a window, and who knew only too well who was referred to, and what the expression signified. On a further query from his step-brother, Cavendish explained that it was a long letter, dated July 16, arranging in details the plans for the lady's own rescue from Chartley at the moment of the landing of the Spaniards, and likewise showing her privy to the design of the 6 gentlemen against the life of the Queen, and desiring to know their names. Now had, he said, verified the cipher as one used in the correspondence, and Babington, when it was shown to him, had declared that it had been given to him in the street by a stranger serving-man in a blue coat, and that it had removed all doubt from his mind, as it was an answer to a letter of his, a copy of which had been produced, but not the letter itself. "Which we have not found," said Cavendish. "Not for all that search of yours at Chartley," said Richard. "Methought it was thorough enough." "The lady must have been marvellously prudent as to the keeping of letters," said Will, "or else she must have received some warning, for there is absolutely naught to be found in her repositories that will serve our purpose." "Our purpose," repeated Richard, as he recollected many little kindnesses that William Cavendish, when a boy, had received from the prisoner at Sheffield. "Yea, Master Richard," he returned, unabashed. "It is absolutely needful that we should openly prove this woman to be what we know her to be in secret. Her Majesty's life will never be safe for a moment while she lives, and what will become of us all, did she overlive the Queen?" "Well, Will, for all your mighty "we," you are but the pen in Mr. Secretary's hand, so there is no need to argue the matter with you," said Richard. This speech considerably nettled Master William, especially as it made Lord Talbot laugh. "Father," said Diccon afterwards, "Humfrey tried to warn Mr. Babington that we had seen this Langston, who hath as many metamorphoses as there be in Ovidius Naso, coming privily forth from Sir Francis Walsingham's closet, but he would not listen, and declared that Langston was holding Mr. Secretary in play." "Deceiving and being deceived," sighed his father. "That is ever the way, my son. Remember that if thou playest false, other men will play falser with thee, and bring thee to thy ruin. I would not leave thee here, save that the gentlemen pensioners are a more honest and manly sort of folk than yonder gentlemen with their statecraft, wherein they throw over all truth and honour as well as mercy." This conversation took place as the father and son were making their way to a house in Westminster, where Antony Babington's wife was with her mother, Lady Radcliffe. It had been a match made by Lady Shrewsbury, and it was part of Richard's commission to see and confer with the family. It was not a satisfactory interview. The wife was a dull, childish little thing, not yet 16, and though she cried, she had plainly never lived in any real sympathy or companionship with her husband, who had left her with her parents, while leading the life of mingled amusement and intrigue which had brought him to his present state. And the mother, a hard-featured woman, evidently thought herself cheated and ill-used. She railed at Babington, and at my Lady Countess by turns, at the one for his ruinous courses and neglect of her daughter, at the other for having cozened her into giving her poor child to a treacherous Papist, who would be attainted in blood, and thus bring her poor daughter and grandchild to poverty. The old lady really seemed to have lost all pity for her son-in-law in indignation on her daughter's account, and to care infinitely less for the saving of his life than for the saving of his estate. Nor did the young wife herself appear to possess much real affection for poor Antony, of whom she had seen very little. There must have been great faults on his side, yet certainly Richard felt that there was some excuse for him in the mother-in-law, and that if the unfortunate young man could have married Cicely, his lot might have been different. Yet the good captain felt all the more that if Cis had been his own, he still would never have given her to Babington. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 32 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Westminster Hall. Beneath the noble roof of Westminster Hall, with the morning sun streaming in high aloft, at 7 in the morning of the 14th of September, the court met for the trial of Antony Babington and his confederates. The Talbot name and recommendation obtained ready admission, and Lord Talbot, Richard, and his son formed one small party, together with William Cavendish, who had his tablets on which to take notes for the use of his superior, Walsingham, who was, however, one of the commissioners. There they sat, those supreme judges, the 3 chief justices in their scarlet robes of office forming the centre of the group, which also numbered Lords Cobham and Brackhurst, Sir Francis Knollys, Sir Christopher Hatton, and most of the chief law officers of the Crown. "Is Mr. Secretary Walsingham one of the judges here?" asked Diccon. "Methought he had been in the place of the accuser." "Peace, boy, and listen," said his father. "These things pass my comprehension." Nevertheless, Richard had determined that if the course of the trial should offer the least opportunity, he would come forward and plead his former knowledge of the young Babington as a rash and weak-headed youth, easily played upon by designing persons, but likely to take to heart such a lesson as this, and become a true and loyal subject. If he could obtain any sort of mitigation for the poor youth, it would be worth the risk. The 7 conspirators were brought in, and Richard could hardly keep a rush of tears from his eyes at the sight of those fine, high-spirited young men, especially Antony Babington, the playfellow of his own children. Antony was carefully dressed in his favourite colour, dark green, his hair and beard trimmed, and his demeanour calm and resigned. The fire was gone from his blue eye, and his bright complexion had faded, but there was an air of dignity about him such as he had never worn before. His eyes, as he took his place, wandered about the vast assembly, and rested at length on Mr. Talbot, as though deriving encouragement and support from the look that met his. Next to him was another young man with the same look of birth and breeding, namely Chidiock Tichborne. But John Savage, an older man, had the reckless bearing of the brutalized soldiery of the Netherlandish wars. Robert Barnwell, with his red shaggy brows and Irish physiognomy, was at once recognised by Diccon. Donne and Salisbury followed, and the seventh conspirator, John Ballard, was carried in a chair. Even Diccon's quick eye could hardly have detected the ruffling, swaggering, richly clad Captain Fortescue in this tonsured man in priestly garb, deadly pale and unable to stand from the effects of torture, yet with undaunted, penetrating eyes, all unsubdued. After the proclamation, Oyez, oyez, and the command to keep silence, Sandys, the clerk of the Crown, began the proceedings. John Ballard, Anthony Babington, John Savage, Robert Barnwell, Chidiock Tichborne, Henry Donne, Thomas Salisbury, hold up your hands and answer. The indictment was then read at great length, charging them with conspiring to slay the Queen, to deliver Mary, Queen of Scots, from custody, to stir up rebellion, to bring the Spaniards to invade England, and to change the religion of the country. The question was first put to Ballard, was he guilty of these treasons, or not guilty? Ballard's reply was, that I procured the delivery of the Queen of Scots, I am guilty, and that I went about to alter the religion, I am guilty, but that I intended to slay her Majesty, I am not guilty. Not with his own hand, muttered Cavendish, but for the rest. Pity that what is so bravely spoken should be false, thought Richard, yet it may be to leave the way open to defence. Sandys, however, insisted that he must plead to the whole indictment, and Anderson, the Chief Justice of Common Pleas, declared that he must deny the whole generally, or confess it generally, while Hatton put in, Ballard, under thine own hand are all things confessed, therefore now it is much vanity to stand vaingloriously in denying it. Then, sir, I confess that I am guilty, he said with great calmness, though it was the resignation of all hope. The same question was then put to Babington. He, with a mild countenance, sober gesture, and all his natural grace, stood up and spoke, saying that the time for concealment was past, and that he was ready to avow how from his earliest infancy he had believed England to have fallen from the true religion, and had trusted to see it restored thereto. Moreover, he had ever a deep love and compassion for the Queen of Scots. Some, he said, who are yet at large, and who are yet as deep in the matter as I. Guilford, Morgan, and another, whispered Cavendish significantly. Have they escaped? asked Diccon. So 'tis said. The decoy ducks, thought Richard. Babington was explaining that these men had proposed to him a great enterprise for the rescue and restoration of the Queen of Scots, and the re-establishment of the Catholic religion in England by the sword of the Prince of Parma. A body of gentlemen were to attack Chartley, free Mary, and proclaim her Queen, and at the same time Queen Elizabeth was to be put to death by some speedy and skilful method. My lords, he said, I swear that all that was in me cried out against the wickedness of thus privily slaying her Majesty. Some muttered, The villain, he lies! But the kindly Richard sighed inaudibly. True, poor lad, thou must have given thy conscience over to strange keepers to be thus led astray. And Babington went on to say that they had brought this gentleman, Father Ballard, who had wrought with him to prove that his scruples were weak, carnal, and ungodly, and that it would be a meritorious deed in the sight of heaven thus to remove the heretic usurper. Here the judges sternly bade him not to blaspheme, and he replied with that soberness and good grace which seems to have struck all the beholders, that he craved patience and pardon, meaning only to explain how he had been led to the madness which he now repented, understanding himself to have been in grievous error, though not for the sake of any temporal reward, but being blinded to the guilt and assured that the deed was both lawful and meritorious. He thus had been brought to destruction through the persuasions of this Ballard. A very fit author for so bad a fact, replied Hatton. Very true, sir, said Babington, for from so bad a ground never proceed any better fruits. He it was who persuaded me to kill the Queen, and to commit the other treasons, whereof I confess myself guilty. Savage pleaded guilty at once, with the reckless hardihood of a soldier accustomed to look on death as the fortune of war. Barnwell denied any intention of killing the Queen, much to Diccon's surprise, but pleaded guilty to the rest. Donne said that on being told of the plot, he had prayed that whatever was most to the honour and glory of heaven might be done, and being pushed hard by Hatton, turned this into a confession of being guilty. Salisbury declared that he had always protested against killing the Queen, and that he would not have done so for a kingdom, but of the rest he was guilty. Tichborne showed that but for an accidental lameness he would have been at his home in Hampshire, but he could not deny his knowledge of the treason. All having pleaded guilty, no trial was permitted, such as would have brought out the different degrees of guilt, which varied in all the 7. A long speech was, however, made by the counsel for the Crown, detailing the plot as it had been arranged for the public knowledge, and reading aloud a letter from Babington to Queen Mary, describing his plans both for her rescue and the assassination, saying he had appointed 6 noble gentlemen for the dispatch of the wicked competitor. Richard caught a look of astonishment on the unhappy young man's face, but it passed into hopeless despondency, and the speech went on to describe the picture of the conspirators and its strange motto, concluding with an accusation that they meant to sack London, burn the ships, and cloy the ordnance. A shudder of horror went through the assembly, and perhaps few except Richard Talbot felt that the examination of the prisoners ought to have been made public. The form, however, was gone through of asking whether they had cause to render wherefore they should not be condemned to die. The first to speak was Ballard. His eyes glanced round with an indomitable expression of scorn and indignation, which, as Diccon whispered, he could have felt to his very backbone. It was like that of a trapped and maimed lion, as the man sat in his chair with crushed and racked limbs, but with a spirit untamed in its defiance. "Cause, my lords," he replied. "The cause I have to render will not avail here, but it may avail before another judgment seat, where the question will be, who used the weapons of treason, not merely against whom they were employed. Inquiry hath not been made here who suborned the priest Dr. Gifford, who fetched me over from Paris, that we might together overcome the scruples of these young men, and lead them forward in a scheme for the promotion of the true religion and the right and lawful succession. No question hath here been put in open court who framed the conspiracy, nor for what purpose. No, my lords. It would baffle the end you would bring about, yea, and blot the reputation of some who stand in high places, if it came to light that the plot was devised, not by the Catholics who were to be the instruments thereof, nor by the lady in whose favour all was to be done, not by these, the mere victims, but by him who by a triumph of policy thus sent forth his tempters to enclose them all within his net, above all the persecuted lady whom all true Catholics own as the only lawful sovereign within these realms. Such schemes, when they succeed, are termed policy. My lords, I confess that by the justice of England we have been guilty of treason against Queen Elizabeth, but by the eternal law of the justice of God we have suffered treachery far exceeding that for which we are about to die." "I marvel that they let the fellow speak so far," was Cavendish's comment. "Nay, but is it so?" asked Diccon with startled eyes. "Hush! You have yet to learn statecraft," returned his friend. His father's monetary hand only just saved the boy from bursting out with something that would have rather astonished Westminster Hall, and caused him to be taken out by the ushers. It is not wonderful that no report of the priest's speech has been preserved. The name of Antony Babington was then called. Probably he had been too much absorbed in the misery of his position to pay attention to the preceding speech, for his reply was quite independent of it. He prayed the lords to believe, and to represent to her Majesty, that he had received with horror the suggestion of compassing her death, and had only been brought to believe it a terrible necessity by the persuasions of this Ballard. On this Hatton broke forth in indignant compassion. "O Ballard, Ballard, what hast thou done? A sort of brave youth, otherwise endowed with good gifts, by thy inducement hast thou brought to their utter destruction and confusion." This apparently gave some hope to Babington, for he answered, "Yes, I protest that before I met this Ballard I never meant nor intended for to kill the Queen, but by his persuasions I was induced to believe that she being excommunicate, it was lawful to murder her." For the first time Ballard betrayed any pain. "Yes, Mr. Babington," he said, "lay all the blame upon me, but I wish the shedding of my blood might be the saving of your life. Howbeit, say what you will, I will say no more." "He is the bravest of them all," was Diccon's comment. "Wot you that he was once our spy?" returned Cavendish with a sneer, while Sir Christopher, with the satisfaction of a little nature, and uttering reproaches, returned, "Nay, Ballard, you must say more, and shall say more, for you must not commit treasons and then huddle them up. Is this your religio Catholica? Nay, rather it is diabolica." Ballard scorned to answer this, and the clerk passed on to Savage, who retained his soldierly fatalism, and only shook his head. Barnwell again denied any purpose of injuring the Queen, and when Hatton spoke of his appearance in Richmond Park, he said all had been for conscience' sake. So said Henry Donne, but with far more piety and dignity, adding, "Fiat voluntas Dei," and Thomas Salisbury was the only one who made any entreaty for pardon. Speeches followed from the Attorney General and from Sir Christopher Hatton, and then the Lord Chief Justice Anderson pronounced the terrible sentence. Richard Talbot sat with his head bowed between his hands. His son had been listening with wide-stretched eyes and mouth as boyhood hearkens to the dreadful, and with the hardness of an unmerciful time, too apt to confound pity with weakness. But when his eye fell on the man he had followed about as an elder playmate, and realized all it conveyed, his cheek blanched, his jaw fell, and he hardly knew how his father got him out of the court. There was clearly no hope. The form of the trial was such as to leave no chance of escape from the utmost penalty. No witnesses had been examined, no degrees of guilt acknowledged, no palliations admitted. Perhaps men who would have brought the Spanish havoc on their native country and murdered their sovereign were beyond the pale of compassion. All London clearly thought so, and yet, as Richard Talbot dwelt on their tones and looks, and remembered how they had been deluded and tempted, and made to believe their own deed meritorious, he could not but feel exceeding pity for the poor younger men. Ballard, Savage, and Barnwell might be justly doomed. Even Babington had, by his own admission, entertained a fearfully evil design. But the other three had evidently dipped far less deeply into the plot, and Tichborne had only concealed it out of friendship. Yet the ruthless judgment condemned all alike. And why? To justify a yet more cruel blow. No wonder honest Richard Talbot felt sick at heart. End of Chapter 32. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 33 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. In the Tower. Here is a letter from Mr. Secretary to the Lieutenant of the Tower, Master Richard, bidding him admit you to speech of Babington, said Will Cavendish. He was loath to give it, and nothing but my Lord Shrewsbury's interest would have done it, on my oath that you are a prudent and discreet man, who hath been conversant in these matters for many years. Yea, and that long before you were, Master Will, said Richard, always a little entertained by the young gentleman's airs of patronage. However, I am beholden to you. That you may be, for you are the only person who hath obtained admission to the prisoners. Not even their wives? Mrs. Tichborne is in the country, so best for her, and Mrs. Babington hath never demanded it. I trow there is not enough love between them to make them seek such a meeting. It was one of my mother's matches. Mistress Cicely would have cleaved to him more closely, though I am glad you saw through the fellow too well to give her to him. She would be a landless widow, whereas this Radcliffe wife has a fair portion for her child. Then Dethick will be forfeited. Ay, they say the Queen hath promised it to Raleigh. And there is no hope of mercy? Not a tittle for any man of them. Nay, so far from it, Her Majesty asked if there were no worse nor more extraordinary mode of death for them. I should not have thought it of her. Her Majesty hath been affrighted, Master Richard, sorely affrighted, though she put so bold a face upon it, and there is nothing a woman who prides herself on her courage can so little pardon. So Richard, sad at heart, took boat and ascended the Thames for his melancholy visit. The gateway was guarded by a stalwart yeoman, halbert in hand, who detained him while the officer of the guard was called. On showing the letter from Sir Francis Walsingham, Mr. Talbot was conducted by this personage across the first paved court to the lodgings of the lieutenant, under so close a guard that he felt as if he were about to be incarcerated himself, and was there kept waiting in a sort of guard-room while the letter was delivered. Presently the lieutenant, Sir Owen Hopton, a well-bred, courteous knight, appeared and saluted him with apologies for his detention and all these precautions, saying that the orders were to keep a close guard and to hinder all communication from without, so that nothing short of this letter would have obtained entrance for the bearer, whom he further required to set down his name and designation in full. Then, after asking how long the visitor wished to remain with the prisoners, for Tichborne and Babington were quartered together, he called a warder, and committed Mr. Talbot to his guidance, to remain for 2 hours locked up in the cell. "Sir," added Sir Owen, "it is superfluous to tell you that on coming out you must either give me your word of honour that you convey nothing from the prisoners, or else submit to be searched." Richard smiled, and observed that men were wont to trust his word of honour, to which the knight heartily replied that he was sure of it, and he then followed the warder up stone stairs and along vaulted passages, where the clang of their footsteps made his heart sink. The prisoners were in the White Tower, the central body of the grim building, and the warder, after unlocking the door, announced, with no unnecessary rudeness, but rather as if he were glad of any comfort to his charges, "Here, sirs, is a gentleman to visit you." They had both risen at the sound of the key turning in the lock, and Antony Babington's face lighted up as he exclaimed, "Mr. Talbot, I knew you would come if it were possible." "I come by my lord's desire," replied Richard, and the close wringing of his hand expressing feeling to which he durst not give way in words. He took in at the moment that the room, though stern and strong, was not squalid. It was lighted fully by a window, iron barred, but not small, and according to custom the prisoners had been permitted to furnish at their own expense sufficient garniture for comfort, and as both were wealthy men they were fairly provided, and they were not fettered. Both looked paler than when Richard had seen them in Westminster Hall 2 days previously. Antony was as usual neatly arrayed, with well-trimmed hair and beard, but Tichborne's hung neglected, and there was a hollow, haggard look about his eyes, as if of dismay at his approaching fate. Neither was, however, forgetful of courtesy, and as Babington presented Mr. Talbot to his friend, the greeting and welcome would have befitted the halls of Dethick or Tichborne. "Sirs," said the young man, with a sad smile irradiating for a moment the restless despair of his countenance, "it is not by choice that I am an intruder on your privacy. I will abstract myself so far as is possible." "I have no secrets from my Chidiock," cried Babington. "But Mr. Talbot may," replied his friend. "Therefore I will only first inquire whether he can tell us aught of the royal lady for whose sake we suffer. They have asked us many questions, but answered none." Richard was able to reply that after the seclusion at Tixall she had been brought back to Chartley, and there was no difference in the manner of her custody. Moreover, that she had recovered from her attack of illness, tidings he had just received in a letter from Humfrey. He did not feel it needful to inflict a pain on the men, who were to die in 2 days' time, by letting them know that she was to be immediately brought to trial on the evidence extracted from them. On hearing that her captivity was not straitened, both looked relieved, and Tichborne, thanking him, lay down on his own bed, turned his face to the wall, and drew the covering over his head. "Ah!" sighed Babington, "is there no hope for him? He who hath done naught but guard too faithfully my unhappy secret, is he to die for his faith and honour?" "Alas, Antony, I am forbidden to give thee hope for any. Of that we must not speak. The time is short enough for what needs to be spoken." "I knew that there was none for myself," said Antony, "but for those whom—" There was a gesture from Tichborne as if he could not bear this, and he went on, "Yea, there is a matter on which I must needs speak to you, sir. The young lady, where is she?" He spoke earnestly, and lowering his voice as he bent his head. "She is still at Chartley." "That is well. But, sir, she must be guarded. I fear me there is one who is aware of her parentage." "The Scottish archer?" "No, the truth." "You knew it?" "Not when I made my suit to her, or I should never have dared to lift my eyes so far." "I suppose your knowledge came from Langston," said Richard, more perturbed than amazed at the disclosure. "Even so. Yet I am not certain whether he knows, or only guesses. But at any rate be on your guard for her sake. He has proved himself so unspeakable a villain that none can guess what he will do next. He it is above all, yea, even above Gifford and Ballard, who has brought us to this pass." He was becoming fiercely agitated, but putting a force upon himself, said, "Have patience, good Mr. Talbot, of your kindness, and I will tell you all, that you may understand the coilings of the serpent who led me hither, and if possible save her from them." Antony then explained that so soon as he had become his own master, he had followed the inclinations which led him to the church of his mother and of Queen Mary, the two beings he had always regarded with the most fervent affection and love. His mother's kindred had brought him in contact with the Roman Catholic priests who circulated in England at the uttermost peril of their lives to keep up the faith of the gentry, and in many cases to intrigue for Queen Mary. Among these plotters he fell in with Cuthbert Langston, a Jesuit of the third order, though not a priest, and one of the most active agents in corresponding with Queen Mary. His small stature, colourless complexion, and insignificant features rendered him almost a blank block, capable of assuming any variety of disguise. He also knew several languages, could imitate different dialects, and counterfeit male and female voices, so that very few could detect him. He had soon made himself known to Babington as the huckster Tibbott of days gone by, and then disclosed to him that Cicely was certainly not the daughter of her supposed parents, telling of her rescue from the wreck, and hinting that her rank was exalted, and that he knew secrets respecting her, which he was about to make known to the Queen of Scots. With this purpose, among others, Langston had adopted the disguise of the woman selling spars, with the password beads and bracelets, and being well known as an agent of correspondent to the suite of the captive Queen, he had been able to direct Gorion's attention to the maiden, and to let him know that she was the same with the infant who had been put on board the Bride of Dunbar at Dunbar. How much more did Langston guess? He had told Babington the story current among the outer circle of Mary's followers, of the maiden being the daughter of the Scotch archer, and had taught him her true name, encouraging too his aspirations towards her during the time of his courtship. Babington believed Langston to have been at that time still a sincere partisan of Queen Mary, but all along to have entertained a suspicion that there was a closer relationship between Bride Hepburn and the Queen than was avowed, though to Babington himself he had only given mysterious hints. But toward the end of the captivity at Tutbury he had made some further discovery, which confirmed his suspicions, and had led to another attempt to accost Cicely and to make the Queen aware of his knowledge, perhaps in order to verify it, or it might be to gain power over her, a reward for the introduction, or to extort bribes to secrecy. For looking back, Antony could now perceive that by this time a certain greed of lucre had set in upon the man, who had obtained large sums of secret service money from himself, and avarice, together with the rebuff he had received from the Queen, had doubtless rendered him accessible to the temptations of the arch-plotters Gifford and Morgan. Richard could believe this, for the knowledge had been forced on him that there were an incredible number of intriguers at that time, spies and conspirators, often in the pay of both parties, impartially betraying the one to the other, and sometimes, through miscalculation, meeting the fate they richly deserved. Many a man who had been enthusiastically begun to work in underground ways for what he thought the righteous cause, became so enamoured of the undermining process, and the gold there to be picked up, that from a wrong-headed partisan he became a traitor, often a double-faced one, and would work secretly in the interest of whichever cause would pay him best. Poor Babington had been far too youthfully simple to guess what he now perceived, that he had been made the mere tool and instrument of these traitors. He had been instructed in Gifford's arrangement with the Burton brewer for conveying letters to Mary at Chartley, and had been made the means of informing her of it by means of his interview with Cicely, when he had brought the letter in the watch. The letter had been conveyed to him by Langston, the watch had been his own device. It was after this meeting, of which Richard now heard for the first time, that Langston had fully told his belief respecting the true birth of Bride Hepburn, and assured Babington that there was no hope of his wedding her, though the Queen might allow him to delude himself with the idea of her favour in order to bind him to her service. It was then that Babington consented to Lady Shrewsbury's new match with the well-endowed Eleanor Ratcliffe. If he could not have Cicely, he cared not whom he had. He had been leading a wild and extravagant life about town, when, as poor Tichborne afterwards said on the scaffold, the flourishing estate of Babington and Tichborne was the talk of Fleet Street and the Strand, and he had also many calls for secret service money, so that all his thought was to have more to spend in the service of Queen Mary and her daughter. "Oh, sir, I have been as one distraught all this past year," he said. "How often since I have been shut up here, and I have seen how I have been duped and gulled, have your words come back to me, that to enter on crooked ways was the way to destruction for myself and others, and that I might only be serving worse men than myself, and yet they were priests who misled me." "Even in your own religion there are many priests who would withhold you from such crimes," said Richard. "There are, I know it. I have spoken with them. They say no priest can put aside the eternal laws of God's justice. So these others, Chidiock here, Don and Salisbury, always cried out against the slaying of the Queen, though, wretch that I was, and gulled by ballad and savage, I deemed the exploit so noble and praiseworthy that I even joined Tichborne with me in that accursed portraiture. Yea, you may well deem me mad, but it was Gifford who encouraged me in having it made, no doubt to assure our ruin. Oh, Mr. Talbot, was ever man so cruelly deceived as me?" "It is only too true, Antony. My heart is full of rage and indignation when I think thereof. And yet, my poor lad, what concerns thee most is to lay aside all such thoughts as may not tend to repentance before God." I know it, sir. All the more that we shall die without the last sacraments. Commend us to the prayers of our Queen, sir, and of her. But to proceed, with what imports you to know for her sake, while I have space to speak?" He proceeded to tell how, between dissipation and intrigue, he had lived in a perpetual state of excitement, going backwards and forwards between London and Lichfield to attend to the correspondence with Queen Mary and the Spanish ambassador in France, and to arrange the details of the plot, always being worked up to the highest pitch by Gifford and Ballard, while Langston continued to be the great assistant in all the correspondence. All the time, Sir Francis Walsingham, who was really aware of all, if not the prime mover in the intrigue, appeared perfectly unsuspicious, often received Babington at his house, and discussed a plan of sending him on a commission to France, while in point of fact every letter that travelled in the Burton barrels was deciphered by Phillips and laid before the secretary before being read by the proper owners. In none of these, however, as Babington could assure Mr. Talbot, had Cicely been mentioned. The only danger to her was through Langston. Things had come to a climax in July, when Babington had been urged to obtain from Mary such definite approbation of his plans as might satisfy his confederates, and had in consequence written the letter and obtained the answer, copies of which had been read to him at his private examination, and which certainly contained fatal matter both to him and the Queen. They had no doubt been called forth with that intent, and a doubt had begun to arise in the victim's mind whether the last reply had really been the Queen's own. It had been delivered to him in the street, not by the usual channel, but by a blue-coated serving-man. 2 or 3 days later Humfrey had told him of Langston's interview with Walsingham, which he had at the time laughed to scorn, thinking himself able to penetrate any disguise of that Proteus, and likewise believing that he was blinding Walsingham. He first took alarm a few days after Humfrey's departure, and wrote to Queen Mary to warn her, convinced that the traitor must be Langston. Ballard himself became suspected, and after lurking about in various disguises, was arrested in Babington's own lodgings. To disarm suspicion, Antony went to Walsingham to talk about the French mission, and tried to resume his usual habits, but in a tavern he became aware that Langston, under some fresh shape, was watching him, and hastily throwing down the reckoning, he fled without his cloak or sword to Gage's house at Westminster, where he took horse, hid himself in St. John's Wood, and finally was taken, half-starved, in an outhouse at Harrow, belonging to a farmer, whose mercy involved him in the like doom. This was the substance of the story told by the unfortunate young man to Richard Talbot, whom he owed as best and wisest friend he had ever had, going back to the warnings twice given that no cause is served by departing from the right, no kingdom safely won by worshipping the devil. "And sure I did worship him when I let myself be led by Gifford," he said. His chief anxiety was not for his wife and her child, who, he said, would be well taken care of by the Ratcliffe family, and who, alas, had never won his heart. In fact, he was relieved that he was not permitted to see the young thing, even had she wished it. It could do no good to either of them, though he had written a letter, which she was to deliver, for the Queen, commending her to Her Majesty's mercy. His love had been for Cicely, and even that had never been, as Richard saw, such purifying, restraining, self-sacrificing affection as was Humfrey's. It was half romance, half a sort of offshoot from his one great and absorbing passion of devotion to the Queen of Scots, which was still as strong as ever. He entrusted Richard with his humblest commendations to her, and strove to rest in the belief that as many a conspirator before, such as Norfolk, Throckmorton, and Parry, had perished on her behalf while she remained untouched, so that it might be again, since surely if she were to be tried, he would have been kept alive as a witness. The peculiar custom of the time in state prosecutions of hanging the witnesses before the trial had not occurred to him. But how would it be with Cicely? "Is what this fellow guessed the very truth?" he asked. Richard made a sign of affirmation, saying, "Is it only a guess on his part?" Babington believed the man stopped short of absolute certainty, though he had declared himself to have reason to believe that a child must have been born to the captive Queen at Lochleven, and if so, where else could she be? Was he waiting for clear proof to make the secret known to the Council? Did he intend to make profit of it, and obtain in the poor girl a subject for further intrigue? Was he withheld by consideration for Richard Talbot, for whom Babington declared that if such a villain could be believed in any respect, he had much family regard and deep gratitude, since Richard had stood his friend when all his family had cast him off in much resentment at his change of purpose and opinion? At any rate, he had in his power Cicely's welfare and liberty, if not the lives of her adopted parents, since, in the present juncture of affairs, and of universal suspicion, the concealment of the existence of one who stood so near the throne might easily be represented as high treason. Where was he? No one knew. For appearance sake, Gifford had fled beyond seas, happily only to fall into a prison of the Duke of Guise, and they must hope that Langston might have followed the same course. Meantime Richard could but go on as before, Cicely being now in her own mother's hands. The avowal of her identity must remain for the present as might be determined by her who had the right to decide. "I would I could feel hope for any I leave behind me," said poor Antony. "I trow you will not bear the maiden my message, for you will deem it a sin that I have loved her, and only her to the last, though I have been false to that love, as to all else beside. Tell Humfrey how I long that I had been like him, though he too must love on without hope." He sent warm greetings to good Mistress Susan Talbot, and craved her prayers. He had one other care, namely, to commend to Mr. Talbot an old body servant, Harry Gillingham by name, who had attended on him in his boyhood at Sheffield, and had been with him all his life, being admitted even now, under supervision from the warders, to wait on him when dressing and at his meals. The poor man was broken-hearted, and so near desperation that his master wished much to get him out of London before the execution. So, as Mr. Talbot meant to sail for Hull by the next day's tide in the Mastiff, he promised to take the poor fellow with him back to Bridgefield. All this had taken much time. Antony did not seem disposed to go farther into his feelings in the brief space that remained, but he took up a paper from the table, and indicating Tichborne, who still affected sleep, he asked whether it was fit that a man who could write thus should die for a plot against which he had always protested. Richard read these touching lines: "My prime of youth is but a frost of care, my feast of joy is but a dish of pain, my crop of corn is but a field of tares, and all my goods is but vain hope of gain. The day is fled, and yet I saw no sun, and now I live, and now my life is done. My spring is past, and yet it hath not sprung. The fruit is dead, and yet the leaves are green. My youth is past, and yet I am but young. I saw the world, and yet I was not seen. My thread is cut, and yet it is not spun. And now I live, and now my life is done. I sought for death, and found it in the womb. I looked for life, and yet it was a shade. I trode the ground, and knew it was my tomb. And now I die, and now I am but made. The glass is full, and yet my glass is run. And now I live, and now my life is done." Little used to poetry, these lines made the good man's eyes fill with tears as he looked at the two goodly young men about to be cut off so early, one indeed guilty, but the victim of an iniquitous act of deliberate treachery. He asked if Mr. Tichborne wished to entrust to him aught that could be done by word of mouth, and a few commissions were given to him. Then Antony bethought him of thanks to Lord and Lady Shrewsbury for all they had done for him, and above all for sending Mr. Talbot, and a message to ask pardon for having so belied the loyal education they had given him. The divided religion of the country had been his bane. His mother's charge secretly to follow her faith had been the beginning, and then had followed the charms of stratagem on behalf of Queen Mary. Perhaps, after all, his death, as a repentant man, still single-minded, saved him from lapsing into the double vileness of the veteran intriguers whose prey he had been. "I commend me to the mercy Master who sees my heart," he said. Herewith the warder returned, and at his request summoned Gillingham, a sturdy grizzled fellow, looking grim with grief. Babington told him of the arrangement made, and that he was to leave London early in the morning with Mr. Talbot, but the man immediately dropped on his knees and swore a solemn oath that nothing should induce him to leave the place while his master breathed. "Thou foolish knave," said Antony, "thou canst do me no good, and wilt but make thyself a more piteous wretch than thou art already. Why, 'tis for love of thee that I would have thee spared the sight." "Am I a babe to be spared?" growled the man. And all that he could be induced to promise was that he would repair to Bridgefield as soon as all was over. "Unless," said he, "I meet one of those accursed rogues, and then a halter would be sweet, if I had first had my will of them." "Hush, Harry, or Master Warder will be locking thee up next," said Antony. And then came the farewell. It was at last a long, speechless, sorrowful embrace, and then Antony, slipping from it to his knees, said, "Bless me, oh bless me, thou who hast been mine only true friend. Bless me as a father." "May God in heaven bless thee," said Richard, solemnly laying his hand on his head. "May He who knoweth how thou hast been led astray pardon thee. May He who hath felt the agonies and shame of the cross redeem thee, and suffer thee not for any pains of death to fall from Him." He was glad to hear afterwards, when broken-hearted Gillingham joined him, that the last words heard from Antony Babington's lips were, "Pari se mihi Domine Jesu." End of Chapter 33. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 34 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Fotheringay. "Is this my last journey?" asked Queen Mary with a strange, sad smile, as she took her seat in the heavy lumbering coach which had been appointed for her conveyance from Chartley, her rheumatism having set in too severely to permit her to ride. "Say not so. Your Grace has weathered many a storm before," said Marie de Courcelles. "This one will also pass over." "Ah, my good Marie, never before have I felt this foreboding and sinking of the heart. I have always hoped before, but I have exhausted the casket of Pandora. Even hope is flown." Jean Kennedy tried to say something of darkest before dawn. "The dawn, it may be, of the eternal day," said the Queen. "Nay, my friends, the most welcome tidings that could greet me would be that my weary bondage was over for ever, and that I should wreck no more gallant hearts. What, Mignon, art thou weeping? There will be freedom again for thee when that day comes." "Oh, madam, I want not freedom at such a price." And yet Cicely had never recovered her looks since those 17 days at Tickhill. She still looked white and thin, and her dark eyebrows lay in a heavy line, seldom lifted by the merry looks and smiles that used to flash over her face. Life had begun to press its weight upon her, and day after day, as Humfrey watched her across the chapel, and exchanged a word or two with her while crossing the yard, had he grieved at her altered mien, and vexed himself with wondering whether she had after all loved Babington, and were mourning for him. Truly, even without the passion of love, there had been much to shock and appall a young heart in the fate of the playfellow of her childhood, the suitor of her youth. It was the first death among those she had known intimately, and even her small knowledge of the cause made her feel miserable and almost guilty, for had not poor Antony plotted for her mother, and had not she been held out to him as a delusive inducement? Moreover, she felt the burden of a deep, pitying love, and admiration not wholly joined with perfect trust and reliance. She had been from the first startled by untruths and concealments. There was mystery all around her, and the future was dark. There were terrible forebodings for her mother, and if she looked beyond herself, only uncertainty and fear of being commanded to follow Marie de Courcelles to a foreign court, perhaps to a convent, while she yearned with an almost sick longing for home and kind Mrs. Talbot's motherly tenderness and trustworthiness, and the very renunciation of Humfrey that she had spoken so easily, had made her aware of his full worth, and wakened in her a longing for the right to rest on his stout arm and faithful heart. To look across at him and know him near often seemed her very best support, and was she to be cut off from him for ever? The devotions of the Queen, though she had been deprived to her almoner, had been much increased of late as one preparing for death, and with them were associated all her household of the Roman Catholic faith, leaving out Cicely and the two Mrs. Curls. The long, oft-repeated Latin orisons, such as the penitential psalms, would certainly have been wearisome to the girl, but it gave her a pang to be pointedly excluded as one who had no part nor lot with her mother. Perhaps this was done by calculation in order to incline her to embrace her mother's faith, and the time was not spent very pleasantly, as she had nothing but needlework to occupy her, and no society save that of the sisters Curl. Barbara's spirits were greatly depressed by the loss of her infant, and anxiety for her husband. His evidence might be life or death to the Queen, and his betrayal of her confidence, or his being tortured for his fidelity, were terrible alternatives for his wife's imagination. It was hard to say whether she were more sorry or glad when, on leaving Chartley, she was forbidden to continue her attendance on the Queen, and set free to follow him to London. The poor lady knew nothing and dreaded everything. She could not help discussing her anxieties when alone with Cicely, thus rendering perceptible more and more of the ramifications of plot and intrigue, past and present, at which she herself only guessed a part. Assuredly the finding herself a princess, and sharing the captivity of a queen, had not proved so like a chapter of the Morte d'Arthur as it had seemed to Cicely at Buxton. It was as unlike as was riding a white palfrey through a forest, guided by knights in armour, to the being packed with all the ladies into a heavy jolting conveyance, guarded before and behind by armed servants and yeomen, among whom Humfrey's form could only now and then be detected. The Queen had chosen her seat where she could best look out from the scant amount of window. She gazed at the harvest fields full of sheaves, the orchards laden with ruddy apples, the trees assuming their autumn tints, with lingering eyes, as of one who foreboded that these sights of earth were passing from her. 2 nights were spent on the road, one at Leicester, and on the 4th day the captain in charge of the castle for the governor, Sir William Fitzwilliam, who had come to escort and receive her, came to the carriage window and bade her look up. "This is Perry-Ho Lane," he said, "whence your Grace may have the first sight of the poor house which is to have the honour of receiving you." "Perry-Ho! I perish," repeated Mary. "An ominous road." The place showed itself to be of immense strength. A hollow sound caused by rolling over a drawbridge was twice heard, and the carriage crossed 2 courts before stopping at the foot of a broad flight of stone steps, where stood Sir William Fitzwilliam and Sir Amias Paulett, ready to hand out the Queen. A few stone steps were mounted, then an enormous hall had to be traversed. The little procession had formed in pairs, and Humfrey was able to give his hand to Cicely and walk with her along the vast space, on which many windows emblazoned with coats of arms shed their light, the western ones full of the bright September sunshine. One of these, emblazoned with the royal shield and crimson mantlings, cast a blood-red stain on the white stone pavement. Mary, who was walking first, holding by the arm of Sir Andrew Melville, paused, shuddered, pointed, and said, "See, Andrew, there will my blood be shed." "Madam, madam, speak not thus. By the help of the saints you will yet win through your troubles." "Ay, Andrew, but only by one fate," and she looked upward. Her faithful followers could not but notice that there was no eager assurance that no ill will was intended her, such as they had often heard from Shrewsbury and Sadler. Cicely looked at Humfrey with widely opened eyes, and the half-breathed question, "What does it mean?" He shook his head gravely and said, "I cannot tell," but he could not keep his manner from betraying that he expected the worst. Meanwhile Mary was conducted on to her apartments, up a stair as usual, and forming another side of the inner court at right angles to the hall. There was no reason to complain of these, Mary's furniture having been as usual sent forward with her inferior servants, and arranged by them. She was weary, and sat down at once on her chair, and as soon as Paulett had gone through his usual formalities with even more than his wonted stiffness, and had left her, she said, "I see what we are come here for. It is that yonder hall may be the place of my death." Cheering assurances and deprecations of evil augury were poured on her, but she put them aside, saying, "Nay, my friends, trow you not that I rejoice at the close of my weary captivity?" She resumed her usual habits very calmly, as far as her increased rheumatism would permit, and showed anxiety that a large piece of embroidery should be completed, and thus about a fortnight passed. Then came the first token of the future. Sir Amias Paulet, Sir Walter Mildmay, and a notary sought her presence and presented her with a letter from Queen Elizabeth, informing her that there were heavy accusations against her, and that as she was residing under the protection of the laws of England, she must be tried by those laws, and must make answer to the commissioners appointed for the purpose. Mary put on all her queenly dignity, and declared that she would never condescend to answer as a subject of the Queen of England, but would only consent to refer their differences to a tribunal of foreign princes. As to her being under the protection of English law, she had come to England of her own free will, and had been kept there a prisoner ever since, so that she did not consider herself protected by the law of England. Meanwhile fresh noblemen commissioned to sit on the trial arrived day by day. There was trampling of horses and jingling of equipments, and the captive suite daily heard reports of fresh arrivals, and saw glimpses of new colours and badges flitting across the court, while conferences were held with Mary in the hope of inducing her to submit to the English jurisdiction. She was sorely perplexed, seeing as she did that to persist in her absolute refusal to be bound by English law would be prejudicial to her claim to the English crown, and being also assured by Burghley that if she refused to plead, the trial would still take place, and she would be sentenced in her absence. Her spirit rose at this threat, and she answered disdainfully, but it worked with her none the less when the treasurer had left her. "Oh," she cried that night, "would but Elizabeth be content to let me resign my rights to my son, making them secure to him, and then let me retire to some convent in Lorraine, or in Germany, or wherever she would, so I would never trouble her more." "Will you not write this to her?" asked Cicely. "What would be the use of it, child? They would tamper with the letter, pledging me to what I would never undertake. I know how they can cut and garble, and add and take away. Never have they let me see or speak to her as woman to woman. All I have said or done has been coloured." "Mother, I would that I could go to her. Humphrey has seen and spoken to her. Why should not I?" "Thou poor silly maid! They would drive Cis Talbot away with scorn, and as to bright Hepburn, why she would but run into all her mother's dangers." "It might be done, and if so, I will do it," said Cicely, clasping her hands together. "No, child, say no more. My worn-out old life is not worth the risk of thy young freedom, but I love thee for it, mine Anne Burney, mon enfant à moi. If thy brother had thy spirit, child—" "I hate the thought of him. Call him not my brother," cried Cicely hotly. "If he were worth one brass farthing, he would have unfurled the Scottish lion long ago, and ridden across the border to deliver his mother." "And how many do you think would have followed that same lion?" said Mary sadly. "Then he should have come alone with his good horse and his good sword." "To lose both crowns, if not life. No, no, lassie. He is a pocket child, as they say in the north, and cares not to risk aught for the mother he hath never seen, and of whom he hath been taught to believe strange tales." The more the Queen said in excuse for the indifference of her son, the stronger was the purpose that grew up in the heart of the daughter, while fresh commissioners arrived every day, and further conversations were held with the Queen. Lord Shrewsbury was known to be summoned, and Cicely spent half her time in watching for some well-known face, in the hope that he might bring her good foster-father in his train. More than once she declared that she saw a cap or sleeve with the well-beloved silver dog, when it turned out to be a wyvern, or the royal lion himself. Queen Mary even laughed at her for thinking her mastiff had gone on his hind legs, when she once even imagined him in the Warwick bear and ragged staff. At last, however, all unexpectedly, while the Queen was in conference with Hatton, there came a message by the steward of the household that Master Richard Talbot had arrived, and that permission had been granted by Sir Amias for him to speak with Mistress Cicely. She sprang up joyously, but Mrs. Kennedy demurred. "Set him up," quoth she. "My certie, things are come to a pretty pass that any one's permission, save her Majesty's, should be spared for one of her women, and I wonder that you, my mistress, should be the last to think of her honour." "Oh, Mrs. Kennedy, dear Mrs. Jean," entreated Cicely, "hinder me not. If I wait till I can ask her, I may lose my sole hope of speaking with him. I know she would not be displeased, and it imports, indeed it imports." "Come, Mrs. Kennet," said the steward, who by no means shared his master's sourness. If it were a young gallant that craved to see thy fair mistress, I could see why you should doubt, but being her father and brother, there can surely be no objections." "The young lady knows what I mean," said the old gentlewoman with great dignity. "But if she will answer to the Queen—" "I will, I will!" cried Cicely, whose colour had risen with eagerness, and she was immediately marshalled by the steward beyond the door that closed in the royal captive's suite of apartments to a gallery. At the door of communication 3 yeomen were always placed under an officer. Humfrey was one of those who took turns to command this guard, but he was not now on duty. He was, however, standing beside his father, awaiting Cicely's coming. Eagerly she moved up to Master Richard, bent her knee for his blessing, and raised her face for his paternal kiss with the same fond gladness as if she had been his daughter in truth. He took one hand, and Humfrey the other, and they followed the steward, who had promised to procure them a private interview, so difficult a matter in the fullness of the castle that he had no place to offer them save the deep embrasure of a great oriel window at the end of the gallery. They would be seen there, but there was no fear of their being heard without their own consent. Until the chapel bell rang for evening prayers and sermon, there would be no interruption. And as Cicely found herself seated between Master Richard and the window, with Humfrey opposite, she was sensible of a repose and bien-être she had not felt since she quitted Bridgefield. She had already heard on the way that all was well there, and that my lord was not come, though named in the commission as being Earl Marshal of England, sending his kinsman of Bridgefield in his stead with letters of excuse. "In sooth, he cannot bear to come and sit in judgment on one he hath known so long and closely," said Richard. "But he hath bidden me to come hither, and remain so as to bring him a full report of all." "How doth my Lady Countess take that?" asked Humfrey. "I question whether the Countess would let him go if he wished it. She is altogether changed in mind, and come round to her first love for this lady, declaring that it is all her lord's fault that the custody was taken from him, and that she could and would have hindered all this." "That may be so," said Humfrey. "If all be true that is whispered, there have been dealings which would not have been possible at Sheffield." "So it may be. In any wise my lady is bitterly grieved, and they send for thy mother every second day to pacify her." "Dear mother," murmured Cis, "when shall I see her again?" "I would that she had thee for a little space, my wench," said Richard. "Thou hast lost thy round ruddy cheeks. Hast been sick?" "Nay, sir, save as we all are, sick at heart. But all seems well now you are here. Tell me of little Ned. Is he as good a scholar as ever?" "Verily he is. We intend by God's blessing to bring him up for the ministry. I hope in another year to take him to Cambridge. Thy mother is knitting his hosen of grey and black already." Other questions and answers followed about Bridgefield things, which still evidently touched Cicely as closely as if she had been born Talbot. There was a kind of rest in dwelling on these before coming to the sadder, more pressing concerns of her other life. It was not till the slow striking of the castle clock warned them that they had less than an hour to spend together, that they came to closer matters, and Richard transferred to Cicely those last sad messages to her Queen, which he had undertaken for Babington and Tichborne. "The Queen hath shed many tears for them," she said, "and hath writ to the French and the Spanish ambassadors to have masses said for them. Poor Antony! Did he send no word to me, dear father?" The man being dead, Mr. Talbot saw no objection to telling her how he had said he had never loved any other, though he had been false to that love. "Ah, poor Antony!" said Cis, with her grave simplicity. "But it would not have been right for me to be a hindrance to the marriage of one who could never have me." "While he loved you it would," said Humfrey hastily. "Yea," as she lifted up her eyes to him, "it would so, as my father will tell you, because he could not truly love that other woman." Richard smiled sadly, and could not but assent to his son's honest truth and faith. "Then," said Cis, with the same straightforwardness sprung of their old fraternal intercourse, "you must quit all love for me save a brother's, Humfrey, for my Queen mother made me give her my word on my duty never to wed you." "I know," returned Humfrey calmly. "I have known all that these 2 years. But what has that to do with my love?" "Come, come, children," said Richard, hardening himself, though his eyes were moist. "I did not come here to hear you two discourse like the folks in a pastoral. We may not waste time. Tell me, child, if thou be not forbidden, hath she any purpose for thee?" "Oh, sir, I fear that what she would most desire is to bestow me abroad with some of her kindred of Lorraine. But I mean to strive hard against it, and pray her earnestly. And, father, I have one great purpose. She saith that these cruel statesmen, who are all below in this castle, have hindered Queen Elizabeth from ever truly hearing and knowing all, and from speaking with her as woman to woman. Father, I will go to London. I will make my way to the Queen, and when she hears who I am, of her own blood and kindred, she must listen to me, and I will tell her what my mother Queen really is, and how cruelly she has been played upon, and entreat of her to see her face to face, and talk with her, and judge whether she can have done all she is accused of."
"Thou art a brave maiden, Cis," exclaimed Humfrey with deep feeling.
"Will you take me, sir?" said Cicely, looking up to Master Richard.
"Child, I cannot say at once. It is a perilous purpose, and requires much to be thought over."
"But will you aid me?" she said earnestly.
"If it be thy duty, woe be to me if I gainsay thee," said Richard. "But there is no need to decide as yet. We must await the issue of this trial, if the trial ever take place."
"Will Cavendish saith," put in Humfrey, "that a trial there will be of some sort, whether the lady consent to plead or not."
"Until that is ended we can do nothing," said his father. "Meantime, Cicely, child, we shall be here at hand, and be sure that I will not be slack to aid thee in what may be thy duty as a daughter. So rest thee in that, my wench, and pray that we may be led to know the right." And Richard spoke as a man of high moral courage in making this promise, well knowing that it might involve himself in great danger. The worst that could befall Cicely might be imprisonment and a life of constraint, jealously watched, but his own long concealment of her birth might easily be construed into treason, and the horrible consequences of such an accusation were only too fresh in his memory. Yet, as he said afterwards to his son, there was no forbidding the maiden to do her utmost for her own mother, neither was there any letting her run the risk alone. To which Humfrey heartily responded. "The Queen may forbid her, or the purpose may pass away," added Richard, "or it may be clearly useless and impossible to make the attempt, but I cannot, as a Christian man, strive to dissuade her from doing what she can. And as thou saidst, Humfrey, she is changed. She hath borne her modestly and discreetly, ay, and truly, through all. The childishness is gone out of her, and I mark no lightness of purpose in her." On that afternoon Queen Mary announced that she had yielded to Hatton's representations so far as to consent to appear before the Commissioners, provided her protest against the proceedings were put on record. "Nay, blame me not, good Melville," she said. "I am wearied out with their arguments. What matters it how they do the deed on which they are bent? It was an ill thing when King Harry the Eighth brought in this fashion of forcing the law to give a colour to his will. In the good old times the blow came without first being baited by one and another, and made a spectacle to all men in the name of justice, forsooth." Mary Seaton faltered something of her Majesty's innocence shining out like the light of day. "Flatter not thyself so far, mammy," said Mary. "Were mine innocence clearer than the sun, they would blacken it. All that can come of this same trial is that I may speak to posterity, if they stifle my voice here, and so be known to have died a martyr to my faith. Get we to our prayers, girls, rather than feed on vain hopes. De profundis clamavi."
End of chapter 34. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 35 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Before the Commissioners. Who would be permitted to witness the trial? As small matters at hand eclipse great matters farther off, this formed the immediate excitement in Queen Mary's little household, when it was disclosed that she was to appear only attended by Sir Andrew Melville and her two Maries before her judges. The vast hall had space enough on the ground for numerous spectators, and a small gallery intended for musicians was granted, with some reluctance, to the ladies and gentlemen of the suite, who, as Sir Amias Paulet observed, could do no hurt if secluded there. Thither then they proceeded, and to Cicely's no small delight found Humfrey awaiting them there, partly as a guard, partly as a master of the ceremonies, ready to explain the arrangements and tell the names of the personages who appeared in sight. "There," said he, "close below us, where you cannot see it, is the chair with a cloth of state over it." "For our Queen?" asked Jean Kennedy. "No, madam. It is there to represent the majesty of Queen Elizabeth. That other chair, half-way down the hall, with the canopy from the beam over it, is for the Queen of Scots." Jean Kennedy sniffed the air a little at this, but her attention was directed to the gentlemen who began to fill the seats on either side. Some of them had before had interviews with Queen Mary, and thus were known by sight to her own attendants. Some had been seen by Humfrey during his visit to London, and even now, at a great distance, and a different table, he had been taking his meals with them at the present juncture. The seats were long benches against the wall, for the Earls on one side, the Barons on the other. The Lord Chancellor Bromley, in his red and white gown, and Burghley, the Lord Treasurer, with long white beard and hard impenetrable face, sat with them. That a man should have such a beard, and yet dare to speak to the Queen as he did 2 days ago, whispered Cis. "See," said Mrs. Kennedy, "who is that burly figure with the black eyes and grizzled beard?" "That, madam," said Humfrey, "is the Earl of Warwick." "The brother of the minion Leicester," said Jean Kennedy. "He hath scant show of his comeliness." "Nay, they say he is become the best favoured," said Humfrey, "my Lord of Leicester being grown heavy and red-faced. He is away in the Netherlands, or you might judge of him." "And who," asked the lady, "may be yon with a strangely plumed hat and long yellow hair like a half-tame borderer?" "He," said Humfrey, "he is my Lord of Cumberland. I marvel to see him back so soon. He is here, there, and everywhere, and when I was in London was commanding a fleet bearing victuals to relieve the Dutch in Helvoetsluys. Had I not other work in hand, I would gladly sail with him, though there be something fantastic in his humour. But here come the knights of the Privy Council, who are to my mind more noteworthy than the earls." The seats of these knights were placed a little below and beyond those of the noblemen. The courteous Sir Ralph Sadler looked up and saluted the ladies in the gallery as he entered. "He always was kindly," said Jean Kennedy, as she returned the bow. "I am glad to see him here." "But oh, Humfrey," cried Cicely, "who is yonder with the short cloak standing on end with pearls, and the quilted satin waistcoat, jewelled ears, and frizzled head? He looks fitter to lead off a dance than a trial." "He is Sir Christopher Hatton, Her Majesty's Vice-Chamberlain," replied Humfrey. "Who, if rumour saith true, made his fortune by a gaillard," said Dr. Bourgoin. "Here is a contrast to him," said Jean Kennedy. "See that figure as puritanical as Sir Amias himself, with a long face, scant beard, black skull-cap, and plain crimped ruff. His visage is pulled into so solemn a length that were we at home in Edinburgh, I should expect to see him ascend a pulpit and deliver a screed to us all on the iniquities of dancing and playing on the lute." "That, madam," said Humfrey, "is Mr. Secretary, Sir Francis Walsingham." Here Elizabeth Kerr leaned forward, looked, and shivered a little. "Ah, Master Humfrey, is it in that man's power that my poor brother lies?" "'Tis true, madam," said Humfrey, "but indeed you need not fear. I heard from Will Cavendish last night that Mr. Curll is well. They have not touched either of the secretaries to hurt them, and if aught have been avowed, it was by Monsieur Now, and that on the mere threat. Do you see old Will yonder, Cicely, just within Mr. Secretary's call, with the poke of papers and the tablet?" "Is that Will Cavendish? How precise and stiff he hath grown! And why doth he not look up to greet us? He knoweth us far better than doth Sir Ralph Sadler. Doth he not know we are here?" "Ay, Mistress Cicely," said Dr. Bourgoin from behind, "but the young gentleman has his fortune to make, and knows better than to look on the seamy side of court favour."
"Ah, see those scarlet robes!"
here exclaimed Cis.
"Are they the judges, Humfrey?"
"Ay, the 2 Chief Justices and the Chief Baron of the Exchequer. There they sit in front of the Earls, and 3 more judges in front of the Barons."
"And there are more red robes at that little table in front beside the black ones."
"Those are the Doctors of Law, and those in black with coifs are the Attorney and Solicitor General. The rest are clerks and writers and the like."
"It is a mighty and fearful array,"
said Cicely with a long breath. "A mighty comedy wherewith to mock at justice," said Jean. "Prudence, madam, and caution," suggested Dr. Bourgoin, "and hush."
A crier here shouted aloud,
"Oyez, oyez, oyez! Mary, Queen of Scotland and Dowager of France, come into the court." Then from a door in the centre, leaning on Sir Andrew Melville's arm, came forward the Queen, in a black velvet dress, a long transparent veil hanging over it from her cap, and followed by the 2 Maries, one carrying a crimson velvet folding chair, and the other a footstool.
She turned at first towards the throne, but she was motioned aside and made to perceive that her place was not there. She drew her slender figure up with offended dignity. "I am a queen," she said. "I married a king of France, and my seat ought to be there." However, with this protest she passed on to her appointed place, looking sadly round at the assembled judges and lawyers. "Alas," she said, "so many councillors, and not one for me." Were there any Englishmen there besides Richard Talbot and his son who felt the pathos in this appeal? One defenceless woman against an array of the legal force of the whole kingdom. It may be feared that the feelings of most were as if they had at last secured some wild, noxious, and incomprehensible animal in their net, on whose struggles they looked with the unpitying eye of the hunter. The Lord Chancellor began by declaring that the Queen of England convened the court as a duty in one who might not bear the sword in vain, to examine into the practices against her own life, giving the Queen of Scots the opportunity of clearing herself. At the desire of Burghley, the commission was read by the clerk of the court, and Mary then made her public protest against its legality or power over her. It was a wonderful thing, as those spectators in the gallery felt, to see how brave and how acute was the defence of that solitary lady, seated there with all those learned men against her, her papers gone, nothing left to her but her brain and her tongue. No loss of dignity nor of gentleness was shown in her replies. They were always simple and direct. The difficulty for her was all the greater that she had not been allowed to know the form of the accusation before it was hurled against her in full force by Mr. Serjeant Gawdy, who detailed the whole of the conspiracy of Ballard and Babington in all its branches, and declared her to have known and approved of it, and to have suggested the manner of executing it. Breathlessly did Cicely listen as the Queen rose up. Humfrey watched her almost more closely than the royal prisoner. When there was a denial of all knowledge or intercourse with Ballard or Babington, Jean Kennedy's hard-lined face never faltered, but Cicely's brows came together in concern at the mention of the last name, and did not clear as the Queen explained that though many Catholics might indeed write to her with offers of service, she could have no knowledge of anything they might attempt. To confute this, extracts from their confessions were read, and likewise that letter of Babington's which he had written to her detailing his plans, and that lengthy answer brought by the blue-coated serving-man, in which the mode of carrying her off from Chartley was suggested, and which had the postscript desiring to know the names of the 6 who were to remove the usurping competitor. The Queen denied this letter flatly, declaring that it might have been written with her alphabet of ciphers, and was certainly none of hers. "There may have been designs against the Queen and for procuring my liberty," she said, "but I, shut up in close prison, was not aware of them, and how can I be made to answer for them? Only lately did I receive a letter asking my pardon if schemes were made on my behalf without my privity, nor can anything be easier than to counterfeit a cipher, as was lately proved by a young man in France. Verily, I greatly fear that if these same letters were traced to their deviser, it would prove to be the one who is sitting here. Think you," she added, turning to Walsingham, "think you, Mr. Secretary, that I am ignorant of your devices used so craftily against me? Your spies surround me on every side, but you know not, perhaps, that some of your spies have been false and brought intelligence to me. And if such have been his dealings, my lords," she said, appealing to the judges and peers, "how can I be assured that he hath not counterfeited my ciphers to bring me to my death? Hath he not already practised against my life and that of my son?" Walsingham rose up in his place, and lifting his hands and eyes declared, "I call God to record that as a private person I have done nothing unbeseeming an honest man, nor as a public person have I done anything to dishonour my place." Somewhat ironically, Mary admitted this avowal, and after some unimportant discussion, the court adjourned until the next day, it being already late, according to the early habits of the time. Cicely had been entirely carried along by her mother's pleading. Tears had started as Queen Mary wept her indignant tears, and a glow had risen in her cheeks at the accusation of Walsingham. Ever and anon she looked to Humfrey's face for sympathy, but he sat gravely listening, his 2 hands clasped over the hilt of his sword, and his chin resting on them, as if to prevent a muscle of his face from moving. When they rose up to leave the galleries, and there was the power to say a word, she turned to him earnestly. "A piteous sight," he said,
and a right gallant defence." He did not mean it, but the words struck like lead on Cicely's heart, for they did not amount to an acquittal before the tribunal of his secret conviction any more than did Walsingham's disavowal, for who could tell what Mr. Secretary's conscience did think unbecoming to his office? Cicely found her mother on her couch giving a free course to her tears, in the reaction after the strain and effort of her defence. Melville and the Maries were assuring her that she had most bravely confuted her enemies, and that she had only to hold on with equal courage to the end. Mrs. Kennedy and Dr. Bourgoin came in to join in the same encouragements, and the commendation evidently soothed her. "However it may end," she said, "Mary of Scotland shall not go down to future ages as a craven spirit. But let us not discuss it further, my dear friends. My head aches, and I can bear no further word at present." Dr. Bourgoin made her take some food and then lie down to rest, while in an outer room a lute was played and a low soft song was sung. She had not slept all the previous night, but she fell asleep holding the hand of Cicely, who was on a cushion by her side. The girl, having been likewise much disturbed, slept too, and only gradually awoke as her mother was sitting up on her couch, discussing the next day's defence with Melville and Bourgoin. "I fear me, madam, there is no holding to the profession of entire ignorance," said Melville. "They have no letters from Babington to me to show," said the Queen. "I took care of that by the help of this good bairn. I can defy them to produce the originals out of all my ransacked cabinets." "They have the copies both of them and of your Majesty's replies, and Nan and Curll to verify them." "What are copies worth, or what are dead and tortured men's confessions worth?" said Mary. "Were your Majesty a private person, they would never be accepted as evidence," said Melville. "But because I am a Queen and a Catholic, there is no justice for me," said Mary. "Well, what is the defence you would have me confine myself to, my sole privy councillors?" Here Cis, to show she was awake, pressed her mother's hand and looked up in her face, but Mary, though returning the glance and the pressure, did not send her away, while Melville recommended strongly that the Queen should continue to insist on the imperfection of the evidence adduced against her, which he said might so touch some of the lawyers or the nobles that Burghley and Walsingham might be afraid to proceed. If this failed her, she must allow her knowledge of the plot for her own escape and the Spanish invasion, but strenuously deny the part which concerned Elizabeth's life. "That it is which they above all desire to fix on me," said the Queen. Cicely's brain was in confusion. Surely she had heard those letters read in the hall. Were they false or genuine? The Queen had utterly denied them there. Now she seemed to think the only point was to prove that these were not the originals. Dr. Bourgoin seemed to feel the same difficulty. "Madame will pardon me," he said. "I have not been of her secret councils, but can she not, if rightly dealt with, prove those two letters that were read to have been forged by her enemies?" "What I could do is this, my good Bourgoin," said Mary. "Were I only confronted with Now and Curll, I could prove that the letter I received from Babington bore nothing about the destroying of the usurping competitor. The poor faithful lad was a fool, but not so great a fool as to tell me such things. And, on the other hand, hath either of you, my friends, ever seen in me such symptoms of midsummer madness as that I should be asking the names of the 6 who were to do the deed? What cared I for their names, I, who only wished to know as little of the matter as possible?" "Can your Majesty prove that you knew nothing?" asked Melville. Mary paused. "They cannot prove by fair means that I knew anything," said she, "for I did not. Of course I was aware that Elizabeth must be taken out of the way, or the heretics would be rallying around her. But there is no lack of folk who delight in work of that sort, and why should I meddle with the knowledge? With the Prince of Parma in London, she, if she hath the high courage she boasteth of, would soon cause the Spanish pikes to use small ceremony with her. Why should I concern myself about poor Antony and his 5 gentlemen? But it is the same as it was 20 years ago. What I know will have to be, and yet choose not to hear of, is made the head and fount of mine offending, that the real actors may go free. And because I have written aught that they can bring against me, they take my letters and add to and garble them, till none knows where to have them. Would that we were in France!
There it was good sword cut or pistol shot at once, and one took one's chances of a return, without all this hypocrisy of law and justice to weary one out, and make men double traitors."
"Methought Walsingham winced when your Majesty went to the point with him," said Burgoyne. "And you put up with his explanation?" said Melville.
"Truly I long to demand of what practices Mr. Secretary in his office, not as a private person, would be ashamed. But it seemed to me that they might call it womanish spite, and to that the Queen of Scots will never descend."
"Pity but that we had Babington's letter. Then we might put him to confusion by proving the additions," said Melville.
"It is not possible, my good friend. The letter is at the bottom of the castle well. Is it not, Mignon? Mourn for it not, Andrew. It would have been of little avail. And it carried with it stuff that Mr. Secretary would give almost his precious place to possess, and that might be fatal to more of us. I hoped that there might have been safety for poor Babington in the destruction of that packet, never guessing at the villainy of yon Burton brewer, nor of those who set him on. Come, it serves not to fret ourselves any more. I must answer as occasion serves me, speaking not so much to Elizabeth's commission who have foredoomed me, as to all Christendom, and to the Scots and English of all the ages who will be my judges."
Her judges? Ay, but how? With the same enthusiastic pity and indignation, mixed with the same misgiving as her own daughter felt. Not wholly innocent, not wholly guilty, yet far less guilty than those who had laid their own crimes on her in Scotland, or who plotted to involve her in meshes partly woven by herself in England. The evil done to her was frightful, but it would have been powerless had she been wholly blameless. Alas! Is it not so with all of us? The second day's trial came on. Mary Seaton was so overpowered with the strain she had gone through that the Queen would not take her into the hall, but let Cicely sit at her feet instead. On this day none of the Crown lawyers took part in the proceedings, for, as Cavendish whispered to Humfrey, there had been high words between them and my Lord Treasurer and Mr. Secretary, and they had declared themselves incapable of conducting a prosecution so inconsistent with the forms of law to which they were accustomed. The pedantic fellows wanted more direct evidence, he said, and Humfrey honoured them. Lord Burghley then conducted the proceedings, and they had thus a more personal character. The Queen, however, acted on Melville's advice, and no longer denied all knowledge of the conspiracy, but insisted that she was ignorant of the proposed murder of Elizabeth, and argued most pertinently that a copy of all deciphered cipher without the original was no proof at all, desiring further that Nau and Curll should be examined in her presence. She reminded the Commissioners how their Queen herself had been called in question for Wyatt's rebellion, in spite of her innocence. "Heaven is my witness," she added, "that much as I desire the safety and glory of the Catholic religion, I would not purchase it at the price of blood. I would rather play Esther than Judas." Her defence was completed by her taking off the ring which Elizabeth had sent her at Lochleven. "This," she said, holding it up, "your Queen sent to me in token of amity and protection. You best know how that pledge has been redeemed." Therewith she claimed another day's hearing, with an advocate granted to her, or else that, being a princess, she might be believed on the word of a princess. This completed her defence, except so far that when Burghley responded in a speech of great length, she interrupted, and battled point by point, always keeping in view the strong point of the insufficient evidence and her own deprivation of the chances of confuting what was adduced against her. It was late in the afternoon when he concluded. There was a pause, as though for a verdict by the Commissioners. Instead of this, Mary rose and repeated her appeal to be tried before the Parliament of England at Westminster. No reply was made, and the court broke up. End of Chapter 35. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama.
Chapter 36 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. A Venture. "Mother, dear mother, do but listen to me." "I must listen, child, when thou callest me so from your heart, but it is of no use, my poor little one. They have referred the matter to the Star Chamber that they may settle it there, with closed doors and no forms of law. Thou couldst do nothing. And could I trust thee to go wandering to London like a maiden in a ballad, all alone?" "Nay, madam, I should not go alone. My father, I mean Mr. Talbot, would take me." "Come, bairnie, that is presuming overmuch on the good man's kindness." "I do not speak without warrant, madam. I told him what I longed to do, and he said it might be my duty, and if it were so, he would not gainsay me, but that he could not let me go alone, and he would go with me. And he can get access for me to the Queen. He has seen her himself, and so has Humfrey, and Diccon is a gentleman pensioner." "There have been ventures enough for me already," said Mary. "I will bring no more faithful heads into peril." "Then you will not consent, mother? He will quit the castle to-morrow, and I am to see him in the morning and give him an answer. If you would let me go, he would crave licence to take me home, saying that I look paler than my wont." "And so thou dost, my child. If I could be sure of ever seeing thee again, I should have proposed thy going home to good Mistress Susan's tendance for a little space, but it is not to be thought of. I could not risk thee or any honest loving heart on so desperate a stake as mine. I love thee, mine Anne, true leal lassie, all the more, and I honour him, but it may not be. Ask me no more." Mary was here interrupted by a request from Sir Christopher Hatton for one of the many harassing interviews that beset her during the days following the trial, when judgment was withheld, according to the express command of the vacillating Elizabeth, and the case remitted to the Star Chamber. Lord Burghley considered his hesitation to be the effect of judicial blindness, so utterly had hatred and fear of the future shut his eyes to all sense of justice and fair play. Cicely felt all youth's disappointment in the rejection of its grand schemes, but to her surprise, at night Mary addressed her again. "My daughter, did that true-hearted foster-father of thine speak in sooth?" "He never doth otherwise," returned Cicely. "For," said her mother, "I have thought of a way of gaining the access to the Queen, far less perilous to him, and less likely to fail. I will give thee letters to Monsieur de Chateauneuf, the French ambassador, whom I have known in old times, with full credentials. It might be well to have with thee those that I left with Mistress Talbot. Then he will gain the admittance, and work for thee as one sent from France, and protected by the rights of the embassy. Thus Master Richard need never appear in the matter at all, and at any rate thou wouldst be secure. Chateauneuf would find means of sending thee abroad if needful." "Oh, I would return to you, madam, my mother, or wait for you in London." "That must be as the wills above decree," said Mary sadly. "It is folly in me, but I cannot help grasping at the one hope held out to me. There is that within me that will hope and strive to the end, though I am using my one precious jewel to wait the line I am casting across the gulf. At least they cannot do thee great harm, my good child." The Queen sat up half the night writing letters, one to Elizabeth, one to Chateauneuf, and another to the Duchess of Lorraine, which Cis was to deliver in case of her being sent over to the Continent. But the Queen committed the conduct of the whole affair to Monsieur de Chateauneuf, since she could completely trust his discretion and regard for her. And moreover, it was possible that the face of affairs might undergo some great alteration before Cicely could reach London. Mr. Talbot must necessarily go home first, being bound to do so by his commission to the Earl. "And hark thee," said the Queen, "what becomes of the young gallant?" "I have not heard, madam," said Cicely, not liking the tone. "If my desires still have any effect," said Mary, "he will stay here. I will not have my damoiselle errant squired by a youth under 25. "I promise you, madam, and he wots it," said Cicely with spirit. "He wots it, doth he?" said the Queen in a rather provoking voice. "No, no, mignon. With all respect to their honour and discretion, we do not put flint and steel together when we do not wish to kindle a fire. Nay, little one, I meant not to vex thee when thou art doing one of the noblest deeds daughter ever did for mother, and for a mother who sent thee away from her, and whom thou scarce hast known for more than 2 years." Cicely was sure to see her foster-father after morning prayers on the way from the chapel across the inner court. Here she was able to tell him of the Queen's consent, over which he looked grave, having secretly persuaded himself that Mary would think the venture too great, and not hopeful enough to be made. He could not, however, wonder that the unfortunate lady should catch at the least hope of preserving her life,
and she had dragged too many down in the whirlpool to leave room for wonder that she should consent to peril her own daughter therein. Moreover, he would have the present pleasure of taking her home with him to his Susan, and who could say what would happen in the meantime? "Thou hast counted the cost?" he said.
"Yea, sir," Cis answered, as the young always do, adding, "The Queen saith that if we commit all to the French ambassador, Monsieur de Chateauneuf, who is her very good friend, he will save you from any peril."
"I had rather be beholden to no Frenchman," muttered Richard. "But we will see, we will see. I must now to Paulet, to obtain consent to take thee with me. Thou art pale and changed enough indeed to need a blast of Hallamshire air, my poor maid."
So Master Richard betook him to the knight, a man of many charges, and made known that finding his daughter somewhat puling and sickly, he wished, having, as she had told him, the consent of the Queen of Scots to take her home with him for a time.
"You do well, Mr. Talbot," said Sir Amias. "In sooth, I have only marvelled that a pious and godly man like you should have consented to let her abide so long at her tender age among these papistical, idolatrous, and bloodthirsty women."
"I think not that she hath taken harm," said Richard.
"I have done my poor best. I have removed the priests of Baal," said the knight. "I have caused godly ministers constantly to preach sound doctrine in the ears of all who would hearken, and I have uplifted my testimony whensoever it was possible. But it is not well to expose the young to touching the accursed thing, and this lady hath shown herself greatly affected to your daughter, so that she might easily be seduced from the truth. Yet, sir, bethink you it is well to remove the maiden from witnessing that which will be a warning for ever of the judgment that falleth on conspiracy and idolatry."
"You deem the matter so certain?" said Richard.
"Beyond a doubt, sir. This lady will never leave these walls alive. There can be no peace for England, nor safety for our blessed and gracious Queen while she lives. Her guilt is certain, and, as Mr. Secretary said to me last night, he and the Lord Treasurer are determined that for no legal quibbles nor scruples of mercy from our ever pitiful Queen shall she now escape. Her Majesty, however her womanish heart may doubt now, will rejoice when the deed is done. Methinks I showed you the letter she did me the honour to write, thanking me for the part I took in conveying the lady suddenly to Tixall."
Richard had already read that letter 3 times, so he avowed his knowledge of it.
"You will not remove your son likewise," added Sir Amias. "He hath an acquaintance with this lady's people, which is useful in one so thoroughly to be trusted, and moreover he will not be tampered with. For, sir, I am never without dread of some attempt being made to deal with this lady privily, in which case I should be the one to bear all the blame. Wherefore I have made request to have another honourable gentleman joined with me in this painful wardship."
Richard had no desire to remove his son. He shared Queen Mary's feelings on the inexpediency of Humfrey forming part of the escort of the young lady, and thought it was better for both to see as little of one another as possible. Sir Amias accordingly, on his morning visit of inspection, intimated to the Queen that Mr. Talbot wished his daughter to return home with him for the recovery of her health. He spoke as if the whole suite were at his own disposal, and Mary resented it in her dignified manner. "The young lady hath already requested license from us," she said, "and we have granted it. She will return when her health is fully restored." Sir Amias had forbearance enough not to hint that unless the return was speedy, she would scarcely find the Queen there, and the matter was settled. Master Richard would not depart until after dinner, when other gentlemen were going, and this would enable Cicely to make up her mails, and there would still be time to ride a stage before dark. Her own horse was in the stables, and her goods would be bestowed in cloak-bags on the saddles of the grooms who had accompanied Mr. Talbot, for, small as was the estate of Bridgefield, for safety's sake he could not have gone on so long an expedition without a sufficient guard. The intervening time was spent by the Queen in instructing her daughter how to act in various contingencies. If it were possible to the French ambassador to present her as freshly come from the Soissons convent, where she was to have been reared, it would save Mr. Talbot from all risk, but the Queen doubted whether she could support the character, so English was her air, though there were Scottish and English nuns at Soissons, and still more at Louvain and Douay, who might have brought her up. "I cannot feign, madam," said Cicely, alarmed. "Oh, I hope I need only speak truth."
and her tone sounded much more like a confession of incapacity than a moral objection, and so it was received. "Poor child, I know thou canst not act a part, and thy return to the honest mastiffs will not further thee in it, but I have bidden Chateauneuf know to do what he can for thee, and after all the eyes will not be very critical." If there was still time, Cicely was to endeavour first of all to obtain of Elizabeth that Mary might be brought to London to see her, and be judged before Parliament with full means of defence. If this were no longer possible, Cicely might attempt to expose Walsingham's contrivance, but this would probably be too dangerous. Chateauneuf must judge. Or, as another alternative, Queen Mary gave Cicely the ring already shown at the trial, and with that as a pledge, a solemn offer was to be made on her behalf to retire into a convent in Austria, or in one of the Roman Catholic cantons of Switzerland, out of the reach of Spain and France, and there take the veil, resigning all her rights to her son. All her money had been taken away, but she told Cicely she had given orders to Chateauneuf to supply from her French dowry all that might be needed for the expenses that must be incurred. Now that the matter was becoming so real, Cicely's heart quailed a little. Castles in the air that look heroic at the first glance would not so remain, did they not show themselves terrible at a nearer approach, and the maiden wondered whether Queen Elizabeth would be much more formidable than my Lady Countess in a rage. And what would become of herself? Would she be detained in the bondage in which the poor sisters of the grey blood had been kept, or would her mother carry her off to these strange lands? It was all so strange, and the very boldness of her offer, since it had been thus accepted, made her feel helpless and passive in the grasp of the powers that her simple wish had set moving. The letters were sewn up in the most ingenious manner in her dress by Mary Seaton, in case any search should be made, but the only woman Sir Amias would be able to employ in such a matter was purblind and helpless, and they trusted much to his implicit faith in the Talbots. There was only just time to complete her preparations before she was summoned, and with an almost convulsive embrace from her mother, and whispered benedictions from Jean Kennedy, she left the dreary walls of Fotheringay. Humfrey rode with them through the chase. Both he and Cicely were very silent. When the time came for parting, Cicely said, as she laid her hand in his, "Dear brother, for my sake do all thou canst for her with honour." "That will I," said Humfrey. "Would that I were going with thee, Cicely." "So would not I," she returned, "for then there would be one true heart the less to watch over her." "Come, daughter," said Richard, who had engaged one of the gentlemen in conversation so as to leave them to themselves. "We must be jogging. Fare thee well, my son, till such time as thy duties permit thee to follow us." End of Chapter 36. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama.
Chapter 37 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. My Lady's Remorse. "And have you brought her back again? Oh, my lass, my lass!" cried Mistress Susan, surprised and delighted out of her usual staid composure, as, going out to greet her husband, an unexpected figure was seen by his side, and Cicely sprang into her arms as if they were truly a haven of rest. Susan looked over her head, even in the midst of the embrace, with the eyes of one hungering for her first-born son, but her husband shook his head. "No, mother, we have not brought thee the boy. Thou must content thyself with her thou hast here for a little space." "I hope it bodes not ill," said Susan. "It bodes," said Richard, "that I have brought thee back a good daughter with a pair of pale cheeks, which must be speedily coloured anew in our northern breezes." "Ah, how sweet it is to be here at home!" cried Cicely, turning round in rapturous greeting to all the serving men and women and all the dogs. "We want only the boys. Where is Ned?" Their arrival having been unannounced, Ned was with Master Sniggius, whose foremost scholar he now was, and who kept him much later than all the other lads to prepare him for Cambridge. But it was the return to this tender foster mother that seemed such extreme bliss to Cicely. All was most unlike her reluctant return 2 years previously, when nothing but her inbred courtesy and natural sweetness of disposition had prevented her from being contemptuous of the country home. Now every stone, every leaf seemed precious to her,
and she showed herself, even as she ascended the steps to the hall, determined not to be the guest, but the daughter. There was a little movement on the parents' part, as if they bore in mind that she came as a princess, but she flew to draw up Master Richard's chair, and put his wife's beside it, nor would she sit till they had prayed her to do so. And it was all done with such a graceful bearing, the noble carriage of her head had become so much more remarkable, and a sweet readiness and responsiveness of manner had grown upon her, that Susan looked at her in wondering admiration, as something more her own, and yet less her own than ever, tracing in her for the first time some of the charms of the Queen of Scots. All the household hovered about in delight, and confidences could not be exchanged just then. The travellers had to eat and drink, and they were only just beginning to do so when Ned came home. He was of slighter make than his brothers, and had a more scholarly aspect, but his voice made itself heard before him. "Is it true? Is it true that my father is come? And our Cis too? Ha!" And he rushed in, hardly giving himself time for the respectful greeting to his father before he fell upon Cis with undoubting brotherly delight. "Is Humfrey come?" he asked, as soon as he could take breath. "No? I thought 'twas too good to be all true." "How did you hear?" "Hob the hunter brought up word that the Queen's head was off." "What?" as Cicely gave a start and a little scream. "Is it not so?" "No, indeed, boy," said his father. "Who put that folly into his head?" "Because he saw, or thought he saw, Humfrey and Cis riding home with you, sir, and so thought all was over with the Queen of Scots. My lady, they say, had one of her shrieking fits, and my lord sent down to ask whether I knew aught, and when he found that I did not, would have me go home at once to bid you come up immediately to the manor. And before I had gotten out Dapple, there comes another message to say that, in as brief space as it will take to saddle them, there will be beasts here to bring you up, and my mother and Cis, to tell my lady Countess all that has befallen." Cis's countenance so changed that kind Susan said, "I will make thine excuses to my lady. Thou art weary and ill at ease, and I cannot have thee set forth at once again." "The Queen would never have sent such sudden and hasty orders," said Cicely. "Mother, can you not stay with me? I have so much to say to you, and my time is short." The Talbots were, however, too much accustomed to obedience to the peremptory commands of their feudal chiefs to venture on such disobedience. Susan's proposal had been a great piece of audacity on which she would hardly have ventured but for her consciousness that the maiden was no Talbot at all. Yet to Cis, the dear company of her mother Susan, even in the Countess's society, seemed too precious to be resigned, and she had likewise been told that Lady Shrewsbury's mind had greatly changed towards Mary, and that since the irritation of the captive's presence had been removed, she remembered only the happier and kindlier portion of their past intercourse. There had been plenty of quarrels with her husband, but none so desperate as before, and at this present time the Earl and Countess were united against the surviving sons, who, with Gilbert at their head, were making large demands on them. Cicely felt grateful to the Earl for his absence from Fotheringay, and though disappointed of her peaceful home evening, declared she would come up to the lodge rather than lose sight of mother. The stable people, more considerate than their lord and lady, proved to have sent a horse litter for the conveyance of the ladies called out on the wet, dark October evening, and here it was that Cis could enjoy her first precious moment of privacy with one for whom she had so long yearned. Susan rejoiced in the heavy lumbering conveyance as a luxury, sparing the maiden's fatigue, and she was commencing some inquiries into the indisposition which had procured this holiday, when Cicely broke in. "Oh, mother, nothing aileth me. It is not for that cause. But, oh, mother, I am to go see the Queen Elizabeth, and strive with her, for my mother's life and freedom." "Thou, poor little maid! Doth thy father— what am I saying? Doth my husband know?" "Oh, yes, he will take me. He saith it is my duty." "Then it must be well," said Susan, in an altered voice on hearing this. "From whom came the proposal?" "I made it," said Cicely, in a low feeble voice on the verge of tears. "Oh, dear mother, thou wilt not tell any one how faint of heart I am. I did mean it in sooth, but I never guessed how dreadful it would grow, now I am pledged to it." "Thou art pledged, then, and canst not falter?"
"Never," said Cicely. "I would not that any should know it, not even my father. But, mother, mother, I could not help telling you. You will let no one guess. I know it is unworthy, but—" "Not unworthy to fear, my poor child, so long as thou dost not waver." It is unworthy of my lineage. My queen mother would say so," said Cis, drawing herself up. "Giving way would be unworthy," said Susan. "But turn thou to thy God, my child, and he will give thee strength to carry through whatever is the duty of a faithful daughter towards this poor lady. And my husband, thou sayest, holds that it is so." "Yes, madam, he craved license to take me home, since I have truly often been ailing since those dreadful days at Tixall, and he promised to go to London with me." "And is this to be done in thine own true name?" asked Susan, trembling somewhat at the risk to her husband, as well as to the maiden. "I trow that it is," said Cis, "but the matter is to be put into the hands of Monsieur de Chateauneuf, the French ambassador. I have a letter here," laying her hand on her bosom, "which the Queen declares will thoroughly prove to him who I am, and if I go as under his protection, none can do my father any harm." Susan hoped so, but she trusted to understand all better from her husband, though her heart failed her as much as, or even perhaps more than, did that of poor little Cis. Master Richard had sped on before their tardy conveyance, and had had time to give the heads of his intelligence before they reached the manor house, and when they were conducted to my lady's chamber they saw him by the light of a large fire, standing before the Earl and Countess, cap in hand, much as a groom or a gamekeeper would now stand before his master and mistress. The Earl, however, rose to receive the ladies, but the Countess, no great observer of ceremony towards other people, whatever she might exact from them towards herself, cried out, come hither, Cicely Talbot, and tell me how it fares with the poor lady." And as the maiden came forward in the dim light, "Ha! What? Is it she?" she cried, with a sudden start. "Oh, my faith, what has she done to thee? Thou art as like her as the foal to the mare." This exclamation disconcerted the visitors, but luckily for them the Earl laughed, and declared that he could see no resemblance in Mistress Cicely's dark brows to the arched ones of the Queen of Scots, to which his wife replied testily, "Who said there was? The maid need not be uplifted, for there's nothing alike between them. Only she hath caught the trick of her bearing so as to startle me in the dark. My head runneth on the poor lady. I could have sworn 'twas she coming in, as she was when she first came to our care 15 years agone. Pray heaven she may not haunt the place. How fareth she in health, wench?" "Well, madam, save when the rheumatic pains take her," said Cicely. "And still of good courage?" "That, madam, nothing can daunt."
Seats, their only joint stools, were given to the ladies, but Susan found herself no longer trembling at the effects of the Countess's insolence upon Cicely, who seemed to accept it all as a matter of course, and almost of indifference, though replying readily and with a gentle grace, most unlike her childish petulance.
Many close inquiries from the Earl and Countess were answered by Richard and the young lady, until they had a tolerably clear idea of the situation. The Countess wept bitterly, and to Cicely's great amazement began bemoaning herself that she was not still the poor lady's keeper. It was a shame to put her where there were no women to feel for her. Lady Shrewsbury had apparently forgotten that no one had been so virulent against the Queen as herself. And when it was impossible to deny that things looked extremely ill, and that Burghley and Walsingham seemed resolved not to let slip this opportunity of ridding themselves of the prisoner, my lady burst out with, "Ah, there it is! She will die, and my promise is broken, and she will haunt me to my dying day, all along of that venomous-toed and spiteful viper, Mary Talbot." A passionate fit of weeping succeeded, mingled with vituperations of her daughter Mary, far more than of herself, and, amid it all, during Susan's endeavours at soothing, Cicely gathered that the cause of the Countess's despair was that in the time of her friendship and amity she had uttered an assurance that the Queen need not fear death, as she would contrive means of safety. And on her own ground, in her own castle or lodge, there could be little doubt that she would have been able to have done so. The Earl, indeed, shook his head, but repented, for she laughed at him half angrily, half hysterically, for thinking he could have prevented anything that she was set upon. And now she said and fully believed that the misunderstanding which had resulted in the removal of the prisoner had been entirely due to the slanders and deceits of her own daughter Mary and her husband Gilbert, with whom she was at this time on the worst of terms. And thus she laid on them the blame of the Queen's death, if that was really decreed. But though she outwardly blamed every creature save herself, such agony of mind and even terror proved that in very truth there must have been the conviction at the bottom of her heart that it was her own fault. The Earl had beckoned away Master Richard, both glad to escape, but Cicely had to remain, and filled with compassion for one whom she had always regarded previously as an enemy, she could not help saying, "Dear madam, take comfort. I am going to bear a petition to the Queen's Majesty from the captive lady, and if she will hear me, all will be yet well." "How? What? How? Thou little moppet! Knows she what she says, Susan Talbot?" Susan made answer that she had had time to hear no particulars yet, but that Cicely averred that she was going with her father's consent, whereupon Richard was immediately summoned back to explain. The Earl and Countess could hardly believe that he should have consented that his daughter should be thus employed, and he had to excuse himself with what he could not help feeling were only half-truths. "The poor lady," he said, "is denied all power of sending word or letter to the Queen, save through those whom she views as her enemies, and therefore she longed earnestly either to see her Majesty or to hold communication with her through one whom she knoweth to be both simple and her own friend." "Yea," said the Countess, "I could well have done this for her, could I but have had speech with her, or she might have sent Bess Pierrepoint, who surely would have been a more fitting messenger." "Save that she hath not had access to the Queen of Scots of late," said Richard. "Yea, and her father would scarcely be willing to risk the Queen's displeasure," said the Earl. "Art thou ready to abide it, Master Richard?" said the Countess, "though after all it could do you little harm." And her tone marked the infinite distance she placed between him and Sir Henry Pierrepoint, the husband of her daughter. "That is true, madam," said Richard, "and moreover I cannot reconcile it to my conscience to debar the poor lady from any possible opening of safety." "Thou art a good man, Richard," said the Earl, and therewith both he and the Countess became extremely, nay, almost inconveniently, desirous to forward the petitioner on her way. To listen to them that night, they would have had her go as an emissary of the house of Shrewsbury, and only the previous quarrel with Lord Talbot and his wife prevented them from proposing that she should be led to the foot of the throne by Gilbert himself. Cicely began to be somewhat alarmed at plans that would disconcert all the instructions she had received, and only her old habits of respect kept her silent when she thought Master Richard not ready enough to refuse all these offers. At last he succeeded in obtaining license to depart, and no sooner was Cicely again shut up with Mistress Susan in the litter than she exclaimed, "Now will it be most hard to carry out the Queen's orders that I should go first to the French ambassador. I would think that my Lady Countess would not think naught can succeed without her meddling." "Thou shouldest have let thy father tell thy purpose in his own way," said Susan. "Ah, mother, I am an indiscreet simpleton, not fit for such a work as I have taken in hand," said poor Cis. "Here hath my foolish tongue traversed it already." "Fear not," said Susan, as one who well knew the nature of her kinswoman. "Belike she will have cooled to-morrow, all the more because father said naught to the nayward." Susan was uneasy enough herself, and very desirous to hear all from her husband in private, and that night he told her that he had very little hope of the intercession being availing. He believed that the Treasurer and Secretary were absolutely determined on Mary's death, and would sooner or later force consent from the Queen, but there was the possibility that Elizabeth's feelings might be so far stirred that on a sudden impulse she might set Mary at liberty and place her beyond their reach. "And hap what may," he said, "when a daughter offereth to do her utmost for a mother in peril of death, what right have I to hinder her?" "May God guard the duteous," said Susan. "But, oh, husband, is she worthy, for whom the child is thus to lead you into peril?" "She is her mother," repeated Richard. "Had I erred—" "Which you never could do," broke in the wife. "I am a sinful man," said he. "Yea, but there are deeds you never could have done." "By God's grace I trust not. But hear me out, wife. Mine errors, nay, my crimes, would not do away with the duty owed to me by my sons,
How then should any sins of this poor Queen withhold her daughter from rendering her all the succour in her power? And thou thyself, Susan, hast taken her for thine own too long to endure to let her undertake the matter alone and unaided."
"She would not attempt it thus," said Susan.
"I cannot tell. But should I thus be guilty of foiling her in a brave and filial purpose?"
"And yet thou dost hold her poor mother a guilty woman."
"Said I so? Nay, Susan, I am as dubious as ever I was on that head."
"After hearing the trial?"
"A word in thine ear, my discreet wife. The trial convinced me far more that place makes honest men act like cruel knaves than of aught else."
"Then thou holdest her innocent?"
"I said not so. I have known too long how she lives by the weaving of webs. I know not how it is, but these great folk seem not to deem that truth in word and deed is a part of their religion. For my part, I should distrust whatever godliness did not lead to truth, but a plain man never knows where to have them. That she and poor Antony Babington were in league to bring hither the Spaniards and restore the Pope, I have no manner of doubt on the word of both. But then they deem it, heaven help them, a virtuous act. And it might be lawful in her, seeing that she has always called herself a free sovereign and unjustly detained. What he stuck at, and she denies, is the purpose of murdering the Queen's Majesty."
"Sure that was the head and front of the poor young man's offending."
"So it was, but not until he had been urged thereto by his priests, and had obtained her consent in a letter. Heaven forgive me if I misjudge anyone, but my belief is this, that the letters, whereof only the deciphered copies were shown, did not quit the hands of either the one or the other, such as we heard them at Fotheringay. So poor Babington said, so saith the Queen of Scots, demanding vehemently to have them read in her presence before Now and Curll, who could testify to them. Cis deemeth that the true letter from Babington is in a packet, which, on learning from Humphrey his suspicion that there was treachery, the Queen gave her, and she threw down a well at Chartley."
"That was pity."
"Say not so, for had the original letter been seized, it would only have been treated in the same manner as the copy, and never allowed to reach Queen Elizabeth."
"I am glad poor Cicely's mother can stand clear of that guilt," said Susan. "I served her too long and received too much gentle treatment from her to brook the thought that she could be so far left to herself."
"Mind you, dame," said Richard, "I am not wholly convinced that she was not aware that her friends would in some way or other bring about the Queen's death, and that she would scarce have visited it very harshly, but she is far too wise, ay, and too tender-hearted, to have entered into the matter beforehand. So I think her not wholly guiltless, though the wrongs she hath suffered have been so great that I would do whatever was not disloyal to mine own Queen, to aid her to obtain justice."
"You are doing much, much indeed," said Susan. "And all this time you have told me nothing of my son, save what all might hear. How fares he? Is his heart still set on this poor maid?"
"And ever will be," said his father. "His is not an outspoken babbling love like poor Mr. Now, who they say was so inspired at finding himself in the same city with Bess Pierrepoint that he could talk of nothing else, and seemed to have no thought of his own danger or his Queen's. No, but he hath told me that he will give up all to serve her, without hope of requital, for her mother hath made her forswear him, and though she be not always on his tongue, he will do so, if I mistake not his steadfastness."
Susan sighed, but she knew that the love that had begun when the lonely boy hailed the shipwrecked infant as his little sister was of a calm but unquenchable nature, were it for weal or woe. She could not but be thankful that the express mandate of both the parents had withheld her son from sharing the danger which was serious enough even for her husband's prudence and coolness of head. By the morning, as she had predicted, the ardour of the Earl and Countess had considerably slackened, and though still willing to forward the petitioner on her way, they did not wish their names to appear in the matter. They did, however, make an important offer. The Mastiff was newly come into harbour at Hull, and they offered Richard the use of her as a conveyance. He gladly accepted it. The saving of expense was a great object, for he was most unwilling to use Queen Mary's order on the French ambassador, and he likewise deemed it possible that such a means of evasion might be very useful. The Mastiff was sometimes used by some of the Talbot family on journeys to London, and had a tolerably commodious cabin, according to the notions of the time, and though it was late in the year, and poor Cis was likely to be wretched enough on the voyage, the additional security was worth having, and Cicely would be under the care of Goatley's wife, who made all the voyages with her husband. The Earl likewise charged Richard Talbot with letters and messages of conciliation to his son Gilbert, whose estrangement was a great grief to him, arising as it did entirely from the quarrels of the two wives, mother and daughter. He even charged his kinsman with the proposal to give up Sheffield to Lord and Lady Talbot, and retire to Wingfield rather than continue at enmity. Mr. Talbot knew the parties too well to have much hope of prevailing or producing permanent peace, but the commission was welcome, as it would give a satisfactory pretext for his presence in London. A few days were spent at Bridgefield, Cicely making herself the most loving, helpful, and charming of daughters, and really basking in the peaceful atmosphere of Susan's presence, and then, with many prayers and blessings from that good lady, they set forth for Hull, taking with them 2 servants besides poor Babington's man Gillingham, whose superior intelligence and knowledge of London would make him useful, though there was a dark, brooding look about him that made Richard always dread some act of revenge on his part toward his master's foes. End of Chapter 37. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 38 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Master Talbot and his charge. The afternoon on which they were to enter the old town of Kingston upon Hull closed in with a dense sea fog, fast turning to drizzling rain. They could see but a little distance on either side, and could not see the lordly old church tower. The beads of dew on the fringes of her pony's ears were more visible to Cicely than anything else, and as she kept along by Master Richard's side, she rejoiced both in the beaten, well-trodden track, and in the pealing bells which seemed to guide them into the haven, while Richard was resolving, as he had done all through the journey, where he could best lodge his companion so as to be safe, and at the same time free from inconvenient curiosity. The wetness of the evening made promptness of decision the more needful, while the bad weather, which his experienced eye foresaw, would make the choice more important. Discerning through the increasing gloom a lantern moving in the street, which seemed to him to light a substantial cloaked figure, he drew up and asked if he were in the way to a well-known hostel. Fortune had favoured him, for a voice demanded in return, "Do I hear the voice of good Captain Talbot? At your service." "Yea, it is I, Richard Talbot. Is it you, Master Heatherthwayte?" "It is verily, sir. Well do I remember you, good trusty captain, and the goodly lady your wife. Do I see her here?" returned the clergyman, who had heartily grasped Richard's hand. "No, sir, this is my daughter, for whose sake I would ask you to direct me to some lodging for the night." "Nay, if the young lady will put up with my humble chambers, and my little daughter for her bedfellow, I would not have so old an acquaintance go farther." Richard accepted the offer gladly, and Mr. Heatherthwayte walked close to the horses, using his lantern to direct them, and sending flashes of light over the gabled ends of the old houses and the muffled passengers till they came to a long flagged passage, when he asked them to dismount, bidding the servants and horses to await his return, and giving his hand to conduct the young lady along the narrow slippery alley, which seemed to have either broken walls or houses on either side. He explained to Richard by the way that he had married the goodly widow of a ship chandler, but that it had pleased Heaven to take her from him at the end of 5 years, leaving him 2 young children, but that her ancient nurse had the care of the house and the little ones. Curates were not sumptuously lodged in those days. The cells which had been sufficient for monks commissioned by monasteries were no homes for men with families, and where means were to be had, a few rooms had been added without much grace, or old cottages adapted, for indeed the requirements of the clergy of the day did not soar above those of the farmer or petty dealer. Master Heatherthwayte pulled a string depending from a hole in a door, the place of which he seemed to know by instinct, and admitted the newcomers into a narrow paved entry, where he called aloud, "Here, oil! Dust! Goody! Bring a light! Here are guests!" A door was opened instantly into a large kitchen or keeping room, bright with a fire and a small lamp. A girl of 9 or 10 sprang forward, but hung back at the sight of strangers.
A boy of 12 rose awkwardly from conning his lessons by the low unglazed lamp.
an old woman showed herself from some kind of pantry. "Here," said the clergyman, "is my most esteemed friend Captain Talbot of Bridgefield, and his daughter, who will do us the honour of abiding with us this night. Do thou, Goody Madge, and thou, Oil of Gladness, make the young lady welcome, and dry her garments, while we go and see to the beasts. Thou, Dust and Ashes, mayest come with us and lead the gentleman's horse." The lad, saddled with this dismal name, and arrayed in garments which matched it in colour, though not in uncleanness, sprang up with alacrity, infinitely preferring fog, rain, and darkness to his accidents, and never guessing that he owed this relaxation to his father's recollection of Mrs. Talbot's ways, and perception that the young lady would be better attended to without his presence. Oil of Gladness was a nice little rosy girl, in the tightest and primmest of caps and collars, and with a little housewifely hospitality that young mistresses of houses early attain to. There was no notion of equal terms between the curate's daughter and the squire's. The child brought a chair, and stood respectfully to receive the hood, cloak, and riding skirt, seeming delighted at the smile and thanks with which Cicely requited her attentions. The old woman felt the inner skirts to make sure that they were not damp, and then the little girl brought warm water, and held the bowl, while her guest washed face and hands, and smoothed her hair with the ivory comb which ladies always carried on a journey. The sweet power of setting people at ease was one Cis had inherited and cultivated by imitation, and Oil of Gladness was soon chattering away over her toilette. Would the lady really sleep with her in her little bed? She would promise not to kick if she could help it. Then she exclaimed, "Oh, what fair thing was that at the lady's throat! Was it a jewel of gold? She had never seen one, for father said it was not for Christian women to adorn themselves. Oh, no, she did not mean—" And confused, she ran off to help Goody to lay the spotless tablecloth, Cis following to set the child at peace with herself, and unloose the tongue again into hopes that the lady liked conger pie, for father had brought a mighty conger for 2d, and Goody had made a goodly pie of him. By the time the homely meal was ready, Mr. Talbot had returned from disposing of his horses and servants at a hostel, for whose comparative respectability Mr. Heatherthwayte had answered. The clergyman himself alone sat down to supper with his guests. He would not hear of letting either of his children do so, but while Dust and Ashes retired to study his tasks for the grammar school by firelight, Oil of Gladness assisted Goody in waiting in a deft and ready manner pleasant to behold. No sooner did Mr. Talbot mention the name Cicely than Master Heatherthwayte looked up and said, "Methinks it was I who spake that name over this young lady in baptism." "Even so," said Richard. "She knoweth all, but she hath ever been our good and dutiful daughter, for which we are the more thankful that heaven hath given us none other maid child." He knew Master Heatherthwayte was inclined to curiosity about other people's affairs, and therefore turned the discourse on the doings of his sons, hoping to keep him thus employed, and avert all further conversation upon Cicely and the cause of the journey. The good man was most interested in Edward, only he exhorted Mr. Talbot to be careful with whom he bestowed the stripling at Cambridge, so that he might shed the pure light of the gospel, undimmed by popish obscurities and idolatries. He began on his objections to the cross in baptism and the ring in marriage, and dilated on them to his own satisfaction over the tankard of ale that was placed for him and his guest, and the apples and nuts wherewith Cicely was surreptitiously feeding Oil of Gladness and Dust and Ashes, while the old woman bustled about, and at length made her voice heard in the announcement that the chamber was ready, and the young lady was weary with travel, and it was time she was abed, and Oil likewise. Though not very young children, Oil and Dust, at a sign from their father, knelt by his chair, and uttered their evening prayers aloud, after which he blessed and dismissed them, the boy to a shake-down in his own room, the girl to the ecstasy of assisting the guest to undress, and admiring the wonders of the very simple toilette apparatus contained in her little cloak-bag. Richard, meantime, was responding as best he could to the inquiries he knew would be inevitable as soon as he fell in with the Reverend Master Heatherthwayte. He was going to London in the Mastiff on some business connected with the Queen of Scots, he said. Whereupon Mr. Heatherthwayte quoted something from the Psalms about the wicked being taken in their own pits, and devoutly hoped she would not escape this time. His uncharitableness might be excused by the fact that he viewed it as an immediate possibility that the Prince of Parma might any day enter the Humber, when he would assuredly be burnt alive, and Oil of Gladness exposed to the fate of the children of Haarlem. Then he added, "I grieve to hear that you and your household were so much exposed to the witchcrafts of that same woman, sir." "I hope she hath done them little hurt," said Richard. Is it true," he added, "that the woman hath laid claim to the young lady now here as a kinswoman?" "It is true," said Richard. "But how hath it come to your knowledge, my good friend? I deemed it known to none out of our house. Not even the Earl and Countess guess that she is no child of ours." "Nay, Mr. Talbot, is it well to go on in a deceit?" "Call it rather a concealment," said Richard. "We have doubted it since, but when we began it was merely that there was none to whom it seemed needful to explain that the babe was not the little daughter we buried here. But how did you learn it? It imports to know." "Sir, do you remember your old servant Colet, Gervais' wife? It will be 3 years next Whitsuntide that, hearing a great outcry as of a woman maltreated as I passed in the street, I made my way into the house, and found Gervais verily beating his wife with a broomstick. After I had rebuked him and caused him to desist, I asked him the cause, and he declared it to be that his wife had been gadding to a stinking Papist fellow, who would be sure to do mischief to his noble captain, Mr. Talbot. Thereupon Colet declares that she had done no harm. The gentleman wist all before. She knew him again for the captain's kinsman, who was in the house the day that the captain brought home the babe." "Cuthbert Langston." "Even so, sir. It seems that he had been with this woman and questioned her closely on all she remembered of the child, learning from her what I never knew before, that there were marks branded on her shoulders and a letter sewn in her clothes. Was it so, sir?" "Ay, but my wife and I thought that even Colet had never seen them." "Nothing can escape a woman, sir. This man drew all from her by assuring her that the maiden belongeth to some great folk, and was even akin to the Queen and King of Scots, and that she might have some great reward if she told her story to them. She even sold him some 3 or 4 gold and ivory beads, which she says she found when sweeping out the room where the child was first undressed." "Has she ever heard more of the fellow?" "Nay, but Gervais since told me that he had met some of my lord's men, who told him that your daughter was one of the Queen of Scots' ladies, and, said he, I held my peace, but methought it hath come of the tale-bearing of that fellow to whom my wife prated." "Gervais guessed right," said Richard. "That Langston did contrive to make known to the Queen of Scots such tokens as led to her owning the maiden as of near kin to her by the mother's side, and to her husband's on the father's. But for many reasons she entreated us to allow the damsel still to bear our name, and to be treated as our child." "I doubt me whether it were well done of you, sir," said Mr. Heatherthwayte. "Of that," said Richard, drawing up into himself, "no man can judge for another." "She hath been with that woman. She will have imbibed her popish vanities," exclaimed the poor clergyman, almost ready to start up and separate Oil of Gladness at once from the contamination. "You may be easy on that score," said Richard dryly. "Her faith is what my good wife taught her, and she hath consistently attended the preachings of the chaplains of Sir Amias Paulet, who will be all of your own way of thinking." "You assure me," said Mr. Heatherthwayte, for it is the nature of these folks to act a part, even as did the parent the serpent. Often as Richard had thought so himself, he was offended now, and rose. "If you think I have brought a serpent into our house, sir, we will take shelter elsewhere. I will call her." Mr. Heatherthwayte apologized and protested, and showed himself willing to accept the assurance that Cicely was as simple and guileless as his own little maid. And Mr. Talbot, not wishing to be sent adrift with Cicely at that time of night, and certainly not to put such an affront on the good, if over-anxious father, was pacified, but the cordial tone of ease was at an end, and they were glad to separate and retire to rest. Richard had much cause for thought. He perceived, what had always been a perplexity to him before, how Langston had arrived at the knowledge that enabled him to identify Cicely with the babe of Lochleven. Mr. Talbot heard moanings and wailings of wind all night, which to his experience here meant either a 3 days' detention at Hull, or a land journey. With dawn there were gusts and showers. He rose betimes and went downstairs. He could hear his good host praying aloud in his room, and feeling determined not to vex that Puritan spirit by the presence of Queen Mary's pupil, he wrapped his cloak about him and went out to study the weather, and inquire for lodgings to which he might remove Cicely. He saw nothing he liked, and determined on consulting his old mate, Goatley, who generally acted as skipper, but he had first to return, so as not to delay the morning meal. He found, on coming in, Cicely helping Oil of Gladness in making griddle cakes and buttering them, so as to make Mr. Heatherthwayte declare that he had not tasted the like since Mistress Susan quitted Hull. Moreover, he had not sat down to the meal more than 10 minutes before he discovered, to his secret amusement, that Cicely had perfectly fascinated and charmed the good minister, who would have shuddered had he known that she did so by the graces inherited and acquired from the object of his abhorrence. Invitations to abide in their present quarters till it was possible to sail were pressed on them, and though Richard showed himself unwilling to accept them, they were so cordially reiterated that he felt it wiser to accede to them rather than spread the mystery farther. He was never quite sure whether Mr. Heatherthwayte looked on the young lady as untainted, or whether he wished to secure her in his own instructions, but he always described her as a modest and virtuous young lady, and so far from thinking her presence dangerous, only wished Oil to learn as much from her as possible. Cicely was sorely disappointed, and wanted to ride on at once by land, but when her foster father had shown her that the bad weather would be an almost equal obstacle, and that much time would be lost on the road, she submitted with the good temper she had cultivated under such a notable example. She taught Oil of Gladness the cookery of one of her mothers and the stitchery of the other. She helped Dust and Ashes with his accidents, and enlightened him on the sports of the Bridgefield boys, so that his father looked round dismayed at the smothered laughter, when she assured him that she was only telling how her brother Dickon caught a coney, or the like, and in some magical way smoothed down his frowns with her smile. Mistress Cicely Talbot's visit was likely to be an unforgotten era with Dust and Ashes and Oil of Gladness. The good curate entreated that she and her father would lodge there on their return, and the invitation was accepted conditionally, Mr. Talbot writing to his wife by the carriers to send such a load of good cheer from Bridgefield as would amply compensate for the expenses of this hospitality. End of Chapter 38. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama.
Chapter 39 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Fetterlock Court. People did not pity themselves so much for suspense when, instead of receiving an answer in less than an hour, they had to wait for it for weeks, if not months. Mrs. Talbot might be anxious at Bridgefield, and her son at Fotheringay, and poor Queen Mary, whose life hung in the balance, more heartsick with what old writers well named one hope, than any of them. But they had to live on, and rise morning after morning without expecting any intelligence, unable to do anything but pray for those who might be in perils unknown. After the strain and effort of her trial, Mary had become very ill, and kept her bed for many days. Humfrey continued to fulfil his daily duties as commander of the guards set upon her, but he seldom saw or spoke with any of her attendants, as Sir Andrew Melville, whom he knew the best of them, had on some suspicion been separated from his mistress and confined in another part of the castle. Sir Amias Paulett, too, was sick with gout and anxiety, and was much relieved when Sir Drew Drury was sent to his assistance. The new warder was a more courteous and easy-mannered person, and did not fret himself or the prisoner with precautions like his colleague, and on Sir Amias's reiterated complaint that the guards were not numerous enough, he had brought down 5 fresh men hired in London, fellows used to all sorts of weapons, and at home in military discipline, but, as Humfrey soon perceived, at home likewise in the licence of camps, and most incongruous companions for the simple village bumpkins and the precise retainers who had hitherto formed the garrison. He did his best to keep order, but marvelled how Sir Amias would view their excesses when he should come forth again from his sick chamber. The Queen was better, though still lame, and on a fine November noontide she obtained, by earnest entreaty, permission to gratify her longing for free air by taking a turn in what was called the Fetterlock Court, from the Yorkist badge of the falcon and fetterlock carved profusely on the decorations. This was the inmost strength of the castle, on the highest ground, an octagon court, with the keep closing one side of it, and the others surrounded with huge massive walls, shutting in a greensward with a well. There was a broad commodious terrace in the thickness of the walls, intended as a station whence defenders could shoot between the battlements, but in time of peace forming a pleasant promenade sheltered from the wind, and catching on its northern side the meridian rays of this Martinmas summer day, so that physician as well as jailer consented to permit the captive there to take the air. "Some watch there must be," said Paulett anxiously, when his colleague reported the consent he had given.
"It will suffice then," said Sir Drew Drury, "if the officer of the guard, Talbot you call him, stands at the angle of the court, so as to keep her in his view. He is a well-nurtured youth, and will not vex her." "Let him have the guard within call," said Paulett, and to this Drury assented, perhaps with a little amusement at the restless precautions of the invalid. Accordingly Humfrey took up his station, as unobtrusively as he could, at the corner of the terrace, and presently through a doorway at the other end saw the Queen, hooded and cloaked, come forth, leaning heavily on the arm of Dr. Bourgoin, and attended by the two Maries and the two elder ladies. She moved slowly, and paused every few steps, gazing around her, inhaling the fresh air and enjoying the sunshine, or speaking a caressing word to little Bijou, who leaped about and barked and whined with delight at having her out of doors again. There was a seat in the wall, and her lady spread cushions and cloaks for her to sit on it, warmed as it was by the sun, and there she rested, watching a starling running about on the turf, his gold-bespangled green plumage glistening. She hardly spoke. She seemed to be making the most of the repose of the fair calm day. Humfrey would not intrude by making her sensible of his presence, but he watched her from his station, wondering within himself if she cared for the peril to which she had exposed the daughter so dear to him. Such were his thoughts when an angry bark from Bijou warned him to be on the alert. A man, one of the new men-at-arms, was springing up the ramp leading to the summit of the wall, almost immediately in front of the little group. There was a gleam of steel in his hand. With one long ringing whistle Humfrey bounded from his place, and at the moment when the ruffian was on the point of assailing the Queen, he caught him with one hand by the collar, with the other tried to master the arm that held the weapon. It was a sharp struggle, for the fellow was a trained soldier in the fullest strength of manhood, and Humfrey was a youth of 23 and unarmed. They went down together, rolling on the ground before Mary's chair. But in another moment Humfrey was the uppermost. He had his knee on the fellow's chest, and held aloft, though in a bleeding hand, the dagger wrenched from him. The victory had been won in a few seconds before the two men, whom his whistle had brought, had time to rush forward. They were ready now to throw themselves on the assailant. "Hold!" cried Humfrey, speaking for the first time. "Hurt him not! Hold him fast, till I have him to Sir Amias." Each had an arm of the fallen man, and Humfrey rose to meet the eyes of the Queen, sparkling as she cried, bravely done, sir. We thank you. Though it be but the poor remnant of a worthless life that you have saved, we thank you. The sight of your manhood has gladdened us." Humfrey bowed low, and at the same time there was a cry among the ladies that he was bleeding. It was only his hand, as he showed them. The dagger had been drawn across the palm before he could capture it. The kerchiefs were instantly brought forward to bind it up, Dr. Bourgoin saying that it ought to have Master Gorion's attention. "I may not wait for that, sir," said Humfrey. "I must carry this villain at once to Sir Amias and report on the affair." "Nay, but you will come again to be tended," said the Queen, while Dr. Bourgoin fastened the knot of the temporary bandage. "Ah, and it is Humfrey Talbot to whom I owe my life. There is one who will thank thee for it more than even I. But come back. Gorion must treat that hand, and then you will tell me what you have heard of her." "Not, alas, madam," said Humfrey, with an expressive shake of the head. But ere he turned away, Mary extended her hand to him, and as he bent his knee to kiss it, she laid the other kindly on his dark curled head, and said, "God bless thee, brave youth." She was escorted to the door nearest to her apartments, and as she sank back on her day-bed she could not help murmuring to Mary Seaton, "A brave laddie! Would that he had one drop of princely blood." "The Talbot blood is not amiss," said the lady. "True, and were it but mine own Scottish royalty that were in question, I should see naught amiss. But with this English right that hath been the bane of us all, what can their love bring the poor children save woe?" Meantime Humfrey was conducting his prisoner to Sir Amias Paulett. The man was a bronzed, tough-looking ruffian, with an air of having seen service, and a certain foreign touch in his accent. He glanced somewhat contemptuously at his captor, and said, "Neatly done, sir. I marvel if you'll get any thanks." "What mean you?" said Humfrey sharply, but the fellow only shrugged his shoulders. The whole affair had been so noiseless that Humfrey brought the first intelligence when he was admitted to the sick chamber, where Sir Amias sat in a large chair by the fire.
He had left his prisoner guarded by 2 men at the door. "How now? What is it?" cried Paulett at first sight of his bandaged hand. "Is she safe?" "Even so, sir, and untouched," said Humfrey. "Thanks be to God!" he exclaimed. "This is what I feared. Who was it?" "One of the new men-at-arms from London. Peter Pearson he calls himself, and said he had served in the Netherlands." And after a few further words of explanation, Humfrey called in the prisoner and his guards, and before his face gave an account of his attempt upon the helpless Queen. "Godless and murderous villain," said Paulett, "what hast thou to say for thyself that I should not hang thee from the highest tower?" "Not that will hinder you, worshipful Signor," returned the man with a sneer. "In sooth, I see no great odds between taking life with a dagger and with an axe, save that fewer folk are regaled with the spectacle." "Wretch!" said Paulett, "wouldst thou confound private murder with the open judgment of God and man?" "Judgment hath been pronounced," said the fellow, "but it needs not to dispute the matter. Only if this honest youth had not come blundering in and cut his fingers in the fray, your captive would have been quietly rid of all her troubles, and I should have had my reward from certain great folk you wot of. Ay," as Sir Amias turned still yellower, "you take my meaning, sir." "Take him away," said Paulett, collecting himself. "He would cloak his crime by accusing others of his desperate wickedness." "Where, sir?" inquired Humfrey. Sir Amias would have preferred hanging the fellow without inquiry, but as Fotheringay was not under martial law, he ordered him off to the dungeons for the present, while the nearest justice of the peace was sent for. The knight bade Humfrey remain while the prisoner was walked off under due guard, and made a few more inquiries, adding with a sigh, "You must double the guard, Master Talbot, and get rid of all those London rogues. Sons of Belial are they all, and I'll have none for whom I cannot answer, for I fear me 'tis all too true what the fellow says." "Who would set him on?" "That I may not say. But would you believe it, Humfrey Talbot, I have been blamed, ay, rated like a hound, for that I will not lend myself to a privy murder." "Verily, sir?" "Verily and indeed, young man. 'Tis the part of a loyal subject, they say, to spare her Majesty's womanish feelings and her hatred of bloodshed, and this lady having been condemned, to take her off secretly, so as to save the Queen the pain and heart-searchings of signing the warrant. You credit me not, sir, but I have the letter, to my sorrow and shame." No wonder that the poor, precise, hard-hearted, but religious and high-principled man was laid up with a fit of the gout, after receiving the shameful letter which he described, which is still extant, signed by Walsingham and Davison. "Strange loyalty," said Humfrey. "And too much after the Spanish sort for an English Protestant," said Sir Amias. "I made answer that I would lay down my life to guard this unhappy woman to undergo the justice that is to be done upon her, but murder her, or allow her to be slain in my hands, I neither can nor will, so help me Heaven, as a true though sinful man." "Amen," said Humfrey. "And no small cause of thanks have I that in you, young sir, I have one who may be trusted for faith as well as courage, and I need not say discretion." As he spoke, Sir Drew Drury, who had been out riding, returned, anxious to hear the details of this strange event. Sir Amias could not leave his room. Sir Drew accompanied Humfrey to the Queen's apartments to hear her account and that of her attendants. It was given with praises of the young gentleman which put him to the blush, and Sir Drew then gave permission for his hurt to be treated by Maitre Gorion, and left him in the antechamber for the purpose. Sir Amias would perhaps have done more wisely if he had not detained Humfrey from seeing the criminal guarded to his prison, for Sir Drew Drury, going from the Queen's presence to interrogate the fellow before sending for a magistrate, found the cell empty. It had been the turn of duty of one of the new London men-at-arms, and he had been placed as sentry at the door by the sergeant, the stupidest and trustiest of fellows, who stood gaping in utter amazement when he found that sentry and prisoner both alike were missing. On the whole, the two warders agreed that it would be wiser to hush up the matter. When Mary heard that the man had escaped, she quietly said, "I understand. They know how to do such things better abroad."
Things returned to their usual state, except that Humfrey had permission to go daily to have his hand attended to by Monsieur Gorion, and the Queen never let pass this opportunity of speaking to him, though the very first time she ascertained that he knew as little as she did of the proceedings of his father and Cicely. Now for the first time did Humfrey understand the charm that had captivated Babington, and that even his father confessed. Ailing, aging, and suffering as she was, and in daily expectation of her sentence of death, there was still something more wonderfully winning about her, a sweet pathetic cheerfulness, kindness, and resignation, that filled his heart with devotion to her. And then she spoke of Cicely, the rarest and greatest delight that he could enjoy. She evidently regarded him with favour, if not affection, because he loved the maiden whom she could not but deny to him. Would he not do anything for her? Ay, anything consistent with duty. And there came a twinge which startled him. Was she making him value duty less? Never. Besides, how few days he could see her. His hand was healing all too fast, and what might not come any day from London? Was Queen Mary's last conquest to be that of Humfrey Talbot? End of Chapter 39. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 40 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Sentence. The tragedies of the stage compress themselves into a few hours, but the tragedies of real life are of slow and heavy march, and the heart-sickness of delay and hope and dread alike deferred is one of their chief trials. Humfrey's hurt was quite well, but as he was at once trusted by his superiors and acceptable to the captive, he was employed in many of those lesser communications between her and her keepers, for which the two knights did not feel it necessary to harass her with their presence. His post for half the 24 hours was on guard in the gallery outside her anteroom door, but he often knocked and was admitted as bearer of some message to her or her household, and equally often was called in to hear her requests, and sometimes he could not help believing because it pleased her to see him, even if there were nothing to tell her. Nor was there anything known until the 19th of November, when the sounds of horses' feet in large numbers and the blast of bugles announced the arrival of a numerous party. When marshalled into the ordinary dining hall, they proved to be Lord Buckhurst, a dignified-looking nobleman, who bore a sad and grave countenance full of presage, with Mr. Beale, the clerk of the council, and 2 or 3 other officials and secretaries, among whom Humfrey perceived the inevitable Will Cavendish. The 2 old comrades quickly sought each other out, Will observing, "So here you are still, Humfrey. We are like to see the end of a long story." "How so?" asked Humfrey, with a thrill of horror. "Is she sentenced?" "By the Commissioners, all excepting my Lord Zouch, and by both Houses of Parliament. We are come down to announce it to her. I'll have you into the presence chamber if I can prevail. It will be a noteworthy thing to see how the daughter of 100 kings brooks such a sentence." "Hath no one spoken for her?" asked Humfrey, thinking at least as much of Cicely as of the victim. "The King of Scots hath sent an embassage," returned Cavendish. "But when I say 'tis the Master of Grey, you know what that means. King James may be urgent to save his mother. Nay, he hath written more sharply and shrewishly than ever he did before. But as for this Grey, whatever he may say openly, we know that he has whispered to the Queen, 'The dead don't bite.'" "The villain!" "That may be, so far as he himself is concerned, but the council is canny, like the false Scot himself. What's this I hear, Humfrey, that you have been playing the champion and getting wounded in the defence?" "A mere nothing," said Humfrey, opening his hand, however, to show the mark. "I did but get my palm scored in hindering a villainous man-at-arms from slaying the poor lady." "Yea, well are thy race named Talbot," said Cavendish. "Sturdy watch-dogs are ye all, with never a notion that sometimes it may be for the good of all parties to look the other way." "If you mean that I am to stand by and see a helpless woman—" "Hush, my good friend," said Will, holding up his hand. "I know thy breed far too well to mean any such thing. Moreover, thy Frisian governor, old Paulett there, hath repelled, like instigations of Satan, more hence than one that pain might be saved to one queen and publicity to the other, if he would have taken a leaf from Don Philip's book, and permitted the lady to be dealt with secretly. Had he given an ear to the matter 6 months back, it would have spared poor Antony." "Speak not thus, Will," said Humfrey, "or thou wilt make me believe thee a worse man than thou art, only for the sake of showing me how thou art versed in state policy. Tell me instead if thou hast seen my father." "Thy father? Yea, verily, and I have a packet for thee from him. It is in my mails, and I will give it thee anon. He is come on a bootless errand. As long as my mother and my sister Mall are both living, he might as well try to bring 2 catamounts together without hisses and scratches." "Where is he lying?" asked Humfrey. "In Shrewsbury House, after the family wont, and Gilbert makes him welcome enough, but Mall is angered with him for not lodging his daughter there likewise. I tell her he is afraid lest she should get hold of the wench, and work up a fresh web of tales against this lady, like those which did so much damage before. 'Twould be rare if she made out that Gravity himself, in the person of old Paulett, had been entranced by her." "Peace with thy gibes," said Humfrey impatiently, "and tell me where my sister is." "Where thinkest thou? Of all strange places in the world, he hath bestowed her with Madame de Salmonnet, the wife of one of the French ambassadors following, to perfect her French, as he saith. Canst thou conceive wherefore he doth it? Hath he any marriage in view for her? Mall tried to find out, but he is secret. Tell me, Numps, what is it?" "If he be secret, must I not be the same?" said Humfrey, laughing. "Nay, thou owest me some return for all that I have told thee."
"Marry, Will, that is more like a maiden than a statesman.
But be content, comrade. I know no more than thou what purposes there may be anent my sister's marriage," he added. "Only if thou canst give me my father's letter, I should be beholden to thee." They were interrupted, however, by a summons to Humfrey, who was to go to the apartments of the Queen of Scots, to bear the information that in the space of half an hour the Lord Buckhurst and Master Beale would do themselves the honour of speaking with her. "So," muttered Cavendish to himself as Humfrey went up the stairs, "there is then some secret. I marvel what it bodes. Did not that crafty villain Langston utter some sort of warning which I spurned, knowing the Bridgefield trustiness and good faith? This wench hath been mightily favoured by the lady. I must see to it." Meantime Humfrey had been admitted to Queen Mary's room, where she sat as usual at her needlework. "You bring me tidings, my friend," she said, as he bent his knee before her. "Methought I heard a fresh stir in the castle. Who is arrived?" "The Lord Buckhurst, so please your Grace, and Master Beale. They crave an audience of your Grace in half an hour's time." "Yea, and I can well guess wherefore," said the Queen. "Well, fiat voluntas tua. Buckhurst, he is kinsman of Elizabeth on the Boleyn side, methinks. She would do me grace, you see, my masters, by sending me such tidings by her cousin. They cannot hurt me. I am far past that. So let us have no tears, my lassies, but receive them right royally, as befits a messenger from one sovereign to another. Remember, it is not before my Lord Buckhurst and Master Beale that we sit, but before all posterities for evermore, who will hear of Mary Stuart and her wrongs. Tell them I am ready, sir. Nay, but my son," she added, with a very different tone of the tender woman instead of the outraged sovereign, "I see thou hast news for me. Is it of the child?" "Even so, madam. I wot little yet, but what I know is hopeful. She is with Madame de Salmonnet, wife of one of the suite of the French ambassador." "Ah, that speaketh much," said Mary, smiling. "More than you know, young man. Salmonnet is sprung of a Scottish archer, jockey of the salmon net, whereof they made in France, Madame de Salmonnet. Chateauneuf must have owned her and put her under the protection of the embassy. Hast thou had a letter from thy father?" "I am told that one is among Will Cavendish's mails, ma'am, and I hope to have it anon." "These men have all unawares brought with them that which may well bear me up through whatever may be coming." A second message arrived from Lord Buckhurst himself, to say how grieved he was to be the bearer of heavy tidings, and to say that he would not presume to intrude on her Majesty's presence until she would notify him that she was ready to receive him. "They have become courteous," said Mary, "but why should we dally? The sooner this is over, the better." The gentlemen were then admitted. Lord Buckhurst grave, sad, stately, and courteous, Sir Ananias Paulet, as usual, grim and wooden in his puritanical stiffness, Sir Drew Drury keeping in the background as one grieved, and Mr. Beale, who had already often harassed the Queen before, eager, forward, and peremptory, as one whose exultation could hardly be repressed by respect for his superior. Bending low before her, this nobleman craved her pardon for that which it was his duty to execute, and having kissed her hand, in token of her personal forgiveness, he bade Mr. Beale read the papers. The Clerk of the Council stood forth almost without obeisance, till it was absolutely compelled from him by Buckhurst. He read aloud the details of the judgment, that Mary had been found guilty by the Commission of conspiracy against the kingdom and the life of the Queen, with a sentence from the High Court of Parliament that she was to die by being beheaded. Mary listened with unmoved countenance, only she stood up and made solemn protest against the authority and power of the Commission either to try or condemn her. Beale was about to reply, but Lord Buckhurst checked him, telling him it was simply his business to record the protest, and then adding that he was charged to warn her to put away all hopes of mercy and to prepare for death. This, he said, was on behalf of his Queen, who implored her to disburthen her conscience by a full confession. "It is not her work," added Buckhurst. "The sentence is not hers, but this thing is required by her people, inasmuch as her life can never be safe while your Grace lives, nor can her religion remain in any security." Mary's demeanour had hitherto been resolute. Here a brightness and look of thankful joy came over her, as she raised her eyes to heaven and joined her hands, saying, "I thank you, my lord. You have made it all gladness to me, by declaring me to be an instrument in the cause of my religion, for which, unworthy as I am, I shall rejoice to shed my blood." "Saint and martyr, indeed!" broke out Paulet. "That is fine, when you are dying for plotting treason and murder." "Nay, sir," gently returned Mary, "I am not so presumptuous as to call myself saint or martyr, but though you have power over my body, you have none over my soul, nor can you prevent me from hoping that by the mercy of him who died for me, my blood and my life may be accepted by him as offerings freely made for his church." She then begged for the restoration of her almoner de Preux. She was told that the request would be referred to the Queen, but that she should have the attendance of an English bishop and dean. Paulet was so angered at the manner in which she had met the doom, that he began to threaten her that she would be denied all that could serve to her idolatries. "Yea, verily," she said calmly, "I am aware that the English have never been noted for mercy." Lord Buckhurst succeeded in getting the knight away without any more bitter replies. Humfrey and Cavendish had, of course, to leave the room in their train, and as it was the hour of guard for the former, he had to take up his station, and wait with what patience he could until it should please Master William to carry him the packet. He opened it eagerly, standing close beneath the little lamp that illuminated his post, to read it. But after all it was somewhat disappointing, for Mr. Talbot did not feel that absolute confidence in the consciences of gentlemen in place which would make him certain of Master Cavendish, supposing any notion should arise that Cicely's presence in London could have any purpose connected with the prisoner. "To my dear son Humfrey, greeting. I do you to wit that we are here safely arrived in London, though we were forced by stress of weather to tarry 7 days in Hull at the house of good Master Heatherthwayte, where we received good and hospitable entertainment. The voyage was a fair one, and the old Mastiff is as brave a little vessel as she ever was wont to be. But thy poor sister lay abed all the time, and was right glad when we came into smooth water. We have presented the letters to those whom we came to seek, and so far matters have gone with us more towardly than I had expected. There are those who knew Cicely's mother at her years, who say there is a strange likeness between them, and who therefore received her the more favourably. I am lying at present at Shrewsbury House, where my young lord makes me welcome. But it hath been judged meet that thy sister should lodge with the good Madame de Salmonnet, a wife of Scottish birth, who is wife to one of the secretaries of Monsieur de Chateauneuf, the French ambassador, but who is bred in the convent of Soissons. She is a virtuous and honourable lady, and hath taken charge of thy sister while we remain in London. For the purpose for which we came it goeth forward, and those who should know assure me that we do not lose time here. Diccon commendeth himself to thee. He is well in health, and hath much improved in all his exercises. Mistress Curll is lodging nigh unto the Strand, in hopes of being permitted to see her husband, but that hath not yet been granted to her, although she is assured that he is well in health, and ere long like to be set free.
As well as Monsieur No.
We came to London the day after the Parliament had pronounced sentence upon the lady at Fotheringay. I promise you there was ringing of bells and firing of cannon, and lighting of bonfires, so that we deemed that there must have been some great defeat of the Spaniards in the Low Countries, and when we were told it was for joy that the Parliament had declared the Queen of Scots guilty of death, my poor Cicely had well nigh swooned to think that there could be such joy for the doom of one poor sick lady. There hath been a petition to the Queen that the sentence may be carried out, and she hath answered in a dubious and uncertain manner, which leaves ground for hope, and the King of Scots hath written pressingly, and sent the Master of Grey to speak in his mother's behalf. Also Monsieur de Chateauneuf has both urged mercy on the Queen, and so written to France that King Henry is sending an ambassador extraordinary, Monsieur de Bellievre, to intercede for her. I send these presents by favour of Master Cavendish, who will tell thee more than I have here space to set down, and can assure thee that nothing hasty is like to be done in the business on which he hath come down with these gentlemen. And so no more at present from thy loving father, Richard Talbot. Humfrey had to gather what he could from this letter, but he had no opportunity of speech with the prisoner on the remainder of that day, nor on the next, until after Lord Buckhurst and his followers had left Fotheringay, bearing with them a long and most touching letter from the prisoner to Queen Elizabeth. On that day Paulett worked himself up to the strange idea that it was for the good of the unfortunate prisoner's soul, and an act of duty to his own sovereign, to march into the prison chamber and announce to Queen Mary that, being a dead woman in the eye of the law, no royal state could be permitted her, in token of which he commanded her servants to remove the canopy over her chair. They all flatly refused to touch it, and the women began to cry out upon him for being cowardly enough to insult their mistress, and she calmly said, "Sir, you may do as you please. My royal state comes from God, and it is not yours to give or take away. I shall die a queen. Whatever you may do by such law as robbers in a forest might use with a righteous judge." Intensely angered, Sir Amias came, hobbling and stumbling out to the door, pale with rage, and called on Talbot to come and bring his men to tear down the rag of vanity in which this contumacious woman put her trust. "The men are your servants, sir," said Humfrey, with a flush on his cheek and his teeth set. "I am here to guard the Queen of Scots, not to insult her." "How, sirrah! Do you know to whom you speak? Have you not sworn obedience to me?" "In all things within my commission, sir, but this is as much beyond it as I believe it to be beyond yours." "Insolent, disloyal varlet! You are under ward till I can account with and discharge you. To your chamber!" Humfrey could but walk away, grieved that his power of bearing intelligence or alleviation to the prisoner had been forfeited, and that he should probably not even take leave of her. Was she to be left to all the insults that the malice of her persecutor could devise? Yet it was not exactly malice. Paulett would have guarded her life from assassination with his own, though chiefly for his own sake, and, as he said, for that of saving his poor posterity from so foul a blot. But he could not bear, as he told Sir Drew Drury, to see the popish, bloodthirsty woman sitting queenly so calmly, and when he tore down her cloth of state and sat down in her presence with his hat on, he did not so much intend to pain the woman Mary as to express the triumph of Elizabeth and of her religion. Humfrey believed his service over, and began to occupy himself with putting his clothes together, while considering whether to seek his father in London or to go home. After about an hour he was summoned to the hall, where he expected to have found Sir Amias Paulett ready to give him his discharge. He found, however, only Sir Drew Drury, who thus accosted him: "Young man, you had better return to your duty. Sir Amias is willing to overlook what passed this morning." "I thank you, sir, but I am not aware of having done aught to need forgiveness," said Humfrey. "Come, come, my fair youth, stand not on these points. 'Tis true, my good colleague hath an excess of zeal, and I could wish he could have found it in his heart to leave the poor lady these marks of dignity that hurt no one. I would have no hand in it, and I am glad thou wouldest not. He knoweth that he had no power to require such service of thee. He will say no more, and I trust that neither wilt thou, for it would not be well to change warders at this time.
Another might not be so acceptable to the poor lady, and I would fain save her all that I can."
Humfrey bowed and thanked him of milder mood, nor was any further notice taken of this hasty dismissal. When next he had to enter the Queen's apartments, the absence of all the tokens of her royal rank was to him truly a shock, accustomed as he had been from his earliest childhood to connect them with her, and knowing what this removal signified. Mary, who was writing, looked up as, with cap in hand, he presented himself on one knee, his head bowed lower than ever before, perhaps to hide the tear that had sprung to his eye at the sight of her pale, patient countenance. "How now, sir?" she said. "This obeisance is out of place to one already dead in law. Don your bonnet. There is no Queen here for an Englishman." "Ah, madam, suffer me. My reverence cannot but be greater than ever," faltered Humfrey from his very heart, his words lost in the kiss he printed on the hand she granted him. Mary bent her grey discrowned head, crowned in his eyes as the Queen of Sorrows, and said to Marie de Courcelles, who stood behind her, "Is this not true, mamie, that our griefs have this make-weight, namely, that they prove to us whose are the souls whose generosity is above all price? And what saith thy good father, my Humfrey?" He had not ventured on bringing the letter into the apartments, but he repeated most of the substance of it, without, however, greatly raising the hopes of the Queen, though she was gratified that her cause was not neglected either by her son or by her brother-in-law. "They, and above all my poor maid, will be comforted to have done their utmost," she said, "but I scarcely care that they should prevail. As I have written to my cousin Elizabeth, I am beholden to her for ending my long captivity, and above all for conferring on me the blessings and glories of one who dies for her faith, all unworthy as I am." And she clasped her hands, while a rapt expression came upon her countenance. Her chief desire seemed to be that neither Cicely nor her foster father should run into any danger on her account, and she much regretted that she had not been able to impress upon Humfrey messages to that effect before he wrote in answer to his father, sending his letter by Cavendish. "Wilt thou not write again?" she asked. "I doubt its being safe," said Humfrey. "I durst not speak openly, even in the scroll I sent yesterday." Then Mary recurred to the power which he possessed of visiting Sir Andrew Melville and the almoner, the Abbé de Preaux, who were shut up in the Fetterlock Tower and Court, and requested him to take a billet which she had written to the latter. The request came like a blow to the young man. "With permission," he began. "I tell thee," said Mary, "this concerns naught but mine own soul. It is nothing to the state, but all and everything to me, a dying woman." "Ah, madam, let me but obtain consent." "What! Go to Paulett, that he may have occasion to blaspheme my faith and insult me?" said the Queen, offended. "I should go to Sir Drew Drury, who is of another mould," said Humfrey. "But who dares not lift a finger to cross his fellow," said Mary, leaning back resignedly. "And this is the young gentleman's love for your Grace!" exclaimed Jean Kennedy. "Nay, madam," said Humfrey, stung to the quick, "but I am sworn." "Let him alone, Nurse Jeanie," said Mary. "He is like the rest of the English. They know not how to distinguish between the spirit and the letter. I understand it all, though I had thought for a moment that in him there was a love for me and mine that would perceive that I could ask nothing that would damage his honour or his good faith. I, who had almost a mother's love and trust in him." "Madam," cried Humfrey, "you know I would lay down my life for you, but I cannot break my trust." "Your trust, fool laddie!" exclaimed Mrs. Kennedy. "And you would thank the Queen spirit of ye to carry a letter to Mendoza to burn and slay, instead of a bit skirt of the pen to ask the good father for his prayers, or the like. But you're all alike. You will not stir a hand to aid her poor soul." "Pardon me, madam," entreated Humfrey. "The matter is not what the letter may bear, but how my oath binds me. I may not be the bearer of aught in writing from this chamber. 'Twas the very reason I would not bring in my father's letter. Madam, say but you pardon me." "Of course I pardon you," returned Mary coldly. "I have so much to pardon that I can well forgive the lukewarmness and precision that are bred in your nature, that you cannot help them. I pardon injuries, and I may well try to pardon disappointments. Fare you well, Mr. Talbot. May your fidelity have its reward from Sir Amias Paulett."
Humfrey was obliged to quit the apartment, cruelly wounded, sometimes wondering whether he had really acted on a harsh, selfish punctilio in cutting off the dying woman from the consolations of religion, and thus taking part with the persecutors, while his heart bled for her. Sometimes it seemed to him as if he had been on the point of earning her consent to his marriage with her daughter, and had thrown it away, and at other moments a horror came over him lest he was being beguiled as poor Antony had been before him, and if he let his faith slip, how should he meet his father again? Yet his affection for the Queen repelled this idea like a cruel injury, while day by day it was renewed pain and grief to be treated by her with the gentlest and most studied courtesy, but no longer as almost one of her own inner circle of friends and confidants. And as Sir Andrew Melville was in a few more days restored to her service, he was far less often required to bear messages, to do little services in the prison apartments, and he felt himself excluded and cut off from the intimacy that had been very sweet and even a little hopeful to him. End of chapter 40. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 41 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 41. Her Royal Highness. Cicely had been living in almost as much suspense in London as her mother at Fotheringay. For greater security, Mr. Talbot had kept her on board the Mastiff till he had seen Monsieur de Chateauneuf, and had presented to him Queen Mary's letter. The ambassador, an exceedingly polished and graceful Frenchman, was greatly astonished, and at first incredulous, but he could not but accept the Queen's letter as genuine, and he called into his councils his Secretary de Salmonnet, an elderly man, whose wife, a Scotswoman by birth, preferred her husband's society to the delights of Paris. She was a Hamilton who had been a pensionnaire in the convent at Soissons, and she knew that it had been expected that an infant from Lochleven might be sent to the abbess, but that it had never come, and that after many months of waiting tidings had arrived that the vessel which carried the babe had been lost at sea. Monsieur de Chateauneuf thereupon committed the investigation to her and her husband. Richard Talbot took them first to the rooms where Mrs. Barbara Curll had taken up her abode, so as to be near her husband, who was still a prisoner in Walsingham's house. She fully confirmed all that Mr. Talbot said of the Queen's complete acceptance of Cis as her daughter, and moreover consented to come with the Salmonets and Mr. Talbot to visit the young lady on board the Mastiff. Accordingly they went down the river together in Mr. Talbot's boat, and found Cicely, well cloaked and muffled, sitting under an awning, and under the care of old Goatley, who treated her like a little queen, and was busy explaining to her all the different craft which filled the river. She sprang up with the utmost delight at the sight of Mrs. Curll, and threw herself into her arms. There was an interchange of inquiries and comments that, unpremeditated as they were, could not but convince the auditor of the terms on which the young lady had stood with Queen Mary and her suite. Afterwards Cicely took the two ladies to her cabin, a tiny box, but not uncomfortable according to her habits, and there, on Barbara's persuasion, she permitted Madame de Salmonnet to see the monograms on her shoulders. The lady went home convinced of her identity, and came again the next day with a gentleman in slouched hat, mask, and cloak. As Cicely rose to receive him, he uttered an exclamation of irrepressible astonishment, then added, "Your Highness will pardon me. Exactly thus did her royal mother stand when I took leave of her at Calais." The ambassador had thus been taken by storm, although the resemblance was more in figure and gesture than feature, but Mrs. Curll could aver that those who had seen Bothwell were at no loss to trace the derivation of the dark brows and somewhat homely features, in which the girl differed from the royal race of Scotland. What was to be done? Queen Mary's letter to him begged him so far as was possible to give her French protection, and avoid compromising that excellent Talbot, and he thought it would be wisest for her to await the coming of the envoy extraordinary, Monsieur de Pompon Bellevue, and be presented by him. In the meantime, her remaining on board ship in this winter weather would be miserably uncomfortable, and Richmond and Greenwich were so near that any intercourse with her would be dangerous, especially if Langston was still in England.
Lodgings or inns where a young lady from the country could safely be bestowed were not easily to be procured without greater familiarity with the place than Mr. Talbot possessed, and he could as little think of placing her with Lady Talbot, whose gossiping tongue and shrewish temper were not for a moment to be trusted. Therefore Monsieur de Chateauneuf's proposal that the young lady should become Madame de Salmonnet's guest at the embassy was not unwelcome. The lady was elderly, Scottish, and, as Monsieur de Chateauneuf with something of a shudder assured Mr. Talbot, most respectable, and it was hoped that it would not be for long. So having seen her safely made over to the lady's care, Richard ventured for the first time to make his presence in London known to his son and to his kindred, and he was the more glad to have her in these quarters, because Diccon told him that there was no doubt that Langston was lurking about the town, and indeed he was convinced that he had recognised that spy entering Walsingham's house in the dress of a scrivener. He would not alarm Cicely, but he bade her keep all her goods in a state ready for immediate departure, in case it should be needful to leave London at once after seeing the Queen. The French ambassador's abode was an old conventual building on the riverside, consisting of a number of sets of separate chambers like those of a college, opening on a quadrangle in the centre, and with one side occupied by the state apartments and chapel. This arrangement eminently suited the French suite, every one of whom liked to have his own little arrangements of cookery, and to look after his own marmite in his own way, all being alike horrified at the gross English diet and lack of vegetables. Many tried experiments in the way of growing salads in little gardens of their own, with little heed to the once beautiful green grass plot, which they broke up. Inside that gate it was like a new country, and as all the shrill, thin intonations of the French rang in her ears, Cicely could hardly believe that she had, she said, only a brick wall between her and old England. Monsieur de Salmonnet was unmistakably a Scot by descent, though he had never seen the land of his ancestors. His grandfather had been ennobled, but only belonged to the lesser order of the noblesse, being exempted from imposts, but not being above employment, especially in diplomacy. He had acted as secretary, interpreter, and general factotum to a whole succession of ambassadors, and thus his little lodge, as he called it, had become something of a home. His wife had once or twice before had to take charge of young ladies, French or English, who were confined to the embassy, and she had a guest chamber for them, a small room, but with an oriel window overhanging the Thames, and letting in the southern sun, so as almost to compensate for the bareness of the rest, where there was nothing but a square box bed, a chest, and a few toilette essentials, to break upon the dullness of the dark wainscoted walls. Madame herself came to sleep with her guest, for lonely nights were regarded with dread in those times, and indeed she seemed to regard it as her duty never to lose sight of her charge for a moment. Madame de Salmonnet's proper bedchamber was the only approach to this little room, but that mattered the less as it was also the parlour. The bed, likewise a box, was in the far-off recesses, and the family were up and astir long before the November sun. Dressed, Madame could scarcely be called. The costume in which she assisted Babette and queer wizened old Pierrot in doing the morning's work horrified Cicely, used as she was to Mistress Susan's scrupulous neatness. Downstairs there was a sort of office room of Monsieur's, where the family meals were taken, and behind it an exceedingly small kitchen, where Madame and Pierrot performed marvels of cookery, surpassing those of Queen Mary's 5 cooks. Cicely longed to assist in them, and after a slight demur she was permitted to do so, chiefly because her duenna could not otherwise watch her and the confections at the same time. Cis could never make out whether it was as a princess or simply as maiden that she was so closely watched, for Madame bristled and swelled like a mother cat about to spring at a strange dog, if any gentleman of the suite showed symptoms of accosting her. Nay, when Mr. Talbot once brought Diccon in with him, and there was a greeting, which to Cicely's mind was dismally cold and dry, the lady was so scandalized that Cicely was obliged formally to tell her that she would answer for it to the Queen. On Sunday Mr. Talbot always came to take her to church, and this was a terrible grievance to Madame. If it had been only the being out of hearing of her hostess's incessant tongue, the walk would have been a refreshment. Madame de Salmonnet had been transported from home so young that she was far more French than Scottish. She was a small woman, full of activity and zeal of all kinds, though perhaps most of all for her porte-à-faux. She was busied about her domestic affairs morning, noon, and night, and never ceased chattering the whole time, till Cicely began to regard the sound like the clack of the mill at Bridgefield. Yet, talker as she was a safe woman, and never had been known to betray secrets. Indeed, much more of her conversation consisted of speculations on the tenderness of the poultry or the freshness of the fish, than of anything that went much deeper. She did, however, spend much time in describing the habits and customs of the pensionnaires at Soissons, the meagre food they had to eat, their tricks upon the elder and graver nuns, and a good deal besides that was amusing at first, but which became rather wearisome, and made Cicely wonder what either of her mothers would have thought of it. The excuse for all this was to enable the maiden to make her appearance before Queen Elizabeth as freshly brought from Soissons by her mother's danger. Mary herself had suggested this, as removing all danger from the Talbots, and as making it easier for the French embassy to claim and protect Cis herself, and M. de Chateauneuf had so far acquiesced as to desire Madame de Salmonnet to see whether the young lady could be prepared to assume the character before eyes that would not be over-qualified to judge. Cis, however, had always been passive when the proposal was made, and the more she heard from Madame de Salmonnet, the more averse she was to it. The only consideration that seemed to her in its favour was the avoidance of implicating her foster-father, but a Sunday morning spent with him removed the scruple. "I know I cannot feign," she said. "They all used to laugh at me at Chartley for being too much of the downright mastiff to act a part." "I am right glad to hear it," said Richard.
"Moreover," added Cicely, "if I did try to turn my words with a Scottish or French ring, I wot that the sight of the Queen's Majesty and my anxiety would drive out from me all I should strive to remember, and I should falter and utter mere folly, and if she saw I was deceiving her, there would be no hope at all. Nay, how could I ask God Almighty to bless my doing with a lie in my mouth?"
"There spoke my Susan's own maid," said Richard. "'Tis the joy of my heart that they have not been able to teach thee to lie with a good grace. Trust my word, my wench, truth is the only wisdom, and one would have thought they might have learnt it by this time."
"I only doubted lest it should be to your damage, dear father. Can they call it treason?"
"I trow not, my child. The worst that could hap would be that I might be lodged in prison a while, or have to pay a fine, and liefer, far liefer, would I undergo the like than that those lips of thine should learn guile. I say not that there is safety for any of us, least of all for thee, my poor maid, but the danger is tenfold increased by trying to deceive, and moreover it cannot be met with a good conscience."
"Moreover," said Cicely, "I have pleadings and promises to make on my mother Queen's behalf that would come strangely amiss if I had to feign that I had never seen her. May I not seek the Queen at once, without waiting for this French gentleman? Then would this weary, weary time be at an end. Each time I hear a bell or a cannon shot, I start and think, oh, has she signed the warrant? Is it too late?"
"There is no fear of that," said Richard. "I shall know from Will Cavendish the instant aught is done, and through Diccon I could get thee brought to the Queen's very chamber in time to plead. Meantime the Queen is in many minds. She cannot bear to give up her kinswoman. She sits apart and mutters, aught for aught fairy, and ne feriare fairy. Her ladies say she tosses and sighs all night, and hath once or twice awoke shrieking that she was covered with blood. It is Burghley and Walsingham who are forcing this on, and not her free will. Strengthen but her better will, and let her feel herself secure, and she will spare, and gladly."
"That do I hope to do," said Cicely, encouraged. The poor girl had to endure many a vicissitude and heart-sinking before M. de Bellievre appeared, and when he did come he was a disappointment. He was a most magnificent specimen of the minions of Henry's court. The embassy rang with stories of the number of mails he had brought, of the milk baths he sent for, the gloves he slept in, the valets who tweaked out the superfluous hairs from his eyebrows, the delicacies required for his little dogs. Monsieur de Salmonnet reported that on hearing the story of Mamselle, as Cicely was called in the embassy, he had twirled the waxed ends of his moustaches into a satirical twist, and observed, "That is well found, and may serve as a last resource."
He never would say that he disbelieved what he was told of her, and when presented to her he behaved with an exaggerated deference which angered her intensely, for it seemed to her mockery of her pretensions. No doubt his desire was that Mary's life should be granted to the intercession of his king, rather than to any other consideration, and therefore once, twice, thrice he had interviews with Elizabeth, and still he would not take the anxious supplicant, who was in an agony at each disappointment, as she watched the gay barge float down the river, and who began to devise setting forth alone to seek the Queen at Richmond and end it all. She would have done so, but that Diccon told her that since the alarm caused by Barnwell, it had become so much more difficult to approach the Queen that she would have no hope. But she was in a restless state that made Madame de Salmonnet's chatter almost distracting, when at last, far on in January, Monsieur de Salmonnet came in. "Well, mademoiselle, the moment is come. The passports are granted, but Monsieur the Ambassador Extraordinary has asked for a last private audience, and he prays your Highness to be ready to accompany him at 9 of the clock tomorrow morning." Cicely's first thought was to send tidings to Mr. Talbot, and in this Monsieur de Salmonnet assisted her, though his wife thought it very superfluous to drag in the great, dull, heavy English sailor. The girl longed for a sight and speech of him all that evening in vain, though she was sure she saw the Mastiff's boat pass down the river, and most earnestly did she wish she could have had her chamber to herself for the prayers and preparations, on which Madame's tongue broke so intolerably that she felt as if she would ere long be wild and senseless, and unable to recollect anything. She had only a little peace when Madame rose early in the morning and left her, thinking her asleep for a brief interval, which gave her time to rally her thoughts and commend herself to her only guide. She let Madame dress her, as had been determined, in perfectly plain black, with a cap that would have suited a novice out of convent shade. It was certainly the most suitable garb for a petitioner for her mother's life. In her hand she took the Queen's letter, and the most essential proofs of her birth. She was cloaked and hooded over all as warmly as possible to encounter the cold of the river, and Madame de Salmonnet, sighing deeply at the cold, arranged herself to chaperone her, and tried to make her fortify herself with food, but she was too tremulous to swallow anything but a little bread and wine. Poor child! She felt frightfully alone amongst all those foreign tongues, above all when the two ambassadors crossed the court to Monsieur de Salmonnet's little door. Bellevue, rolled up in splendid sables from head to foot, bowed down to the ground before her, almost sweeping the pavement with his plume, and asked in his deferential voice of mockery if her Royal Highness would do him the honour of accepting his escort. Cicely bent her head and said in French, "I thank you, sir," giving him her hand, and there was a grave dignity in the action that repressed him, so that he did not speak again as he led her to the barge, which was covered in at the stern so as to afford a shelter from the wind. Her quick eye detected the Mastiff's boat as she was handed down the stairs, and this was some relief while she was placed in the seat of honour, with an ambassador on each side of her. "May I ask," demanded Bellevue, waving a scented handkerchief, "what her Highness is prepared to say in case I have to confirm it?" "I thank your Excellency," replied Cicely, "but I mean to tell the simple truth, and as your Excellency has had no previous knowledge of me, I do not see how you can confirm it." The two gentlemen looked at one another, and Chateauneuf said, "Do I understand her Royal Highness that she does not come as the pensionnaire from Soissons, as the Queen had recommended?" "No, sir," said Cicely. "I have considered the matter, and I could not support the character. All I ask of your Excellencies is to bring me into the presence of Queen Elizabeth. I will do the rest myself with the help of God." "Perhaps she is right," said one ambassador to the other. "These English are incomprehensible." End of chapter 41. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 42 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Supplication. In due time the boat drew up at the stairs leading to the palace of Richmond. Cicely, in the midst of her trepidation, perceived that Diccon was among the gentlemen pensioners who made a lane from the landing to receive them, as she was handed along by Monsieur de Bellevue. In the hall there was a pause, during which the mufflings were thrown off, and Cicely appeared in her simple black, a great contrast to her cavalier, who was clad from neck to knee in pale pink satin, quilted, and with a pearl at each intersection, earrings in his ears, perfumed and long-fringed gloves in his hand, a perfect specimen of the foppery of the court of France. However, he might have been in hodden grey without her perceiving it. She had the sensation of having plunged into deep unknown waters without rope or plank, and being absolutely forced to strike out for herself. Yet the very urgency of the moment, acting on her high blood and recent training, made her outwardly perfectly self-possessed and calm. She walked along, holding her head in the regal manner that was her inheritance, and was so utterly absorbed in the situation that she saw nothing and thought only of the Queen. This was to be a private audience, and after a minute's demur with the clerk of the chamber, when Chateauneuf made some explanation, a door was opened, a curtain withdrawn, and the two ambassadors and the young lady were admitted to Elizabeth's closet, where she sat alone in an arm-chair with a table before her. Cicely's first glance at the Queen reminded her of the Countess, though the face was older, and had an intellect and a grandeur latent in it, such as Bess of Hardwicke had never possessed. But it was haggard and worn, and eyelids red, either with weeping or with sleeplessness, and there was an anxious look about the keen, light hazel eyes, which was sometimes almost pathetic, and gave Cicely hope. To the end of her days she never could recollect how the Queen was arrayed. She saw nothing but the expression in those falcon eyes, and the strangely sensitive mouth, which bewrayed the shrewish nose and chin, and the equally inconsistent firmness of the jaw. The first glance Cicely encountered was one of utter amazement and wrath, as the Queen exclaimed, "Whom have you brought hither, messieurs?" Before either could reply, she, whom they had thought a raw, helpless girl, moved forward, and, kneeling before Elizabeth, said, "It is I, so please your Majesty, I who have availed myself of the introduction of their Excellencies to lay before your Majesty a letter from my mother, the Queen of Scots." Queen Elizabeth made so vehement and incredulous an exclamation of amazement that Cicely was the more reminded of the Countess, and this perhaps made her task the easier. And besides, she was not an untrained rustic, but had really been accustomed to familiar intercourse with a Queen, who, captive as she was, maintained full state and etiquette. She therefore made answer with dignity, "If it will please your Majesty to look at this letter, you will see the proofs of what I say, and that I am indeed Bride Hepburn, the daughter of Queen Mary's last marriage. I was born at Lochleven on the 20th of February of the year of grace 1567, and thence secretly sent in the Bride of Dunbar to be bred up in France. The ship was wrecked, and all lost on board, but I was, by the grace of God, picked up by a good and gallant gentleman of my Lord of Shrewsbury's following, Master Richard Talbot of Bridgefield, who brought me up as his own daughter, all unknowing whence I came or who I was, until 3 years ago, when one of the secret agents, who had knowledge of the affairs of the Queen of Scots, made known to her that I was the babe who had been embarked in the Bride of Dunbar."
"Verily, thou must be a bold wench to expect me to believe such a mere minstrel's tale," said Elizabeth.
"Nevertheless, madam, it is the simple truth, as you will see if you deign to open this packet."
"And who or where is this same honourable gentleman who brought you up? Richard Talbot? I have heard that name before."
"He is here, madam. He will confirm all I say."
The Queen touched a little bell, and ordered Master Talbot of Bridgefield to be brought to her, while, hastily casting her eyes on the credentials, she demanded of Chateauneuf,
"Knew you aught of this, sir?"
"I only know where the Queen of Scotland is written, and what this Monsieur Talbot has told me, madame," said Chateauneuf. "There can be no doubt that the Queen of Scotland has treated her as a daughter, and owns her for such in her letter to me, as well as to your Majesty."
"And the letters are no forgery?"
"Mine is assuredly not, madame. I know the private hand of the Queen of Scots too well to be deceived. Moreover, Madame Girl, the wife of the Secretary, and others can speak to the manner in which this young lady was treated." "Openly treated as a daughter! That passes, sir. My faithful subjects would never have left me uninformed."
"So please your Majesty," here the maiden ventured, "I have always borne the name of Cicely Talbot, and no one knows what is my real birth, save those who were with my mother at Lochleven, excepting Mrs. Curll. The rest even of her own attendants only understood me to be a Scottish orphan. My true lineage should never have been known, were it not a daughter's duty to plead for her mother."
By this time Mr. Talbot was at the door, and he was received by the Queen with, "So ho, Mr. Talbot, how is this? You that have been vaunted to us as the very pink of fidelity, working up a tale that smacks mightily of treason and leasing."
"The truth is oft stranger than any playwright can devise," said Richard as he knelt.
"If it be truth, the worse for you, sir," said the Queen hotly. "What colour can you give to thus hiding one who might, forsooth, claim royal blood, tainted though it be?"
"Pardon me, your Grace. For many years I knew not who the babe was whom I had taken from the wreck, and when the secret of her birth was discovered, I deemed it not mine own, but that of the Queen of Scots."
"A captive's secrets are not her own, and are only kept by traitors," said Elizabeth severely.
At this Cicely threw herself forward with glowing cheeks. "Madam, madam, traitor never was named in the same breath with Mr. Talbot's name before. If he kept the secret, it was out of pity, and knowing no hurt could come to your Majesty by it."
"Thou hast a tongue, wench, be thou who thou mayest," said Elizabeth sharply. "Stand back, and let him tell his own tale."
Richard very briefly related the history of the rescue of the infant, which he said he could confirm by the testimony of Goatley and of Heatherthwayte. He then explained how Langston had been present when she was brought home, and had afterwards made communications to the Queen of Scots that led to the girl, already in attendance on her, being claimed and recognised, after which he confessed that he had not the heart to do what might separate the mother and daughter by declaring their relationship. Elizabeth, meanwhile, was evidently comparing his narrative with the letters of the Queen of Scots, asking searching questions here and there. She made a sound of perplexity and annoyance at the end, and said, "This must be further inquired into." Here Cicely, fearing an instant dismissal, clasped her hands, and on her knees exclaimed, "Madam, it will not matter. No trouble shall ever be caused by my drop of royal blood. No one shall ever even know that the Bride of Scotland exists, save the few who now know it, and have kept the secret most faithfully. I seek no state. All I ask is my mother's life. Oh, madam, would you but see her and speak with her, you would know how far from her thoughts is any evil to your royal person."
"Tush, wench, we know better. Is this thy lesson?"
"None hath taught me any lesson, madam. I know what my mother's enemies have, as they say, proved against her, and I know they say that while she lives your Grace cannot be in security."
"That is what moves my people to demand her death,"
said Elizabeth. "It is not of your own free will, madam, nor of your own kind heart," cried Cicely. "That I well know, and, madam, I will show you the way. Let but my mother be escorted to some convent abroad, in France or Austria, or anywhere beyond the reach of Spain, and her name should be hidden from every one. None should know where to seek her, not even the Abbess should know her name. She would be imprisoned in a cell, but she would be happy, for she would have life and the free exercise of her religion. No English papist, no leaguer, none should ever trace her, and she would disquiet you no more."
"And who is to answer that, when once beyond English bounds she should not stir up more trouble than ever?" demanded Elizabeth.
"That do I," said the girl. "Here am I, Bride Hepburn, ready to live in your Majesty's hands as a hostage, whom you might put to death at the first stirring on her behalf."
"Silly maid, we have no love of putting folk to death," said Elizabeth, rather hurt. "That is only for traitors, when they forfeit our mercy."
"Then, oh, madam, madam, what has been done in her name cannot forfeit mercy for her. She was shut up in prison. I was with her day and night, and I know she had naught to do with any evil purpose towards your Majesty. Ah, you do not believe me. I know they have found her guilty, and that is not what I came to say," she continued, getting bewildered in her earnestness for a moment. "No, but, gracious Queen, you have spared her often. I have heard her say that you had again and again saved her life from those who would fain have her blood."
"It is true," said Elizabeth, half softened.
"Save her then now, madam," entreated the girl. "Let her go beyond their reach. Yet when none shall find her to use her name against you, let me go to her at Fotheringay with these terms. She will consent, and bless and pray for you for ever. And here am I, ready to do what you will with me."
"To hang about court, and be found secretly wedded to some base groom."
"No, madam, I give you my solemn word as a queen's daughter that I will never wed save by your consent if my mother's life be granted. The King of Scots knows not that there is such a being. He need never know it. I will thank and bless you whether you throw me into the Tower, or let me abide as the humblest of your serving women, under the name I have always borne, Cicely Talbot."
"Foolish maid, thou mayest purpose as thou sayest, but I know what wenches are made of too well to trust thee."
"Ah, madam, pardon me, but you know not how strong a maiden's heart can be for a mother's sake. Madam, you have never seen my mother. If you but knew her patience and her tenderness, you would know how not only I, but every man or woman in her train would gladly lay down life and liberty for her, could we but break her bonds, and win her a shelter among those of her own faith."
"Art thou a Papist?" asked the Queen, observing the pronoun.
"Not so, an it please your Majesty. This gentleman bred me up in our own church, nor would I leave it."
"Strange, strange matters," muttered Elizabeth, "and they need to be duly considered."
"I will then abide your Majesty's pleasure," said Cicely, "craving license that it may be at Fotheringay with my mother. Then can I bear her the tidings, and she will write in full her consent to these terms. Oh, madam, I see mercy in your looks. Receive a daughter's blessing and thanks."
Over fast, maiden. Who told thee that I had consented?"
"Your Majesty's own countenance," replied Cicely readily. "I see pity in it, and the recollection that all posterity for evermore will speak of the clemency of Elizabeth as the crown of all her glories."
"Child, child," said the Queen, really moved, "Heaven knows that I would gladly practise clemency if my people would suffer it. But they fear for my life, and still more for themselves, were I removed, nor can I blame them."
"Your Majesty, I know that, but my mother would be dead to the world, leaving her rights solemnly made over to her son. None would know where to find her, and she would leave in your hands and those of the Parliament a resignation of all her claims."
"And would she do this? Am I to take it on thy word, girl?"
"Your Majesty knows this ring sent to her at Lochleven?" said Cicely, holding it up. "It is the pledge that she binds herself to these conditions. Oh, let me but bear them to her, and you shall have them signed and sealed, and your Majesty will know the sweet bliss of pardoning. May I carry the tidings to her? I can go with this gentleman as Cis Talbot returning to her service."
Elizabeth bent her head as though assenting thoughtfully.
"How shall I thank you, gracious Queen?"
cried Cicely, joining hands in a transport, but Elizabeth sharply cut her short. "What means the wench? I have promised nothing. I have only said I will look into this strange story of thine, and consider this a proposal. That is, if thy mother, as thou callest her, truly intend it, ay, and will keep to it."
"That is all I could ask of your Majesty," said Cicely. "The next messenger after my return shall carry her full consent to these conditions, and there will I abide your pleasure until the time comes for her to be conducted to her convent, if not to see your face, which would be best of all. Oh, madam, what thanks will be worthy of such a grace?"
"Wait to see whether it is a grace, little cousin," said Elizabeth, but with a kiss to the young round cheek, and a friendliness of tone that surprised all. "Messieurs," she added to the ambassadors, "you came, if I mistake not, to bring me this young demoiselle?"
"Who has, I hope, pleaded more effectually than I," returned Bellievre.
"I have made no promises, sir," said the Queen, drawing herself up proudly.
"Still your Majesty forbids us not to hope,"
said Chateauneuf.
Wherewith they found themselves dismissed. There was a great increase of genuine respect in the manner in which Bellievre handed the young lady from the Queen's chamber through the gallery and hall, and finally to the boat. No one spoke, for there were many standing around,
but Cicely could read in a glance that passed between the Frenchmen that they were astonished at her success. Her own brain was in a whirl, her heart beating high. She could hardly realize what had passed, but when again placed in the barge, the first words she heard were from Bellevue. "Your Royal Highness will permit me to congratulate you." At the same time she saw to her great joy that Monsieur de Chateauneuf had caused her foster father to enter the barge with them. "If the Queen of Scotland were close at hand, the game would be won," said Bellevue. "Ah, my Lord Treasurer and Monsieur the Secretaire are far too cunning to have let her be within reach," said Chateauneuf. "Could we but have bound the Queen to anything," added Bellevue. "That she always knows how to avoid," said the resident ambassador. "At least," said Cicely, "she has permitted that I should bear the terms to my mother at Fotheringay." "That is true," said Chateauneuf, "and in my opinion no time should be lost in so doing. I doubt," he added, looking at Richard, "whether now that her Highness's exalted rank is known, the embassy will be permitted to remain a shelter to her, in case the Queen should demand her of me." "Your Excellency speaks my thought," said Richard. "I am even disposed to believe that it would be wiser to begin our journey this very day." "I grieve for the apparent inhospitality and disrespect to one whom I honour so highly," said Chateauneuf, "but I verily believe it would be the wiser plan. Look you, sir, the enemies of the unfortunate Queen of Scotland have done all in their power to hinder my colleague from seeing the Queen, but to-day the Lord Treasurer is occupied at Westminster, and Monsieur the Secretaire is sick. She sent for us in one of those wilful moods in which she chooses to assert herself without their knowledge, and she remains, as it were, stunned by the surprise, and touched by her Royal Highness's pleading. But let these gentlemen discover what has passed, or let her recover and send for them, and bah! they will inquire, and messengers will go forth at once to stop her Highness and yourself. All will be lost. But if you can actually be on the way to this castle before they hear of it, and it is possible you may have a full day in advance, they will be unable to hinder the conditions from being laid before the Queen of Scots, and we are witnesses of what they were."
"Oh, let us go at once, dear sir," entreated Cicely. "I burn to carry my mother this hope."
It was not yet noon, so early had been the audience, and dark and short as were the days, it was quite possible to make some progress on the journey before night. Cicely had kept the necessaries for her journey ready, and so had Mr. Talbot, even to the purchase of horses, which were in the Shrewsbury House stables. The rest of the mails could be fetched by the Mastiff's crew, and brought to Hull under charge of Goatley. Madame de Salmonnet was a good deal scandalized at the Royal going off with only a male escort, and to Cicely's surprise wept over her, and prayed aloud that she might have good success, and bring safety and deliverance to the good and persecuted Queen, for whom she had attempted so much. "Sir," said Chateauneuf, as he stood beside Richard, waiting until the girl's preparations were over, "if there could have been any doubts of the royal lineage of your charge, her demeanour to-day would have disproved him. She stood there speaking as an equal, all undaunted before that Queen before whom all tremble, save when they can cajole her." "She stood there in the strength of truth and innocence," said Richard. Whereat the Frenchman again looked perplexed at these incomprehensible English. Cicely presently appeared. It was wonderful to see how that one effort had given her dignity and womanhood. She thanked the two ambassadors for the countenance they had given to her, and begged them to continue their exertions in her mother's cause. "And," she added, "I believe my mother has already requested of you to keep this matter a secret." They bowed, and she added, "You perceive, gentlemen, that the very conditions I have offered involve secrecy both as to my mother's future abode and my existence. Therefore I trust that you will not consider it inconsistent with your duty to the King of France to send no word of this." Again they assured her of their secrecy, and the promise was so far kept that the story was reserved for the private ear of Henri III on Bellevue's return, and never put into the dispatches. 2 days later, Cicely enjoyed some of the happiest hours of her life. She stood by the bed where her mother was lying, and was greeted with the cry, my child, I thought I should never see thee more. Domini nunc dimittis."
"Nay, dearest mother, but I trust she will show mercy. I bring you conditions." Mary laid her head on her daughter's shoulder and listened. It might be that she had too much experience of Elizabeth's vacillations to entertain much hope of her being allowed to retire beyond her grasp into a foreign convent, and she declared that she could not endure that her beloved, devoted child should wear away her life under Elizabeth's jealous eye. But Cis put this aside, saying with a smile, "I think she will not be hard with me. She will be no worse than my Lady Countess, and I shall have a secret of joy within me in thinking of you resting among the good nuns." And Mary caught hope from the anticipations she would not damp, and gave herself to the description of the peaceful cloister life, reviewing in turn the nunneries she had heard described, and talking over their rules. There would indeed be as little liberty as here, but she would live in the midst of prayer and praise, and be at rest from the plots and plans, the hopes and fears of her long captivity, and be at leisure for penitence. For my child, guiltless though I be of much that is laid to my charge, thy mother is a sinful woman, all unworthy of what her brave and innocent daughter has dared and done for her." Almost equally precious with that mother's greeting was the grave, congratulating look of approval which Cicely met in Humfrey's eyes when he had heard all from his father. He could exult in her, even while he thought sadly of the future which she had so bravely risked, watching over her from a distance in his silent, self-restrained, unselfish devotion. The Queen's coldness towards Humfrey had meantime diminished daily, though he could not guess whether she really viewed his course as the right one, or whether she forgave this as well as all other injuries in the calm, gentle state into which she had come, not greatly moved by hope or fear, content alike to live or die. Richard, in much anxiety, was to remain another day or two at Fotheringhay, on the plea of his wearied horses and of the Sunday rest. Meantime Mary diligently wrote the conditions, but perhaps more to satisfy her daughter than with much hope of their acceptance. End of chapter 42. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 43 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. The Warrant.
"Yea, madam, they are gone. They stole away at once, and are far on the way to Fotheringhay with these same conditions."
So spoke Davison, Under Secretary, Walsingham being still indisposed.
"And therefore will I see whether the Queen of Scots will ratify them ere I go farther in the matter," returned Elizabeth. "She will ratify them without question," said the Secretary, ironically, "seeing that to escape into the hands of one of your Majesty's enemies is just what she desires. She leaves her daughter as a pledge, yea, a piece of tinsel to delude your Majesty."
Elizabeth swore an oath that there was truth in every word and gesture of the maiden.
"The poor wench may believe all she said herself," said Davidson. "Nay, she is much deluded as the rest, and so is that honest dull-pated sailor Talbot. If your Majesty will permit me to call in a fellow I have here, I can make all plain." "Who is he? You know I cannot abide those foul carrion rascals you make use of," said Elizabeth, with an air of disgust. "This man is gentleman born. Villain he may be, but there is naught to offend your Majesty in him. He is one Langston, a kinsman of this Talbot's, and having once been a Papist, but now having seen the error of his ways, he did good service in the unwinding of the late horrible plot."
"Well, if no other way will serve you, but I must hear the fellow, have him in."
A neatly dressed, small, elderly man, entirely arrayed in black, was called in, and knelt most humbly before the Queen. Being bidden to tell what he knew respecting the lady who had appeared before the Queen the day before, calling herself Bride Hepburn, he returned for answer that he believed it to be verily her name, but that she was the daughter of a man who had fled to France and become an archer of the Scottish Guard. He told how he had been at Hull when the infant had been saved from the wreck, and brought home to Mistress Susan Talbot, who left the place the next day, and had, he understood, bred up the child as her own.
He himself, being then, as he confessed, led astray by the delusions of Popery, had much commerce with the Queen's party, and had learnt from some of the garrison of Dunfermline that the child on board the lost ship was the offspring of this same Hepburn, and one of the Queen Mary's many namesake kindred, who had died in childbirth at Lochleven. And now Langston professed bitterly to regret what he had done, when in his disguise at Buxton he had made known to some of Mary's suite that the supposed Cicely Talbot was of their country and kindred. She had been immediately made a great favourite by the Queen of Scots, and all the attendants knew who she really was, though she still went by the name of Talbot. He imagined that the Queen of Scots, whose charms were not so imperishable as those which dazzled his eyes at this moment, wanted a fresh bait for her victims, since she herself was growing old, and thus had actually succeeded in binding Babington to her service, though even then the girl was puffed up with notions of her own importance, and had flouted him. And now, all other hope having vanished, Queen Mary's last and ablest resource had been to possess the poor maiden with an idea of actually being her own child, and then to work on her filial obedience to offer herself as a hostage, whom Mary herself could without scruple leave to her fate, so soon as she was ready to head an army of invaders. Davison further added that the secretary now could corroborate that Bride Hepburn was known to the suite as a kinswoman of the Queen, and that Mr. Cavendish, clerk to Sir Francis Walsingham, knew that Babington had been suitor to the young lady, and had crossed swords with young Talbot on her account. Elizabeth listened, and made no comment at the time, save that she sharply questioned Langston, but his tale was perfectly coherent, and as it threw the onus of the deception entirely on Mary, it did not conflict either with the sincerity evident in both Cicely and her foster father, or with the credentials supplied by the Queen of Scots. Of the ciphered letter and of the monograms Elizabeth had never heard, though if she had asked for further proof they would have been brought forward. She heard all, dismissed Langston, and with some petulance bade Davison likewise begone, being aware that her ministers meant to draw to her the moral that she had involved herself in difficulties by holding a private audience of the French ambassadors without their knowledge or presence. It may be that the very sense of having been touched exasperated her the more. She paced up and down the room restlessly, and her ladies heard her muttering, "That she should cheat me thus! I have pitied her often. I will pity her no more. To breed up that poor child to be palmed on me! I will make an end of it. I can endure this no longer. These tossings to and fro are more than I can bear, and all for one who is false, 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 false. My brain will bear no more. Hap what hap, an end must be made of it. She or I must die, and which is best for England and the faith? That girl had well nigh made me pity her, and it was all a vile cheat." Thus it was that Elizabeth sent for Davison, and bade him bring the warrant with him. And thus it was that in the midst of dinner in the hall on the Sunday, the 5th of February, the Menie of the castle was startled by the arrival of Mr. Beale, the clerk of the council, always a bird of sinister omen, and accompanied by a still more alarming figure, a strong, burly man, clad in black velvet from head to foot. Every one knew who he was, and a thrill of dismay, that what had been so long expected had come at last, went through all who saw him pass through the hall. Sir Amias was summoned from table, and remained in conference with the two arrivals all through evening chapel time, an event in itself extraordinary enough to excite general anxiety. It was Humfrey's turn to be on guard, and he had not long taken his station before he was called into the Queen's apartments, where she sat at the foot of her bed, in a large chair with a small table before her. No one was with her but her two mediciners, Bourgoin and Gorion. "Here," she said, "is the list our good doctor has writ of the herbs he requires for my threatened attack of rheumatism. I will endeavour, with Sir Amias's permission, to seek them in the park," said Humfrey. "But tell me," said Mary, fixing her clear eyes upon him, "tell me truly, is there not a surer and more lasting cure for all my ills in preparation? Who was it who arrived to-night?" "Madam," said Humfrey,
bowing his head low as he knelt on one knee.
"It was Mr. Beale."
"Ay, and who besides?"
"Madam, I heard no name, but—"
As she waited for him to speak further, he uttered in a choked voice,
"It was one clad in black."
"I perceive," said Mary, looking up with a smile, "a more effectual doctor than you, my good Burgoyne. I thank God and my cousin Elizabeth for giving me the martyr's hope at the close of the most mournful life that ever woman lived. Nay, leave me not as yet, good Humfrey. I have somewhat to say unto thee. I have a charge for thee." Something in her tone led him to look up earnestly into her face. "Thou lovest my child, I think," she added. The young man's voice was scarcely heard, and he only said, "Yea, madam." But there was an intensity in the tone and eyes which went to her heart. "Thou dost not speak, but thou canst do. Wilt thou take her, Humfrey, and with her all the inheritance of peril and sorrow that dogs our unhappy race?"
"Oh!"
And there was a mighty sob that almost cut off his voice.
"My life is already hers, and would be spent in her service wherever, whatever she was."
"I guessed it," said the Queen, letting her hand rest on his shoulder. "And for her thou wilt endure, if needful, suspicion, danger, exile."
"They will be welcome, so I may shield her."
"I trust thee," she said, and she took his firm, strong hand into her own white-wasted one. "But wilt thy father consent? Thou art his eldest son and heir."
"He loves her like his own daughter. My brother may have the lands."
"'Tis strange," said Mary, "that in wedding a princess 'tis no crown, no kingdom that is set before thee, only the loss of thine own inheritance. For now that the poor child has made herself known to Elizabeth, there will be no safety for her between these seas. I have considered it well. I had thought of sending her abroad with my French servants, and making her known to my kindred there. That would have been well if she could have accepted the true faith, or if her heart had not been thine. But to have sent her as she is would only expose her to persecution, and she hath not the mounting spirit that would cast aside love for the sake of rising. She lived too long with thy mother to be aught save a homely Cis. I would have made a princess of her, but it passes my powers. Nay, the question is, whether it may yet be possible to prevent the Queen from laying hands on her."
"My father is still here," said Humfrey, "and I deem not that any orders have come respecting her. Might not he crave permission to take her home, that is, if she will leave your Grace?"
"I will lay my commands on her." "It is well thought of," said the Queen. "How soon canst thou have speech with him?"
"He is very likely to come to my post," said Humfrey. "Then we can walk the gallery and talk unheard."
"It is well. Let him make his demand, and I will have her ready to depart as early as may be to-morrow morn. Burgoyne, I would ask thee to call the maiden hither." Cicely appeared from the apartment where she had been sitting with the other ladies. "Child," said the Queen as she came in, "is thy mind set on wedding an Archduke?" "Marriage is not for me, madam," said Cicely, perplexed and shaken by this strange address and by Humfrey's presence. "Nay, didst not once tell me of a betrothal now many years ago? What wouldst say if thine own mother were to ratify it?" "Ah, madam," said Cicely, blushing crimson, however, "but I pledged myself never to wed, save with Queen Elizabeth's consent." "On one condition," said the Queen. "But if that condition were not observed by the other party—" "How? What? Mother!" exclaimed Cicely, with a scream. "There is no fear. Humfrey, have you heard aught?" "Nothing is certain," said Mary calmly. "I ask thee not to break thy word. I ask thee, if thou wert free to marry, if thou wouldst be an Austrian or Lorraine Duchess, or consent thee with an honest English youth, whose plighted word is more precious to him than gold." "Oh, mother, how can you ask?" said Cicely, dropping down and hiding her face in the Queen's lap. "Then, Humfrey Talbot, I give her to thee, my child, my bride of Scotland. Thou wilt guard her, and shield her, and for thine own sake as well as hers, save her from the wrath and jealousy of Elizabeth. Hark, hark, rise, my child.
They are presenting arms. We shall have Paulett anon to convey my rare supper." They had only just time to compose themselves before Paulett came in, looking, as they all thought, grimmer and more starched than ever, and not well pleased to find Humfrey there, but the Queen was equal to the occasion. "Here is Dr. Bourgogn's list of the herbs that he needs to ease my aches," she said. "Master Talbot is so good to say that, being properly instructed, he will go in search of them."
"They will not be needed," said Paulett, but he spoke no farther to the Queen. Outside, however, he said to Humfrey, "Young man, you do not well to waste the Sabbath evening in converse with that blinded woman." And meeting Mr. Talbot himself on the stair, he said, "You are going in quest of your son, sir. You would do wisely to admonish him that he will bring himself into suspicion, if not worse, by loitering amid the snares and wiles of the woman whom wrath is even now overtaking."
Richard found his son pacing the gallery, almost choked with agitation, and with the endeavour to conceal it from the two stolid, heavy yeomen who dozed behind the screen. Not till he had reached the extreme end did Humfrey master his voice enough to utter in his father's ear, "She has given her to me." Richard could not answer for a moment. Then he said, "I fear me it will be thy ruin, Humfrey." "Not ruin in love or faithfulness," said the youth. "Father, you know I should everywhere have followed her, and watched over her, even to the death, even if she could never have been mine." "I trow thou wouldest," said Richard. "Nor would you have it otherwise. Your child, your only daughter, to be left unguarded." "Nay, I know not that I would," said Richard. "I cannot but care for the poor maid like mine own, and I would not have thee less true-hearted, Humfrey, even though it cost thee thine home, and us our eldest son." "You have Dickon and Ned," said Humfrey. And then he told what had passed, and his father observed that Beale had evidently no knowledge of Cicely's conference with the Queen, and apparently no orders to seize her. It had oozed out that a commission had been sent to 5 noblemen to come and superintend the execution, since Sir Amias Paulett had again refused to let it take place without witnesses, and Richard undertook to apply at once to Sir Amias for permission to remove his daughter, on the ground of saving her tender youth from the shock. "Then," said he, "I will leave a token at Nottingham where I have taken her, whether home or at once to Hull. If I leave Brown Rundle at the end for thee, then come home. But if it be White Blossom, then come to Hull. It will be best that thou dost not know while here, and I cannot go directly to Hull, because the fens at this season may not be fit for riding. Heatherthwayte will need no proofs to convince him that she is not thy sister, and can wed you at once, and you will also be able to embark in case there be any endeavour to arrest her." "Taking service in Holland," said Humfrey, "till there may be safety in returning to England." Richard sighed. The risk and sacrifice were great, and it was to him like the loss of 2 children, but the die was cast. Humfrey never could be other than Cicely's devoted champion and guardian, and it was better that it should be as her husband. So he repaired to Sir Amias and told him that he desired not to expose his daughter's tender years and feeble spirits to the sight of the Queen's death, and claimed permission to take her away with him the next day, saying that the permission of the Queen had already been granted through his son, whom he would gladly also take with him. Paulett hemmed and hawed. He thought it a great error in Mr. Talbot to avoid letting his daughter be edified by a spectacle that might go far to moderate the contagion of intercourse with so obstinate a papist and deceiver. Being of pitiless mould himself, he was incapable of appreciating Richard's observation that compassion would only increase her devotion to the unfortunate lady. He would not or could not part with Humfrey. He said that there would be such a turmoil and concourse that the services of the captain of his yeomen would be indispensable, but that he himself and all the rest would be free on the Thursday at latest. Mr. Talbot's desire to be away was a surprise to him, for he was in difficulties how, even in that enormous hall, to dispose of all who claimed by right or by favour to witness what he called the tardy fulfilment of judgment. Yet though he thought it a weakness, he did not refuse, and ere night Mr. Talbot was able to send formal word that the horses would be ready for Mistress Cicely at break of day the next morning. The message was transmitted through the ladies as the Queen sat writing at her table, and she at once gave orders to Elizabeth Curll to prepare the cloak-bag with the necessaries for the journey. Cicely cried out, "Oh, madam, my mother, do not send me from you." "There is no help for it, little one.
It is the only hope of safety or happiness for thee."
"But I pledged myself to await Queen Elizabeth's reply here."
"She has replied," said Mary.
"How?" cried Cicely. "Methought your letter confirming mine offers had not yet been sent."
"It hath not, but she hath made known to me that she rejects thy terms, my poor maid."
"Is there then no hope?"
said the girl under her breath, which came short with dismay. "Hope! Yea," said Mary, with a ray of brightness on her face, "but not earthly hope. That is over, and I am more at rest and peace than I can remember to have been since I was a babe at my mother's knee. But, little one, I must preserve thee for thine Humfrey and for happiness, and so thou must be gone ere the hounds be on thy track."
"Never, mother, I cannot leave you. You bid no one else to go," said Cis, clinging to her with a face bathed in tears.
"No one else is imperilled by remaining, as thy bold venture has imperilled thee, my sweet maid. Think, child, how fears for thee would disturb my spirit, when I would fain commune only with heaven. Seest thou not that to lose thy dear presence for the few days left to me will be far better for me than to be rent with anxiety for thee, and it may be to see thee snatched from me by these stern, harsh men?"
"To quit you now! It is unnatural. I cannot."
"You will go, child. As queen and as mother alike, I lay my commands on you. Let not the last, almost the only commands I ever gave thee be transgressed, and waste not these last hours in a vain strife." She spoke with an authority against which Cis had no appeal, save by holding her hand tight and covering it with kisses and tears. Mary presently released her hand and went on writing, giving her a little time to restrain her agony of bitter weeping. The first words spoken were, "I shall not name thee in my will, nor recommend thee to thy brother. It would only bring on thee suspicion and danger. Here, however, is a letter giving full evidence of thy birth, and mentioning the various witnesses who can attest it. I shall leave the like with Melville, but it will be for thy happiness and safety if it never sees the light. Should thy brother die without heirs, then it might be thy duty to come forward and stretch out thy hand for these 2 crowns, which have more thorns than jewels in them. Alas! would that I could dare hope that they might be exchanged for a crown of stars. But lie down on the bed, my bairnie. I have much still to do, and thou hast a long journey before thee." Cicely would fain have resisted, but was forced to obey, though protesting that she should not sleep, and she lay awake for a long time watching the Queen writing, until unawares slumber overpowered her eyes. When she awoke, the Queen was standing over her, saying, "It is time thou wert astir, little one."
"Oh, and have I lost all these hours of you?"
cried Cicely, as her senses awoke to the remembrance of the situation of affairs.
"Mother, why did you not let me watch with you?"
Mary only smiled and kissed her brow. The time went by in the preparations, in all of which the Queen took an active part. Her money and jewels had been restored to her by Elizabeth's orders during her daughter's absence, and she had put 20 gold pieces in the silken and pearl purse which she always used. "More may I not give thee," she said. "I know not whether I shall be able to give my poor servants enough to carry them to their homes. This thou must have to provide thee, and for my jewels they should be all thine by right, but the more valuable ones which bear tokens might only bring thee under suspicion, poor child." She wished Cicely to choose among them, but the poor girl had no heart for choice, and the Queen herself put in her hand a small case containing a few which were unobtrusive, yet well known to her, and among them a ring with the Hepburn arms given by Bothwell. She also showed her a gold chain which she meant to give to Humfrey. In this manner time passed till a message came in that Master Richard Talbot was ready. "Who brought it?" asked the Queen, and when she heard that it was Humfrey himself who was at the door, she bade him to be called in. "Children," she said, "we were interrupted last night. Let me see you give your betrothal kiss and bless you."
"One word, my mother," said Cicely. "Humfrey will not bear me ill will if I say that while there can still be any hope that Queen Elizabeth will accept me for her prisoner in your stead, I neither can nor ought to wed him."
"Thou mayst safely accept the condition, my son," said Mary.
Then if these messengers should come to conduct my mother abroad, and to take me as her hostage, Humfrey will know where to find me."
"Yea, thou art a good child to the last, my little one," said Mary.
"You promise, Humfrey?" said Cicely.
"I do," he said, knowing as well as the Queen how little chance there was that he would be called on to fulfil it, but feeling the agony of the parting was thus in some degree softened to Cicely. Mary gave the betrothal ring to Humfrey, and she laid her hands on their clasped ones.
"My daughter and my son," she said, "I leave you my blessing. If filial love and unshaken truth can bring down blessings from above, they will be yours. Think of your mother in times to come as one who hath erred, but suffered and repented. If your Church permits you, pray often for her. Remember when you hear her blamed, that in the glare of courts she had none to breed her up in godly fear and simple truth, like your good mother at Bridgefield, but that she learnt to think what you view in the light of deadly sin, as the mere lawful instruments of government, above all for the weaker. Condemn her not utterly, but pray, pray with all your hearts that her God and Saviour will accept her penitence, and unite her sufferings with those of her Lord, since he has done her the grace of letting her die in part for his Church. Now," she added, kissing each brow, and then holding her daughter in her embrace, "take her away, Humfrey, and let me turn my soul from all earthly loves and cares."
End of chapter 43. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 44 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. On the Humber. Master Talbot had done considerately in arranging that Cicely should at least begin her journey on a pillion behind himself, for her anguish of suppressed weeping unfitted her to guide a horse, and would have attracted the attention of any serving man behind whom he could have placed her, whereas she could lay her head against his shoulder, and feel a kind of dreary repose there. He would have gone by the more direct way to Hull, through Lincoln, but that he feared that February Filldyke would have rendered the fens impassable, so he directed his course more to the north-west. Cicely was silent, crushed, but more capable of riding than of anything else. In fact, the air and motion seemed to give her a certain relief. He meant to halt for the night at a large inn in Nottingham. There was much stir in the court, and it seemed to be full of the train of some great noble. Richard knew not whether to be glad or sorry when he perceived the Shrewsbury colours and the silver mastiff badge, and was greeted by a cry of "Master Richard of Bridgefield!" 2 or 3 retainers of higher degree came round him as he rode into the yard, and while demanding his news, communicated their own, that my lord was on his way to Fotheringay to preside at the execution of the Queen of Scots. He could feel Cicely's shudder as he lifted her off her horse, and he replied repressively, "I am bringing my daughter from thence." "Come in and see my lord," said the gentleman. "He is a woeful man at the work that is put on him." Lord Shrewsbury did indeed look sad, almost broken, as he held out his hand to Richard and said, "This is a piteous errand, cousin, on which I am bound. And thou, my young kinswoman, thou didst not succeed with her Majesty." "She is sick with grief and weariness," said Richard. "I would fain take her to her chamber." The evident intimacy of the newcomers with so great a personage as my lord procured for them better accommodation than they might have otherwise have had, and Richard obtained for Cicely a tiny closet within the room where he himself was to sleep. He even contrived that she should be served alone, partly by himself, partly by the hostess, a kind motherly woman, to whom he committed her while he supped with the Earl, and was afterwards called into his sleeping chamber to tell him of his endeavours at treating with Lord and Lady Talbot, and also to hear his lamentations over the business he had been sent upon. He had actually offered to make over his office as Earl Marshal to Burghley for the nonce, but as he said that all of the nobles in England such work should fall to the lot of him, who had been for 14 years the poor lady's host, and knew her admirable patience and sweet condition, was truly hard. Moreover, he was joined in the commission with the Earl of Kent, a sour Puritan, who would rejoice in making her drink to the dregs of the cup of bitterness. He was sick at heart with the thought.
Richard represented that he would at least be able to give what comfort could be derived from mildness and compassion. "Not I, not I," said the poor man, always weak. "Not with those harsh yoke fellows, Kent and Paulett, to drive me on, and that vile Beale to report to the Privy Council any strain of mercy as mere treason. What can I do?" "You would do much, my lord, if you would move them to restore for these last hours to her those faithful servants, Melville and Dupreux, whom Paulett hath seen fit to seclude from her. It is rank cruelty to let her die without the sacraments of her church, when her conscience would not let her accept ours." "It is true, Richard, over true. I will do what I can, but I doubt me whether I shall prevail, where Paulett looks on a mass as mere idolatry, and will not brook that it should be offered in his house. But come you back with me, kinsman. We will send old Master Purvis to take your daughter safely home." Richard of course refused, and at the same time, thinking an explanation necessary and due to the Earl, disclosed to him that Cicely was no child of his, but a near kinswoman of the Scottish Queen, whom it was desirable to place out of Queen Elizabeth's reach for the present, adding that there had been love passages between her and his son Humfrey, who intended to wed her and see some foreign service. Lord Shrewsbury offered at first some offence at having been kept in ignorance all these years of such a fact, and wondered what his Countess would say, marvelled too that his cousin should consent to his son's throwing himself away on a mere stranger, of perilous connection, and going off to foreign wars. But the good nobleman was a placable man, and always considerably influenced by the person who addressed him, and he ended by placing the Mastiff at Richard's disposal to take the young people to Scotland or Holland, or wherever they might wish to go. This decided Mr. Talbot on making at once for the seaport, and accordingly he left behind him the horse which was to serve as a token to his son that such was his course. Cicely had been worn out with her day's journey, and slept late and sound, so that she was not ready to leave her chamber till the Earl and his retinue were gone, and thus she was spared actual contact with him who was to doom her mother, and see that doom carried out. She was recruited by rest, and more ready to talk than on the previous day, but she was greatly disappointed to find that she might not be taken to Bridgefield. "If only I could be with Mother Susan for 1 hour," she sighed. "Would that thou couldst, my poor maid," said Richard. "The mother hath the trick of comfort." "'Twas not comfort I thought of. None can give me that," said the poor girl. "But she would teach me how to be a good wife to Humfrey." These words were a satisfaction to Richard, who had begun to feel somewhat jealous for his son's sake, and to doubt whether the girl's affection rose to the point of requiting the great sacrifice made for his sake, though truly in those days parents were not wont to be solicitous as to the mutual attachment between a betrothed pair. However, Cicely's absolute resignation of herself and her fate into Humfrey's hands, without even a question, and with entire confidence and peace, was evidence enough that her heart was entirely his. Nay, had been his, throughout all the little flights of ambition now so entirely passed away, without apparently a thought on her part. It was on the Friday forenoon, a day very unlike the last entrance into Hull, that they again entered the old town, in the brightness of a crisp frost, but poor Cicely could not but contrast her hopeful mood of November with her present overwhelming sorrow, where, however, there was one drop of sweetness. Her foster father took her again to good Mr. Heatherthwayte's, according to the previous invitation, and was rejoiced to see that the joyous welcome of Oil of Gladness awoke a smile, and the little girl, being well trained in soberness and discretion, did not obtrude upon her grief. Stern Puritan as he was, the minister himself contained his satisfaction that the Papist woman was to die, and never reign over England until he was out of hearing of the pale maiden who had, strange as it seemed to him, loved her enough to be almost broken-hearted at her death. Richard saw Goatley, and set him to prepare the Mastiff for an immediate voyage. Her crew, somewhat like those of a few modern yachts, were permanently attached to her, and lived in the neighbourhood of the wharf, so that, under the personal superintendence of one who was as much loved and looked up to as Captain Talbot, all was soon in a state of forwardness, and Gillingham made himself very useful. When darkness put a stop to the work, and supper was being made ready, Richard found time to explain matters to Mr. Heatherthwayte, for his honourable mind would not permit him to ask his host, unawares, to perform an office that might possibly be construed as treasonable. In spite of the preparation which he had already received through Colet's communications, the minister's wonder was extreme. "Daughter to the Queen of Scots, say you, sir? Yonder modest, shamefast maiden of such seemly carriage and gentle speech?" Richard smiled and said, "My good friend, had you seen that poor lady, to whom God be merciful, as I have done, you would know that what is sweetest in our Cicely's outward woman is derived from her. For the inner graces I cannot but trace them to mine own good wife." Mr. Heatherthwayte seemed at first hardly to hear him, so overpowered was he with the notion that the daughter of her whom he was in the habit of classing with Athaliah and Herodias was in his house, resting on the innocent pillow of oil of gladness. He made his guest recount to him the steps by which the discovery had been made, and at last seemed to embrace the idea. Then he asked whether Master Talbot were about to carry the young lady to the protection of her brother in Scotland, and when the answer was that it might be poor protection even if conferred, and that by all accounts the court of Scotland was by no means a place in which to leave a lonely damsel with no faithful guardian, the minister asked, "How then will you bestow the maiden?" "In that, sir, I came to ask you to aid me. My son Humfrey is following on our steps, leaving Fotheringay so soon as his charge there is ended, and I ask of you to wed him to the maid, whom we will then take to Holland, when he will take service with the States." The amazement of the clergyman was redoubled, and he began at first to plead with Richard that a perilous overleaping ambition was leading him thus to mate his son with an evil though a royal race. At this Richard smiled and shook his head, pointing out that the very last thing any of them desired was that Cicely's birth should be known, and that even if it were, her mother's merit was very questionable. It was no ambition, he said, that actuated his son. "But you saw for yourself how, 19 years ago, the little lad welcomed her as his little sister come back to him. That love hath grown up with him. When at 15 years old he learnt that she was a nameless stranger, his first cry was that he would wed her and give her his name. Never hath his love faltered, and even when this misfortune of her rank was known, and he lost all hope of gaining her, while her mother bade her renounce him, his purpose was even still to watch over and guard her, and at the end, beyond all our expectations, they have had her mother's dying blessing and entreaty that he would take her." "Sir, do you give me your word for that?" "Yea, Master Heatherthwayte, as I am a true man. Mind you, worldly matters look as different to a poor woman who knoweth the headsman is in the house, as to one who hath her head on her dying pillow. This Queen had devised plans for sending our poor Cis abroad to her French and Lorraine kindred, with some of the French ladies of her train." "Heaven forbid!" broke out Heatherthwayte in horror. "The rankest of papists!" "Even so, and with recommendations to give her in marriage to some adventurous prince whom the Spaniards might abet in working woe to us in her name. But when she saw how staunch the child is in believing as mine own good dame taught her, she saw no doubt that this would be mere giving her over to be persecuted and mewed in a convent." "Then the woman hath some bowels of mercy, though a papist." "She even saith that she doubteth not that such as live honestly and faithfully by the light that is in them shall be saved. So when she saw she prevailed nothing with the maid, she left off her endeavours. Moreover, my son not only saved her life, but won her regard by his faith and honour, and she called him to her, and even besought him to be her daughter's husband. I came to you, reverend sir, as one who has known from the first that the young folk are no kin to one another, and as I think the peril to you is small, I deemed that you would do them this office. Otherwise I must take her to Holland and see them wedded by a stranger there." Mr. Heatherthwayte was somewhat touched, but he sat and considered, perceiving that to marry the young lady to a loyal Englishman was the safest way of hindering her from falling into the clutches of a popish prince. But he still demurred, and asked how Mr. Talbot could talk of the mere folly of love, and for its sake let his eldest son and heir become a mere exile and fugitive, cut off, it might be, from home. "For that matter, sir," said Richard, "my son is not one to loiter about, as the lubberly heir, cumbering the land at home. He would, so long as I am spared in health and strength, be doing service by land or sea, and I trust that by the time he is needed at home, all this may be so forgotten that Cis may return safely. The maid hath been our child too long for us to risk her alone, and for such love being weak and foolish, surely, sir, it was the voice of one greater than you or I that bade a man leave his father and mother and cleave unto his wife." Mr. Heatherthwayte still murmured something about youth and lightly undertaken, and Master Talbot observed with a smile that when he had seen Humfrey he might judge as to the lightness of purpose. Richard meanwhile was watching somewhat anxiously for the arrival of his son, who he had reckoned would make so much more speed than was possible for Cis that he might almost have overtaken them if the fatal business had not been delayed longer than he had seen reason to anticipate. However, these last words had not long been out of his mouth when a man's footsteps, eager, yet with a tired sound and with the clank of spurs, came along the paved way outside, and there was a knock at the door. Some one else had been watching, for as the street door was opened, Cicely sprang forward as Humfrey held out his arms. Then, as she rested against his breast, he said, so that she alone could hear, "Her last words to me were, 'Give her my love and blessing, and tell her my joy is come. Such joy as I never knew before.'" Then they knew the deed was done, and Richard said, "God have mercy on her soul." Nor did Mr. Heatherthwayte rebuke him. Indeed, there was no time, for Humfrey exclaimed, "She is swooning." He gathered her in his arms, and carried her where they lighted him, laying her on Oil's little bed, but she was not entirely unconscious, and rallied her senses so as to give him a reassuring look, not quite a smile, and yet wondrously sweet, even in the eyes of others. Then, as the lamp flashed on his figure, she sprang to her feet, all else forgotten in the exclamation, "Oh, Humfrey, thou art hurt! What is it? Sit thee down." They then saw that his face was indeed very pale and jaded, and that his dress was muddied from head to foot, and in some places there were marks of blood. But as she almost pushed him down on the chest beside the bed, he said in a voice hoarse and sunk, betraying weariness, "Naught, Cis. Only my beast fell with me going down a hill and lamed himself, so that I had to lead him the last 4 or 5 miles. Moreover, this cut on my hand must needs break forth bleeding more than I knew in the dark, or I had not frighted thee by coming in such a sorry plight." And he in his turn gazed reassuringly into her eyes as she stood over him, anxiously examining, as if she scarce durst trust him, that if stiff and bruised at all, it mattered not. Then she begged a cup of wine for him, and sent Oil for water and linen, and Humfrey had to abandon his hand to her, to be cleansed and bound up, neither of them uttering a word more than needful, as she knelt by the chest, performing this work with skilful hands, though there was now and then a tremor over her whole frame. "Now, dear maid," said Richard, "thou must let him come with us and don some dry garments. Then thou shalt see him again." "Rest and food. He needs them," said Cis, in a voice weak and tremulous, though the self-restraint of her princely nature strove to control it. "Take him, father. Methinks I cannot hear more to-night. He will tell me all when we are away together. I would be alone and in the dark. I know he is come, and you are caring for him. That is enough, and I can still thank God." Her face quivered, and she turned away. Nor did Humfrey dare to shake her further by another demonstration, but stumbled after his father to the minister's chamber, where some incongruous clerical attire had been provided for him, since he disdained the offer of supping in bed. Mr. Heatherthwayte was much struck with the undemonstrativeness of their meeting, for there was high esteem for austerity in the Puritan world, in contrast to the utter want of self-restraint shown by the more secular characters. When Humfrey presently made his appearance with his father's cloak wrapped over the minister's clean shirt and nether garments, Richard said, "Son Humfrey, this good gentleman who baptized our Cis would fain be certain that there is no lightness of purpose in this thy design." "Nay, nay, Mr. Talbot," broke in the minister, "I spake ere I had seen this gentleman. From what I have now beheld, I have no doubt that be she whom she may, it is a marriage made and blessed in heaven." "I thank you, sir," said Humfrey gravely. "It is my one hope fulfilled." They spoke no more till he had eaten, for he was much spent, having never rested more than a couple of hours, and not slept at all since leaving Fotheringay. He had understood by the colour of the horse left at Nottingham which road to take, and at the hostel at Hull had encountered Gillingham, who directed him on to Mr. Heatherthwayte's. What he brought himself to tell of the last scene at Fotheringay has been mostly recorded by history, and need not here be dwelt upon. When Burgoyne and Melville fell back, unable to support their mistress along the hall to the scaffold, the Queen had said to him, "Thou wilt do me this last service." and had leant on his arm along the crowded hall, and had taken that moment to speak those last words for Cicely. She had blessed James openly, and declared her trust that he would find salvation if he lived well and sincerely in the faith he had chosen. With him she had secretly blessed her other child. Humfrey was much shaken, and could hardly command his voice to answer the questions of Master Heatherthwayte, but he so replied to them that, one by one, the phrases and turns were relinquished which the worldly man had prepared for a Sunday sermon on "Go see now this accursed woman, and bury her, for she is a king's daughter." And he even began to consider of choosing for his text something that would bid his congregation not to judge after the sight of their eyes, nor condemn after the hearing of their ears. When Humfrey had eaten and drunk, and the ruddy hue was returning to his cheek, Mr. Heatherthwayte discovered that he must speak with his churchwarden that night. Probably the pleasure of communicating the tidings that the deed was accomplished added force to the consideration that the father and son would rather be alone together, for he lighted his lantern with alacrity, and carried off Dust and Ashes with him. Then Humfrey had more to tell which brooked no delay. On the day after the departure of his father and Cicely, Will Cavendish had arrived, and Humfrey had been desired to demand from the prisoner an immediate audience for that gentleman. Mary had said, "This is anent the child. Call him in, Humfrey." And as Cavendish had passed the guard, he had struck his old comrade on the shoulder, and observed, "What gulls we have at Hallamshire!" He had come out of his conference fuming, and desiring to hear from Humfrey whether he were aware of the imposture that had been put on the Queen and upon them all, and to which yonder stubborn woman still chose to cleave, little Cis Talbot supposing herself a Queen's daughter, and they all, even grave Master Richard, being duped. It was too much for Will. A gentleman so nearly connected with the Privy Council was not to be deceived like the simple soldiers and sailors, though it suited Queen Mary's purposes to declare the maid to be in sooth her daughter, and to refuse to disown her. He supposed it was to embroil England for the future that she left such a seed of mischief. And old Paulet had been fool enough to let the girl leave the castle, whereas Cavendish's orders had been to be as secret as possible, lest the mischievous suspicion of the existence of such a person should spread, but to arrest her and bring her to London as soon as the execution should be over, when, as he said, no harm would happen to her, provided she would give up the pretensions with which she had been deceived. "It would have been safer for you both," said poor Queen Mary to Humfrey afterwards, "if I had denied her, but I could not disown my own poor child, or prevent her from yet claiming royal rights. Moreover, I have learnt enough of you Talbots to know that you would not owe your safety to falsehood from a dying woman." But Will's conceit might be quite as effectual. He was under orders to communicate the matter to no one not already aware of it, and as above all things he desired to see the execution as the most memorable spectacle he was likely to behold in his life, and he believed Cicely to be safe at Bridgefield, he thought it unnecessary to take any farther steps until that should be over. Humfrey had listened to all with what countenance he might, and gave as little sign as possible. But when the tragedy had been consummated, and he had seen the fair head fall, and himself withdrawn, poor little Bijou, from beneath his dead mistress's garment, handing him to Jean Kennedy, he had, with blood still curdling with horror, gone down to the stables, taken his horse, and ridden away. There would no doubt be pursuit so soon as Richard and Cicely were not to be found at Bridgefield, but there was a space in which to act, and Mr. Talbot at once said, "The Mastiff is well nigh ready to sail. Ye must be wedded to-morrow morn, and go on board without delay." They judged it better not to speak of this to the poor bride in her heavy grief, and Humfrey, having heard from their little hostess that Mistress Cicely lay quite still, and sent him her loving greeting, consented to avail himself of the hospitable minister's own bed, hoping, as he confided to his father, that very weariness would hinder him from seeing the block, the axe, and the convulsed face that had haunted him on the only previous time when he had tried to close his eyes. Long before day, Cicely heard her father's voice bidding her awake and dress herself, and handing in a light. The call was welcome, for it had been a night of strange dreams and sadder wakings to the sense it had come at last, yet the one comfort, Humfrey is near. She dressed herself in those plain black garments she had assumed in London, and in due time came down to where her father awaited her. She was pale, silent, and passive, and obeyed mechanically as he made her take a little food. She looked about as if for someone, and he said, "Humfrey will meet us anon." Then he himself put on her cloak, hood, and muffler.
She was like one in a dream, never asking where they were going, and thus they left the house. There was light from a waning moon, and by it he led her to the church. It was a strange wedding in that morning moonlight streaming in at the east window of that grand old church, and casting the shadows of the columns and arches on the floor, only aided by one wax light, which, as Mr. Heatherthwayte took care to protest, was not placed on the holy table out of superstition, but because he could not see without it. Indeed, the table stood lengthways in the centre aisle, and would have been bare even of a white cloth, had not Richard begged for a communion for the young pair to speed them on their perilous way, and Mr. Heatherthwayte, almost under protest, consented, since a sea voyage and warlike service in a foreign land lay before them. But except that he wore no surplice, he had resigned himself to Master Richard on that most unnatural morning, and stifled his inmost sighs when he had to pronounce the name bride, given not by himself, but by some Romish priest, when the bridegroom, with the hand wounded for Queen Mary's sake, gave a ruby ring, most unmistakably coming from that same perilous quarter, and above all when the pair and the father knelt in deep reverence. Yet their devotion was evidently so earnest and so heartfelt that he knew not how to blame it, and he could not but bless them with his whole heart as he walked down with them to the wharf. All were silent, except that Cicely once paused and said she wanted to speak to father. He came to her side, and she took his arm instead of Humfrey's. "Sir," she said, "it has come to me that now my sweet mother is left alone, it would be no small joy to her, and of great service to our good host's little daughter, if Oil of Gladness could take my place at home for a year or two."
"None will do that, Cis, but there is much that would be well in the notion, and I will consider of it. She is a maid of good conditions, and the mother is lonesome."
His consideration resulted in his making the proposal, much startling, though greatly gratifying. Master Heatherthwayte, who thanked him, talked of his honour for that discreet and goodly woman, Mistress Susan, and said he must ponder and pray upon it, and would reply when Mr. Talbot returned from his voyage. At the wharf lay the Mastiff's boat in charge of Gervase and Gillingham. All three stepped into it together, the most silent bride and bridegroom perhaps that the Humber had ever seen. Only each of the three wrung the hand of the good clergyman. At that moment all the bells in Hull broke forth with a joyous peal, which by the association made the bride look up with a smile. Her husband forced one in return, but his father's eyes, which she could not see, filled with tears. He knew it was an exultation at her mother's death, and they hurried into the boat lest she should catch the purport of the shouts that were beginning to arise as the townsfolk awoke to the knowledge that their enemy was dead. The fires of Smithfield were in the remembrance of this generation. The cities of Flanders were writhing under the Spanish yoke. The richest spoils of Mexico, the stoutest hearts of Spain, were already mustering to reduce England to the condition of Antwerp or Haarlem, and only Elizabeth's life had seemed to lie between them and her who was bound by her religion to bring all this upon the peaceful land. No wonder those who knew not the issue of cruel deceits and treacheries that had worked the final ruin of the captive, and believed her guilty of fearful crimes, should have burst forth in a wild tumult of joy, such as saddened even the Protestant soul of Mr. Heatherthwayte, as he turned homewards after giving his blessing to the mournful young girl, whom the boat was bearing over the muddy waters of the Hull. They soon had her on board, but the preparations were hardly yet complete, nor could the vessel make her way down the river till the evening tide. It was a bright, clear day, and a seat on deck was arranged for the lady, where she sat with Humfrey beside her, holding her cloak round her, and telling her, strange theme for a bridal day, all he thought well to tell her of those last hours, when Mary had truly shown herself purified by her long patience, and exalted by the hope that her death had in it somewhat of martyrdom. His father meantime superintended the work of the crew, being extremely anxious to lose no time, and to sail before night. Mr. Heatherthwayte's anxiety brought him on board again, for he wanted to ask more questions about the Bridgefield doings ere beginning his ponderings and his prayers respecting his decision for his little daughter. Nor had he taken his final leave when the anchor was at length weighed, and the ship had passed by the strange old gables, timbered houses, and open lofts that bounded the harbour out from the Hull river into the Humber itself, while both the Talbots breathed more freely. But as the chill air of evening made itself felt, they persuaded Cicely to let her husband take her down to her cabin. It was at this moment, in the deepening twilight, that the ship was hailed, and a boat came alongside, and there was a summons, "In the Queen's name!" and a slightly made, lean figure in black came up the side. He was accompanied by a stout man, apparently a constable. There was a moment's pause, then the newcomer said, "Kinsman Talbot." "I count no kindred with betrayers, Cuthbert Langston," said Richard, drawing himself up with folded arms. "Scorn me not, Richard Talbot," was the reply. "You stood my friend once when none other did so, and for that cause I have hindered much hurt to you and yours. But for me you had been in a London jail for 3 weeks past. Nor do I come to you to do evil now. Give up the wench, and your name shall never be brought forward, since the matter is to be private. Behold a warrant from the Council empowering me to bring before them the person of Bride Hepburn, otherwise called Cicely Talbot." "Man of treacheries and violence!" said Mr. Heatherthwayte, standing forward, an imposing figure in his full black gown and white ruff. "Go back! The lady is not for thy double dealing, nor is there now any such person as either Bride Hepburn or Cicely Talbot." "I cry you mercy," sneered Langston. "I see how it is. I shall have to bear your reverence likewise away for a treasonable act in performing the office of matrimony for a person of royal blood without the consent of the Queen, and your reverence knows the penalty." At that instant there rang from the forecastle a never-to-be-forgotten howl of triumphant hatred and fury, and with a spring like that of a tiger, Gillingham bounded upon him with a shout, "Remember Babington!" and grappled with him, dragging him backwards to the bulwark. Richard and the constable both tried to seize the fiercely struggling forms, but in vain. They were over the side in a moment, and there was a heavy splash into the muddy waters of the Humber, thick with the down-come of swollen rivers, thrown back by the flowing tide. Humfrey came dashing up from below, demanding who was overboard, and ready to leap to the rescue wherever any should point in the darkness, but his father withheld him, nor indeed was there sound or eddy to be perceived. "It is the manifest judgment of God," said Mr. Heatherthwayte in a low, awe-stricken voice. But the constable cried aloud that a murder had been done in resisting the Queen's warrant. With a ready gesture the minister made Humfrey understand that he must keep his wife in the cabin, and Richard at the same time called Mr. Heatherthwayte and all present to witness that, murder as it undoubtedly was, it had not been in resisting the Queen's warrant, but in private revenge of the servant, Harry Gillingham, for his master Babington, whom he believed to have been betrayed by this gentleman. It appeared that the constable knew neither the name of the gentleman nor whom the warrant mentioned. He had only been summoned in the Queen's name to come on board the Mastiff to assist in securing the person of a young gentlewoman, but who she was, or why she was to be arrested, the man did not know. He saw no lady on deck, and he was by no means disposed to make any search, and the presence of Master Heatherthwayte likewise impressed him much with the belief that all was right with the gentleman. Of course it would have been his duty to detain the Mastiff for an inquiry into the matter, but the poor man was extremely ill at ease in the vessel and among the retainers of my Lord of Shrewsbury, and in point of fact they might all have been concerned in a crime of much deeper dye without his venturing to interfere. He saw no one to arrest, the warrant was lost, the murderer was dead, and he was thankful enough to be returned to his boat with Master Richard Talbot's assurance that it was probable that no inquiry would be made, but that if it were, the pilot would be there to bear witness of his innocence, and that he himself should return in a month at latest with the Mastiff. Master Heatherthwayte consoled the constable further by saying he would return in his boat and speak for him if there were any inquiry after the other passenger. "I must speak my farewells here," he said, "and trust we shall have no coil to meet you on your return, Master Richard." "But for her," said Humfrey, "I could not let my father face it alone. When she is in safety—" "Tush, lad," said his father. "Such plotters as yonder poor wretch had become are not such choice prizes as to be inquired for. Men are only too glad to be rid of them when their foul work is done." "So farewell, good Master Heatherthwayte," added Humfrey, "with thanks for this day's work. I have read of good and evil geniuses or angels, be they which they may, haunting us for life and striving for the mastery. Methinks my Cis hath found both on the same Humber which brought her to us." "Nay, go not forth with pagan or popish follies on thy tongue, young man," said Heatherthwayte,
but rather pray that the blessing of the Holy One, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of thy father, may be with thee and thine in this strange land, and bring thee safely back in his own time, and surely he will bless the faithful." And Richard Talbot said, Amen. End of chapter 44. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. Chapter 45 of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama. 10 years after. It was 10 years later, in the reign of Elizabeth, when James VI was under one of his many eclipses of favour, and when the united English and Dutch fleets had been performing gallant exploits at Cadiz and Terceira, that licence for a few weeks' absence was requested for one of the lieutenants in Her Majesty's Guard, Master Richard Talbot. "And wherefore?" demanded the royal lady of Sir Walter Raleigh, the captain of her guard, who made the request. "To go to the Hague to look after his brother's widow and estate, so please your Majesty. More's the pity," said Raleigh. "His brother's widow!" repeated the Queen. "Yea, madam, for it may be feared that young Humphrey Talbot, I know not whether your Majesty ever saw him, but he was my brave brother Humphrey Gilbert's godson, and sailed with us to the west some 16 years back. He was as gallant a sailor as ever trod a deck, and I never could see why he thought it fit to take service with the States. But he did good work in the time of the Armada, and I saw him one of the foremost in the attack on Cadiz. Nay, he was one of those knighted by my Lord of Essex in the market-place. Then he sailed with my Lord of Cumberland for the Azores, now 6 months hence, and hath not since been heard of, as his brother tells me, and therefore doth Talbot request this favour of your Majesty." "Send the young man to me," returned the Queen. Dickon, to give him his old name, was not quite so unsophisticated as when his father had first left him in London. Though a good deal shocked by what a new arrival from Holland had just told him of the hopelessness of ever seeing the Ark of Fortune and her captain again, he was not so overpowered with grief as to prevent him from being full of excitement and gratification at the honour of an interview with the Queen, and he arranged his rich scarlet and gold attire so as to set himself off to the best advantage, that so he might be pronounced a proper man. Queen Elizabeth was now some years over 60, and her nose and chin began to meet, but otherwise she was as well preserved as ever, and quite as alert and dignified. To his increased surprise she was alone, and as she was becoming a little deaf, she made him kneel very near her chair. "So, Master Talbot," she said, "you are the son of Richard Talbot of Bridgefield." "And so it please your Majesty." "And you request licence from us to go to the Hague?" "And so it please your Majesty," repeated Dickon, wondering what was coming next, and as she paused for him to continue, "There are grave rumours and great fears for my brother's ship, he being in the Dutch service, and I would fain learn the truth and see what may be done for his wife." "Who is his wife?" demanded the Queen, fixing her keen, glittering eyes on him, but he replied with readiness, "She was an orphan brought up by my father and mother." "Young man, speak plainly. No tampering serves here. She is the wench who came hither to plead for the Queen of Scots." "Yea, madam," said Dickon, seeing that direct answers were required. "Tell me truly," continued the Queen, "on your duty to your Queen, is she what she called herself?" "To the best of my belief she is, madam," he answered. "Look you, sir, Cavendish brought back word that it was all an ingenious figment which had deceived your father, mother, and the maid herself, and no wonder, since the Queen of Scots persisted therein to the last." "Yea, madam, but my mother still keeps absolute proofs in the garments and the letter that were found on the child when recovered from the wreck. I had never known that she was not my sister till her journey to London, and when next I went to the north my mother told me the whole truth." "I pray, then, how suits it with the boasted loyalty of your house that this brother of yours should have wedded the maid?" "Madam, it was not prudent, but he had never a thought save for her throughout his life. Her mother committed her to him, and holding the matter a deep and dead secret, he thought to do your Majesty no wrong by the marriage. If he erred, be merciful, madam." "Pah, foolish youth! To whom should I be merciful, since the man is dead? No doubt he hath left half a score of children to be puffed up with the wind of their royal extraction." "Not one, madam. When I last heard they were still childless."
"And now you are on your way to take on you the cheering of your sister-in-law the widow,"
said the Queen, and as Diccon made a gesture of assent, she stretched out her hand and drew him closer.
"She is then alone in the world? She is my kinswoman, if so be she is all she calls herself. Now, Master Talbot, go not open-mouthed about your work, but tell this lady that if she can prove her kindred to me, and bring evidence of her birth at Lochleven, I will welcome her here, treat her as my cousin the Princess of Scotland, and it may be, put her on her way to higher preferment, so she prove herself worthy. You take me, sir?"
Diccon did take in the situation. He had understood how Cavendish, partly blinded by Langston, partly unwilling to believe in any competitor who would be nearer the throne than his niece Arabella Stuart, and partly disconcerted by Langston's disappearance, had made such a report to the Queen and the French ambassador that they had thought that the whole matter was an imposture, and had been so ashamed of their acquiescence as to obliterate all record of it. But the Queen's mind had since recurred to the matter, and as in those later years of her reign one of her constant desires was to hinder James from making too sure of the succession, she was evidently willing to play his sister off against him. Nay, in the general uncertainty, dreams came over Diccon of possible royal honours to Queen Bridget, and then what glories would be reflected on the house of Talbot! His father and mother were too old, no doubt, to bask in the sunshine of the court, and Ned, pity that he was a clergyman, and had done so dull a thing as to marry that little pupil of his mother's, Letitia, as he had rendered her Puritan name. But he might be made a bishop, and his mother's scholar would always become any station. And for Diccon himself, assuredly the Mastiff race would rejoice in a new coronet. 7 weeks later, Diccon was back again, and was once more summoned to the Queen's apartment. He looked crestfallen, and she began,
"Well, sir, have you brought the lady?"
"Not so, an it please your Majesty."
"And wherefore? Fears she to come, or has she sent no message nor letter?"
"She sends her deep and humble thanks, madam, for the honour your Majesty intended her, but she—"
"How now? Is she too great a fool to accept of it?"
"Yea, madam. She prays your Grace to leave her in her obscurity at the Hague." Elizabeth made a sound of utter amazement and incredulity, and then said, "This is new madness. Come, young man, tell me all. This is as good and new as ever was play. Let me hear. What is she like? And what is her house to be preferred to mine?" Diccon saw his cue, and began. "Her house, madam, is one of those tall Dutch mansions, with high roof, and many small windows therein, with a stoop or broad flight of stairs below, on the banks of a broad and pleasant canal, shaded with fine elm trees. There I found her, on the stoop in the shade, with 2 or 3 children around her, for she is a mother to all the English orphans there, and they are but too many. They bring them to her as a matter of course when their parents die, and she keeps them till their kindred in England claim them. Madam, her queenliness of port hath gained on her. Had she come, she would not have shamed your Majesty, and it seems that, none knowing her true birth, she is yet well nigh a princess among the many wives of officers and merchants who dwell at the Hague, and doubly so among the men, to whom she and her husband have never failed to do a kindness. Well, madam, I weary you. She greeted me as the tender sister she has ever been, but she would not brook to hear of fears or compassion for my brother. She would listen to no word of doubt that he was safe, but kept the whole household in perfect readiness for him to come. At last I spake your Majesty's gracious message, and, madam, pardon me, but all I got was a sound rating, that I should think any hope of royal splendour or preferment should draw her from waiting for Humfrey. Ay, she knew he would come, and if not, she would never be more than his faithful widow. Had he not given up all for her? Should she fail in patience because his ship tarried a while? No, he should find her ready in his home that he had made for her.
"Why, this is as good as the Globe Theatre!"
cried the Queen, but with a tear glittering in her eye. "Your Majesty would have said so truly," said Diccon, "for as I sat at evening, striving hard to make her give over these fantastic notions and consult her true interest, behold, she gave a cry, ''Tis his foot!' And yea, verily, there was Humfrey, brown as a berry, having been so far with his mate as to the very mouth of the River Plate. He had indeed lost his ark of fortune, but he has come home with a carrack that quadruples her burthen, and with 1,000 bars of silver in her hold. And then, madam, the joy, the kisses, the embraces, and even more, the look of perfect content and peace and trust, were enough to make a bachelor long for a wife."
"Long to be a fool!" broke out the Queen sharply. "Look you, lad, there may be such couples as this Humfrey and what call you her? Here and there."
"My father and mother are such."
"Yea, saucy cockerel as you are, but for one such there are 100 others who fret the yoke and long to be free. Ay, and this brother of thine, what hath he got with this wife of his but banishment and dread of his own land?"
"Even so, madam, but they still count all they either could have had or hoped for, not in comparison with their love to one another."
"After 10 years! Ha! They are no subjects for this real world of ours. Are they not rather swains in my poor Philip Sidney's Arcadia? Oh no! 'Twere pity to meddle with them. Leave them to their Dutch household and their carracks. Let them keep their own secret. I'll meddle in the matter no more."
And so, though after Elizabeth's death and James's accession, Sir Humfrey and Lady Talbot gladdened the eyes of the loving and venerable pair at Bridgefield, the Princess Bride of Scotland still remained in happy obscurity, unknown to history. End of Chapter 45 and End of Unknown to History by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Recording by Tanika, Madison, Alabama.